men of war, sons of all the heroes of the war before. We're all heroes up to our heroes. You ask the questions, we make suggestions. That's what we're heroes for. All good heroes love a good big fight.
All right, we're going to be starting very shortly, so hang tight, please. See how the new microphone works? Does it sound good? Is it loud? Does it sound good? Okay, you can see the Taco Bell in the background. Okay, let's get things started here now. Okay, you can see the Taco Bell. How's my microphone sound? Is it too loud? Turn down a little bit here. How's my microphone? Yeah, there's stream here's a little buggy. Hang on a second here. Is the microphone, is it too... Because in order for me to get it right in OBS, I had to mess with the sounds a lot. Like, I had to, like, turn up the gain and all that fun stuff. Just gonna... For me to get... Alright, well... Anyway, so we're about to begin right now. Last week, if you remember, I stayed up for 6 hours straight, building the Lego NES. And, now, as you know, there's actually two parts of this project. The first part is the NES, which includes the controller in the game, and then now we're actually going to build the large TV that goes with it, which is like an automaton that has like a little Mario and a Goomba, which is going to be very, very elaborate and a lot more time-consuming than it was last time for the NES. So kind of the recap here. Yeah, here's the whole kit and caboodle at the moment. Stuff in this box here. These are all the unused bags. So look at all these bags of Lego pieces here. They're all the ones that didn't get used. Strudelhole, how's it going? Tristan, everybody, what's going on? People will join eventually, but I think there's like 11 bags of Lego pieces here. And I got a little surprise too. I'll show you guys that later. But a lot of Lego pieces here. Did I have a good day? I tried to. I didn't get much sleep. The people that live next door were out every afternoon. They were out every night, and I can hear the doorbell ring. I live in a small apartment complex here in Manhattan, so every little thing wakes me up. Police sirens, ambulances, loud neighbors, you name it. But we'll escape eventually. Yeah, we're looking forward to the finished project. It's going to be pretty epic. Actually, this is what the finished project should look like. If you can see that there, does that look? This is what the TV is like eventually. I don't think we're going to do this all in one build. We're probably going to maybe finish it maybe later in a couple days from now, but you get the idea here. It's going to be pretty intense. And of course, here's the NES that we built last week. See that there? It's actually pretty accurate. It's slightly smaller. It's scaled down very, very slightly to a real NES. I know this for a fact because I own like 3 like real NESs in real life. And I remember them being a little bit bigger than this in person. In order to test it for scale, I actually do have a real NES game with me now. This afternoon, I actually went to my storage unit all the way in the Upper West Side and retrieved one of my old Nintendo games from storage. So we're actually going to be testing that later to see how if it actually fits or not. Because the Nintendo game that you build to go with this is very, very small and thin, which I did notice. But the controller is actually to scale. Like, actually, I do have an NES controller here in my closet, and then when we built this last week, I actually tested it, and actually is like the exact same size of a real NES controller, which is pretty damn cool. Okay. By the way, I'm gonna be breathing pretty weird because my allergies are acting up, so I might be going a lot on camera. I can assure you I don't have COVID-19, so just just relax here. So if you hear me coughing and clear my throat a lot, it's because November allergies city. Okay, is everybody in? Is everybody in? The ceremony is about to begin. Okay, let's see here what's going on. There's a little label that goes in the back of the TV as well. Yeah, there. So we got, I think there's like 11 bags right here. Forget. There's over 20 bags total. Pieces, and I know that last week, I think there might have been 10 bags, 10 or 11 bags for just the gas. And you get the point. There's a lot of bags here. Yeah, like with all these gears, rockets, and everything. Oh, I got this standing by thing. All right, kitties. There we go. And of course, we do got the provisions. I got 12 tacos here. I went to Taco Bell. We're on 8th Avenue and 51st Street over in Hell's Kitchen. Just regular crunchy tacos. The last week we had Chinese taco. Standard Taco Bell crunchy hard shell tacos. Just like the kind Mama used to make. Okay, actually, first things first. Let's test to see the scale of this thing. So, here's an actual NES game. This is a real copy of WrestleMania, WWF WrestleMania for the NES. The Nintendo Entertainment System. You got Hulk Hogan never ripping his shirt off. Hulkamania. Let's test and see how accurate this thing is. Yeah, 12 tacos. I wanted to get 20 of them, but it's kind of expensive. Okay, so here's the spring mechanism to get the game out of here. Put that in there. Oh, yeah, this is not the right size. So here's the Lego game. Here's the real game. One of these is not like the other. Yeah, the thing isn't made to scale, yeah, but it's not like it's not 1-to-1. Yeah, watch. Let's try to fit an actual NES game in here. Not gonna happen. Nope, not gonna happen. So my suspicions were confirmed. It's not the size of an actual NES game. It's to scale. I mean, like the details are pretty damn accurate. Like, here, look at that again. You can see that right there on the monitor here. Even the little notches here on the back, which is actually really cool. I'm actually glad they did that. The little like slot hold things here, you hold on to it. But nope, it's it's a lot smaller than I realized. These things are huge. That's what we played with back when I was a kid. Put the cartridge in there, you push it down, and about more than half the time it wouldn't even play. You have to blow and you have to go. You have to jiggle it around, put it in there. You got a top loader. Well, so that myth's been busted. All right. Yeah, giant size difference for sure. Fun fact though, I'm currently working on a Lego Super Nintendo, which should be finished. Well, actually, I wanted to finish it by October, and it's obviously November now. Um, I actually did measure that to scale. So when I finish my Lego Super Nintendo, the games are actually like exactly like within like within accuracy of like millimeters to a real Super Nintendo game. Like I actually did go online. I measured everything out. I mapped it all out in Adobe Illustrator. I measured all the exact like details of it. So that actually is like really, really to scale. And that actually should be pretty accurate. So actually, when I finish my Super Nintendo, I will be comparing that to a real Super Nintendo cartridge to show you like this actually does fit into a real slot. I'm a stickler for accuracy. I mean, it's still cool looking. I mean, I'm not going to complain. I'm not going to demand to speak to the manager of Nintendo, get my money back. Oh man, it's a lot later than usual. I think last time we streamed at like 6 p.m. so we had a lot more people in here. I think everyone's going to bed. All right, let's have one of these tacos here first. This thing's crazy. I actually have no idea where I'm going to put this when I'm finished building it. There's like no room whatsoever in this apartment. Like this shelving unit is what you see, completely like, filled to the brim with stuff. I'll find space for it. Tacos are good. Yeah, so I'll make room for it eventually. There's there's one taco down, left to go. Now, although I think the silver lining, though, not to get off topic here, but I think the silver lining to any potential COVID lockdowns is that my job might let me work remotely. My last job I actually did work remotely because I actually got hired like right as the whole COVID thing happened back in March, and then but the current place I'm at now, I got hired over the summer. So I have to work on site. If I do have permission to work remotely, I'm moving away from New York. I'm going to move to someplace a lot cheaper. I'll have a lot more room. I have a lot more room. I can put all my creations everywhere. I'll get like little like wooden cubby hole slot things. Have all my creations displayed, like a little like a little museum in my house. Cool. Like right here in New York, like I have like a 10 by 16 foot room, and that's everything you see here. Everything else is in storage units. Have I ever seen competitive Tetris? I'm assuming it exists. I mean, there's competitive everything. I forget what my highest Tetris score was. I'm talking like the old school Tetris back from Game Boy. I used to play it religiously when I was in school. Like pre cell phones. My highest score was it was in the six figures. I know that because I remember when I was a kid, I used to write them down on like notepads. I was like, oh my god, I got like 300,000 points today, so I'd actually keep it. Like the original old school Tetris for Game Boy, and I was really good at it in school. All right, we're gonna. I don't even know what bag we're starting with. Actually, no, the instruction manual should say here. So we're gonna start with bag 9. All right, put the NES back in the box here. Yeah. Competitive Tetris. I don't even know. I mean, I'm assuming that's a thing. Competitive Dr. Mario sounds a lot funner. Whole story of how I got into the Lego Masters. Oh, it's actually more of a tragedy. Let me. I forget how to increase the. Sorry, I'm wearing contact lenses here, and I'm having trouble seeing. Using my laptop here, trying to zoom in. So I don't have to like squint like I'm like Mr. Magoo or anything. Yeah, yeah, more quiet spaces. Yeah, a place where there's no loud neighbors, no police sirens, no people slamming doors. Hang on a second. I'm trying to zoom in. I'm on my. I usually use desktop. I'm on a laptop here, and I'm having trouble seeing. I have a really bad stigmatism. Can you zoom in on? Oh well. Oh, anyways, yeah. So the Lego Masters thing, it's kind of a tragedy, and I mean, I can rant for a long time about it. It is a tragedy. I don't even know if they're doing a second season. And I don't want to say too many negative things because, like I said, we live in the era of cancel culture. We live in the era little thing you say could come back and haunt you later. But I don't want to say too many mean things. I don't want to like say, I don't want to. I'm not going to incriminate anybody. I'm obviously not. Zoom in. Easier to do with a mouse. I hate laptops. Okay, so yeah, I'm sorry. I'm having trouble reading the chat because wait here. Okay. Ugh, man. Now anyway, so the thing about Lego Masters is, oh, here we go. There we go. I can read it. Okay, now I can actually read the chat. Yep. I know, I know. I'm not going to say anything incriminating, but I'll try to give you like a good TLDR about my whole story with Lego Masters. So, way back before like this is like months and months before the show started. I believe it was July 2019. Some random guy messaged me on Instagram, and he had a blue check mark verification, so it wasn't like a fake. And he was a guy who was a contestant for some reality show like Big Brother, and he had a considerable following on social media. And he messaged me and said, "Hey, I'm producer for this production company. Well, we're starting Lego Masters in the United States. We had Australia, we had Europe. My name is so and so on Survivor or Big Brother, or I don't know. Do you be interested?" So, yeah, sure. Give me as much information as you can. We arranged a time to talk. Number. We had like a little conference call. I gave him my application. Everything seemed fine. Everything seemed all great. Um, like I was actually going to be on the show, but there was one small catch. And in order to be accepted on the show, or to be considered to be a cast member, you needed to have a team. Like you just couldn't just like join, and it's not like they'll just they'll take me, have me go on the show, and then just say, "All right, Baron von Brunk, your team is you're versus the people, and we'll pair you up with anybody else." You had to actually like have an established team. And the thing about us Lego builders is that a lot of us are a lot of us don't have that many friends. A lot of us, let's be honest here, a lot of us are kind of antisocial. Myself, I'm very, very vocally antisocial. I actually don't have any friends that I could consider, to be my teammates within the Lego community, which is true. I mean, I do have friends and family. They all live in the States, and few of them, if any interest with Lego. There are just, there's relatives of mine, people that I was good friends with at the time, and none of them could even tell you the first thing about Lego bricks. So it's not like I could go back to my home state and really work. Um, I tried them then. I was like, look, I mean, let's be honest here. How am I going to form a team? Who am I going to form a team with? My best friend who lives back in Pennsylvania, I've known him since 2004. He's a great guy and everything, but he knows nothing about Lego. None of my friends do. All of the AFOLs, adult fans of Lego, or AFOLs, they all live in different states. Everybody I know who follows me on Instagram that I actually do communicate back a lot. Most of them live in Europe and Australia. Um, so, just people who work that well. So, back and forth. Eventually, I did find a teammate. Form a team. My teammate how's the audio sound? Yep. Here, is it the internet connection or what's going on? Well, you know, you, afternoon I was having when I was doing some test streaming, the whole stream was getting messed up. And I actually did check online. There's actually issues right now going on. I can hear it now. This is really frustrating. Yeah, I'm hearing the playback here. It keeps cracking. Hey, check. There's any issues at YouTube. Go to downdetector.com. No problems with YouTube. YouTube outage map, down detector. No problems at YouTube. My internet connection. It's really crappy. Anyway, hopefully this we fix this a little bit. Anyway, so still glitching. I can't. It's probably the internet connection. I'm not sure. It's probably a bunch of different things. Here, here's my Wi-Fi here. Here we go. Like I said, it's been glitching out on me all day. I actually did some test streams this morning, and it was working like half the time. The internet's running okay. I can hear the playback. It sounds like crap. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, anyway, where were we in the story? Anyway, so I had trouble finding a teammate. Um, Okay, anyway, so I actually did find a teammate. My teammate was my friend's girlfriend. And the audio was. I can hear the audio now. It sounds like. Was the audio always like this, even earlier, or was it just like recently? Maybe it's okay. Yeah, I don't know what the deal is. Anyway, so my teammate was my friend's girlfriend. Um, she was a lot younger than me by several years, so there's like a huge age difference. Um, the problem with that was that there's a huge like cultural difference between millennial and her. Um, the things. I mean, it's hard to explain, but it's like I mean, we're talking like there's like a 15-year age gap, apparently. And like I said, it was we're just platonic friends. She was my best friend's girlfriend, and she was going to be my teammate. And because of the huge age gap, it made I wouldn't say communication was difficult, but we lived in different states. Communication was difficult, sort of. But there's such a huge cultural gap that it's hard to explain. But it's like most teams, people that are usually within the same sort of age range. Like her and I were completely different generations. She was a Generation Z, I was a millennial, and it's just that like it's hard to clash idealistically on ideas for projects, whether they're creative projects or just for anything in general. It's one of those type of things where it's hard to explain. It's hard to word it. It's one of those things you have to kind of know and experience. But it's like a it's a very it was a very weird dynamic we had. So we had good chemistry, 'cause, we were friends in real life. We knew each other, but it was just hard for us to agree on everything because she was a kid for all I know. Um, for all I know, she was just like, I mean, she wasn't a child, she was in her 20s, but she was very, very like idealistic. Like she had a lot of ideas and crazy things and didn't really know what she was trying to do with our ideas. Um, Whereas I was a lot more of like the wiser, pragmatic, hands-on. Okay, well, this is what we know works. So we kind of clashed a lot for a lot of our creative projects. Well, actually, the reason why her and I got paired is because I actually was supposed to get pair. I was actually going to pair with an adult fan of Lego who was my age. He was like in his 30s. Who lived in New Jersey, which would have been great because I live in New York City. Just by sheer coincidence, he was in the process of getting married. He and his fiance, the day of their wedding was scheduled for like the very very first shoot date for Lego Masters. So like obviously they couldn't cancel their wedding, so he had to cancel. I went through and contacted all of my friends. They were all busy. They were doing things. They had no interest in doing it. None of them wanted to be on TV. And eventually, I went to my best friend and said, "Hey, look, I know that you're not a big fan of Lego. Maybe you can be on my team, and I'll teach you everything you want to know." He refused it, not because he hates Lego, not because he didn't want to be on TV, but because he has absolutely no experience with building Lego. Like the guy I know, a kid, he was a big fan of Lego when he was younger, but he never became like an adult fan of Lego like me. Actually, I think the stream's cracking up again here. It's keeps freezing, and my Wi-Fi is 1 megabyte per second. All right, I just got disconnected. The internet just connected again randomly. The internet just shut off. Uh, how's the connection going? Anyway, so my best friend didn't want to do it because like I said, he's not an adult fan of Lego. He knows nothing about Lego bricks. He knows nothing about the community. He personally said that he didn't want to embarrass himself to be on a TV show where he just essentially would be like a nurse, where I'd be there like building all these big epic creations on TV and doing all this fun stuff and being crazy and everything. Well, he would essentially just sit there and do nothing and just kind of like hand me tools. And he figured, he didn't want to deal with the trouble, going all the way out to California and essentially just being like my assistant. Um, the next person we had in line, and he's like, "Well, don't you just ask my girlfriend?" His girlfriend. So I contacted her on Facebook and said, "Hey, you want to be on my team?" Because she's not an adult, she wasn't a fan of Lego either per se, but she was when she was younger. But she was a lot younger than he was, so she would have been more of like a glorified assistant, kind of like how he was, but a little less of like just like standing there and it's like, okay, hand me this piece, okay, hand me this piece. She could have at least been a little more hands on, in terms of building the projects. Um, but like again, she was my only choice. I had absolutely no one else to choose from. All my other friends were either busy or they had no interest in. And the only person that I knew personally that had any interest in being on the show and helping me out and had any knowledge of Lego was my best friend's girlfriend, who was a lot younger than me. Um, so her and I were scheduled to do a conference call. It was like a video interview with the main producer of the show. Um, I wasn't told that it was going to be a main audition. I was told that it was going to just be a little like quick chat, like a little conference chat. So we set up my webcam. Um, the three of us got together on Skype, and I'm not going to lie to you, I kind of half-assed it. I didn't use my good microphone. I didn't use my good camera. I just kind of sat there. I wasn't in my main Lego room either. This was back in my this is back in my old house when I had a bedroom and I had a living room, and we filmed in my just my regular bedroom, so the lights were kind of dim, like bland and boring, and and I just kind of sat there like awkwardly and answered the questions with like, Julius, what's your favorite thing about Lego? And I was like, I don't know, they're cool. Like, I just kind of gave him like really standard answers. Like I seemed like I acted kind of like a dick. Like I was kind of bored and disinterested. And the guy, he looked at me either to have me as a star on the show. Right after the interview, my friend, his girlfriend was the one in the conference call with us on Skype. Um, he got on the phone and kind of like chewed me out, and he's like, I'm gonna be serious. If I were the producer, I would have rejected you right off the bat. He's like, I don't care how talented you are with Lego. I don't care how much stuff you've done in the past, how many big projects you did for things like Nintendo. Um, no way in hell I would want you to be on my show because you're boring, you're dull, you're lifeless. You can't give good answers. You're in like a weird a dimly lit room. You can barely see what's going on. Um, so I felt really bad, so I called back the producer and said, hey, that was kind of a test run. Can we do another interview? The guy was like, yeah, we'll do another conference call interview type thing. This time we'll have more chance to prepare for it. So for this time around, I rehearsed it. I got my friend's girlfriend, her and I went on Skype. We did a dry run. We kind of went through it. And we bantered back and forth jokingly about how we'd be on the show as our team. I actually gave real answers, stuff that they would normally would ask. And this time I actually set it up to be in my Lego room, so you could see all my stuff behind me. I had it lit properly. I had spotlights pointed at me. I had my good microphone. Everything was perfect. Everything was great. This time around, I did a much better job. I gave really interesting, unique answers. We did our big conference call. The guy interviewed the three of us. I think it went pretty well. And TLDR, we got ghosted. Um, he stopped talking to us about a month later. Every time we interviewed him to get any follow-ups from there, we never got any answers. And at this point, this is maybe like August or September 2019. I think the deadline for them to select teams was like October, because they started filming in late October. So by the time October 1st rolled around, I kind of concluded that I'm not going to be on the show. And I had a correspondence with my friend's girlfriend on Facebook and said, I'm pretty sure we got rejected. And she just replied back with a crying face emoji, and that's the last time we ever spoke. Um, I eventually did have a falling out with that friend for something completely unrelated shortly thereafter that, just by sheer coincidence. So I don't actually talk to him anymore. I don't talk to his girlfriend anymore either. So the very last time that any of us spoke together was in regards to our failed interview for Lego Masters. So that was that. So I just pretty much just got ghosted. My only assumption was the fact that my teammate was weak. If I had a stronger teammate, like if I was partnered with that guy from New Jersey that I talked about earlier, if he and I were on the same team together, and because the guy was actually very talented, he was a really good builder. He does a lot of Nintendo stuff. If that guy and I got chosen as teammates, we would have had a really good dynamic, really good chemistry. We could have bantered back and forth about Nintendo, as opposed to me who was there with my friend's girlfriend at the time, and there's a huge age gap. So we're trying to have a conversation, and we're having a conversation during the conference call, and there's like a huge gap in our, in terms of our cultures, and it just didn't really work that well. You could tell her and I had some chemistry, but it wasn't as great as somebody who would be closer to my age, or even if it was my friend. Like I said, I'm obviously closer to my friend than I was his girlfriend. He was more just like, he was less of a friend, but more of like a mutual friend, like a friend of a friend type. So that was that. Um, I'm guessing that when they saw our interview, they probably thought that I was talented enough to be on the show. I might have been a good TV personality. I do have a weird way of speaking. I do have a lot of weird compulsions. I do have kind of a weird speech problem, but they probably figured, you know, my partner, my friend's girlfriend, would have been like the weakest link. Like she knows very little about Lego. She's not a huge fan. She doesn't collect. She doesn't go to the store and buy sets. She doesn't do this on weekends. She doesn't go out and spend her money and fill big tubs of Lego bricks. And they probably figured because of that, because of the fact that she knows very little about Lego, she would have just been a very weak teammate. So we got ghosted. Sort of the epilogue though, which I don't want to say too many mean things about the show because they might do a second season. I don't know. If the world ever returns back to normalcy post COVID, nobody can really tell at this point. Not even us gypsies. We have the ability to predict people's futures with crystal balls, but not even us gypsies can predict what's going to happen. So if they do have a second season, which I really don't know they're going to do, I don't want to say too many mean things. But one thing I will say was that once the show came out, which was like early 2020, I had lots and lots of relatives and friends who were just messaging me right and left on TV saying, "Hey, have you heard about this Lego Masters show?" Yes, I'm very familiar with it. And the first thing they said was, "Oh, the show's pretty bad." I laughed and said, yeah, it is pretty bad." People on social media were trashing it. People were messaging me just to say, like, "Wow, this show, you should have been on here. You could have done a better job. Like, stuff they're building isn't as not up to par. It's not what I imagined they were going to be doing." And just kind of boring. And a girl that I used to know a long time ago, she's married now and has kids. She messaged me on Facebook to tell me that she showed it to her son. Her son thought her son was probably maybe like 5 or 6. He thought the show was boring. So she showed her my Facebook page and showed her all of my creations, and her son was really like flabbergasted. He's like, "Wow, this guy's really talented. He should have been on the show." So it's like, well, yeah, thanks. Oh yeah, you're you're telling me. So if this this little 5-year-old kid thinks I should have been on the show, then well, the public doesn't lie. Or the proof is in the pudding, I should say. Yep. But that's that. Yeah. I don't know. We should probably get started with this. Anyway, so on that matter, nice segue here. Let's segue into speaking of TVs. Let's start with bag 9. So that's my little masters about how the show was bad. It wasn't bad. On the record, if anybody from Lego Masters is currently watching this right now and you want to cancel me on social media, I'm just going to come out and say this: the show wasn't up to my expectations. It was lackluster. It could have been better, but in your defense, it was the first season. It was the first time they tried it here in the United States. So that's that. If you guys want to do a second season and perhaps fix it, change it up a little bit, maybe change the format, maybe get rid of the whole completely absurd idea that you have to form a team. Hey, I'm down for that. Honestly, I think that was probably the what's the opposite of advantage? Weakness. That was probably the weakness of the show, was the fact that there's so many adult fans of Lego who just let's be honest here, they're like complete shut-ins, they're recluses, they're introverts. They're people who just want to stay in their house and play with toys all day, myself included. And they probably should have considered that and said, "I got an idea. Why don't you just sign up, and then when you come out here to California to start shooting, we'll pair you up with somebody. How about that? We'll find somebody who lives here on the West Coast who signed up too, and we'll make you guys work together. It'll be like one of those like America's Got Talent, or not America's Got Top Runway or whatever. They're all the same." That would have been the more pragmatic solution. Would have been to actually have people paired up, like have the producers pair people up, as opposed to having us choose teammates. Because let's be honest, I think that was my downfall. Like I said, I scouted all across Instagram for like a whole month. I contacted everybody that I knew, and all of my friends in the Lego community, most of them live in Europe, and the few that live in the United States were unavailable or just couldn't do it. The only person I had to do to join my team was my friend's girlfriend, who lives about 200 miles away, and is like 14 years younger than me. So it just didn't work. At the end of the day, it just didn't work. But whatever. Yeah. So we'll use this as like the wastebasket for any old bags. Yeah, like I said, it's not like I didn't try though. It could be worse because actually I knew lots of people who also got interviewed and got ghosted as well. So it wasn't just me. Like actually, there's a guy that I'm friends with on Instagram his name is Maniac for Bricks. I actually met him in person at a convention a while back. But Maniac for Bricks actually registered as well, and he got ghosted. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, like that was probably the biggest flaw of the whole show, was having us choose teammates. Because let's be honest here, like a lot of us don't have that many friends we can tap into. Like they really should have, they should have had us. They should have accepted us for who we are, based on our building abilities, based on our past and our history of working with Lego, and then saying, okay, we got this guy from New York City. His name is Julius von Brunk, and we got this guy from Des Moines, Iowa. And he's also an adult fan of Lego. These two guys are going to work together. They've never met before, but they're going to join a team. We're going to call them the Masters of Doom. And they'll be a team. Not make me pick some person, especially considering that none of my friends are fans of Lego. At the end of the day, that was just the major flaw. It was just having people pick friends and family. Because like they play on the assumption that everybody in the adult fan of Lego community, has like a huge pool of friends who are not only very close to them, but also are huge fans of Lego just as much as they are. And that at the end of the day was the major weakness. I mean, I'm not trying to say that I'm not trying to say that everybody who plays with Lego toys as an adult is a complete loser. I'm not trying to say that we're a bunch of freaks. I'm not trying to say we're all a bunch of like lonely, incels or like the comic book guy from The Simpsons. I'm not trying to say that. We come from different backgrounds, different groups, different creeds, different races, different genders, etc. But at the end of the day, regardless of how many friends we have, how many family members we have, not everybody that we're friends with is a fan of Lego. Believe it or not. In my entire group of friends, every person that I know in real life, everybody that I know IRL, friends, family, etc., coworkers, everybody, none of them are fans of Lego. Not even my best friend of 15 years that I wanted to be on my team. I'm the only person I know that I know personally who's a fan of Lego. Actually, no, I'm the only person I know in real life who's not only a fan of Lego, but who's of my caliber, so to speak, in terms of building prowess. Like none of even my friends who are just casual fans of Lego, they can't even build the kind of stuff that I do anyway. At most, they can just like go to the store and buy like a Harry Potter or Star Wars set and work on it over the weekends. But none of them have the building abilities that I have. Like none of them could compare, and it's just a matter of fact. Oh well. Now let's start with the TV here. Pretty straightforward. How's the picture look? Does it look kind of washed out here? Because I'm actually looking at two different monitors here. I'm looking at this is my laptop, and over there is my PC. PC looks fine. The laptop looks kind of washed out. Oh well. I think it's just my laptop. Looks kind of blurry and cloudy. Yeah, but in my honest opinion, if they do a second season, like, look, guys, if anybody's watching this from Lego Masters, again, if you're watching this, if you have a second season, partner people yourselves. Like, let us join, and then you decide and say, hey, this guy from New York City would be great with this guy from Connecticut who's never met before. The wacky duo. It's the original Odd Couple. Just that was the fatal flaw, was having us try to recruit our friends and family to join. Oh well. But I can rant about this till the cows come home. So I got plenty of energy drinks in my refrigerator. Last week actually a couple weeks ago, I ordered a case of 24 cans of Monster. I'm going to conform to that stereotypical 35-year-old boomer meme, drinking monsters or sips. That's that. I don't know. I don't. Hopefully, I don't come across as sounding too angry and salty and neurotic. I'm just telling you straight up facts. Like that's my honest 100%, no BS opinion. Like if I could be completely real here, like completely honest, completely real here. I don't think the show was terrible. I think it was flawed. I think it was lackluster. It wasn't up to my expectations. And the fatal flaw of why the show wasn't as great as it could be was because of the fact that they had us choose teammates as opposed to having us partnered with other people, which really at the end of the day would have been the main advantage. Yeah, there's that. So I'm not gonna like I said, worse things could have happened. I'm not gonna act like Marlon Brando here and say I could have been a contender. But actually, my I could have been a contender moment was in 2003 when I got rejected from the Red Bull Flugtag. I don't think you guys know or not, but Red Bull, the energy drink company, I think they're based out of Austria. Every year they have annual events all throughout the United States and Europe, or actually North America and Europe, and you build homemade amateur aircraft, from materials like cardboard and plywood. You have to try to make them fly without any sort of pyrotechnics or engines or anything. And it's pretty spectacular. They started doing this back in the 90s, I believe. When I was 18 years old, back in 2003, I was completely flabbergasted by this idea. So I actually designed my own amateur aircraft. I designed a blimp hovercraft that I called the LB-1, or Luftbrunk 1. And I actually I joined the competition. I think I sent like the registration fee, got the blueprint kit in the mail, sent them my blueprints, and they got back to me and rejected and said, "Nope, sorry, you've been rejected. But for consolation prize, here you go. Here's a free book on aircraft." like a little coffee table book on famous airplanes. And I was bummed out. I mean, I was absolutely bummed out at that. And even to this, up until just a few months ago, like every now and then, I would just look back and think, like, it could have been a contender. But the more I think about it, there's logistically it wouldn't have worked. I mean, I was just an 18-year-old kid who had very little knowledge of flight dynamics. My aircraft wouldn't have worked anyway. The Red Bull competition at the time was in New York, which I lived in Pennsylvania at the time. There's no way I could even transport my aircraft all the way to New York. But it always bothered me knowing that I never got chosen for that either. But if they have another Red Bull, I'll forget about it. Like I'm like serious about this time. I actually redesigned a new aircraft. I designed a team name. I designed a logo. Um, I'm not broke anymore. I actually have money. So if they actually do have a competition, I can like rent a van and drive my aircraft across state lines. And see if we can get off the ground. Let's see if we can get it up. Actually, my new airplane, I'm actually working on it right now. It's called well, the nickname is the Spirit of '03, as in reference to all the glee and imagination and fun I had back in 2003 when I designed an amateur aircraft that never flew. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, yeah. Sorry about that. Brutal. Yeah, the next season, if they do another Lego Masters, like I said, it should be. Like I said, it shouldn't be us choosing teammates. It should all be mystery too. Like I think that might add a lot more weight to the show. That would make it a lot more unique if they said, here's two people who never met before. This is Baron von Brunk. Here's your new mystery teammate. This random 30-something guy from Iowa who you've never met before, but he also does epic Lego creations like you do. The two of you are gonna, meet for the first time, and yeah, like, yeah, yeah. Well, honestly, that would be a lot more exciting. It'd be like not like a mystery date, but get the point. Along those lines, like that would be a lot cooler if it was a complete mystery. Because I think that was actually another flaw I had with my friend's girlfriend was that the fact that her and I knew each other too well. I think if it was a complete stranger who was of my skill level or even greater, I'm not trying to say I'm the best Lego builder, but somebody might be better than me. No, but seriously, if they actually paired me up with somebody who's of my skill level or higher, and I have no idea who it is, it could be a man, woman, you name it, and I think that would be a lot more interesting than me choosing somebody that I know who I know for a fact isn't a fan of Lego, and I know for a fact doesn't possess the same level of skills I do. Yeah, yeah. I mean that would be a cool concept. Yeah, I mean there's a lot on my mind right now. I mean I still think about that Red Bull competition. If you want to look it up on YouTube, it's called the Red Bull Flugtag, which in German means fly day. Actually, the world record for the Red Bull Flugtag, I believe, was in California, 2017, I believe. The group of guys that called themselves the Chicken Whisperers. They wore these yellow chicken costumes, and they actually flew for like 100 feet, like a big cardboard airplane. Pretty cool. Not as cool as my blimp hovercraft that I have worked on in 2003. That was really good old days. Put something on in the background. Last week I was playing Def Leppard and Alice in Chains. Uh, what kind of cookies? Oatmeal raisin cookies? Pretty crazy. Anyway, where I was getting at. Last week I was playing Alice in Chains and Def Leppard in the background. And despite the fact that my microphone was like 5 feet away from my computer, I actually got copyright struck. So this week I'm not playing anything, but I might play some To Catch a Predator in the background. Old school To Catch a Predator. Not like Hanson versus Predator. In Mexico, food's cheaper. Never been to Mexico. My stepdad has, but that's all I know. Well, speaking of Mexico, interesting segue. Still got tacos here. Well, I mean, It really depends on what you're getting anyway, or where you're buying food. Oh, actually, no. In the United States, though, I do know that I think fast food's cheaper. I know that like in Europe, like fast food's like a luxury. Like a hamburger is expensive, like proportionately expensive. Hmm. My water. Yeah, I mean it's probably all locally sourced. That's why. There's actually a movement. It's called slow food. It's like obviously it's the inverse of fast food, where it's essentially fast food, but it's everything's locally sourced. So instead of getting like like the raw materials like the wheat, the wheat's not harvested in China. You know the beef isn't made from cows that are manufactured somewhere. Everything's like locally sourced. So it's like hamburgers and French fries, but it's made from potatoes that are made in that neighborhood. It's farmed in that area. Everything's cheap. It's locally sourced. It's a lot. It's a lot more efficient. But they call it slow food. Yeah, exactly. The shorter the supply lines. Yeah, I think it's like every time there's like a disease outbreak in China. Well, which speaking of disease outbreaks in China, yeah, but wasn't there the mad cow disease? Did that begin in China or that began somewhere? And there's a huge problem back in the 2000s. Like the beef was tainted because the cows were all diseased. I remember mad cow. Well, mad cow disease is actually a form of prion disease, which if you know what that is, it's an extremely devastating disease. Yeah, most diseases come from China, ironically. It's a disease where like proteins don't fold properly, and it causes people to essentially go crazy. And that's actually why cannibalism is so bad. Because if you eat somebody's a human being's brain and they have a prion disease, and you'll get it too, and it's terrible. And that was actually an issue they had with mad cow disease. The cows were eating animal feed, livestock feed that was made from like ground up beef, and they were getting the crazy brain disease. I never go through drive through anyway. I mean, I live in a city, so I just go in there and pick it up. But even back when I had a car, every time I go and drive through, they always mess it up. At least if I go in there in person, I can just go in there and complain if they do anything wrong. Like I can if I get my bag, I'll look at it and say, oh, okay, cool, they didn't forget anything. They do that, like especially Taco Bell, like they always forget stuff. Today I went to Taco Bell and got a party pack of 12 tacos and a burrito. Actually, they're paving the roads out here in Manhattan, like a road crews. Hmm. But yeah, like Lego Masters. Again, I'm not trying to like talk too much smack on the show. If they would have went with if they go with the second season, they should do with my idea of having us partner with complete strangers. I think it would be an interesting dynamic. We could form bonds that way. It'd be more of a mystery. But what happened happened. Here's the I guess it's the base of the TV, like the inside of it, kind of unique. This is just one bag right here. Lego games. I liked a few of them. I remember. I mean, I'm kind of old here, so the very, very first Lego games were back in the '90s. Back in the '90s, um, I never really cared for them that much, but Lego Star Wars for PlayStation 2, I actually have that. Um, I don't know. It's gonna be sounds kind of sacrilegious, but I actually wasn't a huge fan. I mean, it was cool. I mean, it was okay. I mean, I had it. Like I said, I had it. But honestly, just like I like the regular Star Wars games better. Actually, Lego City Undercover. I actually have a fun story about that. When that game came out for Wii U, Nintendo actually contacted me, and they commissioned me to do a store display for the Lego store Rockefeller Center. Because actually, this is back in early 2013 when I finished my giant NES controller, and instead of sending me a cease and desist letter, Nintendo was actually cool about it. They're like, hey, we like your creations. We see you're based out of New York. Why don't we have a store here in New York, and we're doing a big release party for a new Lego game for Wii U. Um, Come build a store display for us. So I did, and that was that. It was actually really fun. I like that. But when you at the Lego store for a few months back in 2013, when you go in there, inside the glass case, they had a huge, not a huge, they had like a full scale Lego Wii U that I actually built. Like it was actually like full scale. I made a big mosaic mural too of like Simon from Castlevania, Mega Man, a Goomba from Mario, like a bunch of random Nintendo characters. I made a bunch of mosaics all throughout the store. It was really fun. I like that. Oh yeah, well yeah, I don't know if Lego City Undercover flopped, but I do know that the Wii U flopped. Um, like Nintendo has been slacking for a long time until they made the Switch. Um, which actually I never even owned I never owned a Wii U. I never owned a regular Wii either. At that point, I wasn't really playing video games that much anymore. The last Nintendo console that I ever owned was a GameCube, which even that was kind of. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to like think too many mean things, but it's like I liked the Nintendo GameCube at first. They had a lot of good games on there. Obviously, Super Smash Bros. Melee was like the gold standard for GameCube. But let's be honest here, it couldn't hold a kettle to PlayStation 2. The PlayStation 2 was just, I think, like the gold standard of what generation was that? Of the 3D polygon console era. Which, well, obviously, I owned both of them. There were a lot of like wars about them, but they were both good consoles. Yeah, Wii U was just kind of it was very flash of the pan. I think that was always Nintendo's major flaw was that they always want to be the best. They always want to innovate, but it's almost like they innovate the wrong way. I mean, like look at the Wii controller. I mean, like you know this is a video game controller. Okay, what was the Wii controller? I mean that's interesting. It's unique. It's different. It's non-traditional. It's unorthodox. But at the end of the day, it's like just give me a PS2 controller. Just give me a regular controller. Even the Xbox controller I didn't like. It was way too cumbersome. Yeah, yeah, gimmicks. I mean, I remember when the regular Wii came out, a buddy of mine was obsessed with it. Like this is back in 2006, and he thought it was seriously going to be like the like groundbreaking revolutionary thing of all time. And I played it. And, like I remember, all it was is a bunch of mini games, like for old people and kids. Like the whole bowling and boxing and tennis, and it was just like, is this it? And he's like, no, there's a sword game too, like Red Steel or Red Blade or whatever, where he plays a samurai. And we played it, and it's hard to control. Like how did like spin around and didn't really work out that well. It was like fake virtual reality. Yeah, screen touch on the portables. Yeah, I mean the DS was great, or the DSi and the 3DS. They were all great. They were great concepts. But in terms of just like general gameplay, Sony was like really dominating that market. Nintendo always had a bad rep as being like stereotyped for being for small children, and I really think they honestly solidified that when they came out with the Wii. I mean, called the Wii. I mean, the name alone is enough to say, hey, we're not going to take this very seriously. Like if you remember back in the '90s when I was a kid, and the console wars, there was Nintendo versus Sega. Sega's slogan was called "Genesis does what Nintendo don't." They used to constantly make fun of Nintendo for being like a quote unquote baby's toy. And honestly, like I mean, but Nintendo's defense is like, it's like nope, we're going to market towards families. There's not going to be no Grand Theft Auto. Everything's going to be like very very kid friendly. But they honestly they took it a little too far in that sense. They made like a literal like baby's toy. Well, they had Resident Evil for GameCube. I know that. Mhm. Yeah, they had a lot of mature games from Japan, and a lot of them, they obviously weren't ported to North America. There's a lot of weird games like that. The Angry Video Game Nerd did coverage on those, from like the more mature games. I guess this forms like the back of the TV. Well, yeah, I mean, like look at Sonic. The original idea for Sonic the Hedgehog was actually really crazy. He's gonna be a lot more like vicious and more like adult themed. Like in Japan, they had like a whole culture for having like anthropomorphic animal characters that are accompanied by human women. The original concept for Sonic was that like he had a partner who was a woman that would follow him around everywhere, who was like I guess like his waifu or something. And Sega of Japan was all on board with it. They're like, oh yeah, this is a cool idea. Like here in Japan, it's normal to have cartoon animals that are accompanied by human women. And Sega of America was like, no kid's going to want to play a game as a hedgehog whose partner is an adult woman. That's crazy. Just have a cartoon hedgehog and call it a day. Yeah, and it was just really weird. Like Mario made sense because Mario was a human, but like the original Sonic concept is just really weird. He's going to be followed around by some lady, or like she was like a weird damsel in distress type character, which again worked for Mario, but not for cartoon cartoon hedgehog. I have a tattoo of Mario. You can kind of last week I had short sleeves on, but you might be able to see it here. Kind of can see it on my arm. Right here is Mario and a Koopa Troopa, and here you can kind of see it. Yeah, right there is It's a raccoon Mario. Yeah, I got that a couple of years ago. I'm actually more like Luigi because I'm the younger brother, and I'm tall and skinny. When I was a kid playing Mario Brothers, it was me and my older sister, and of course being the younger brother, I had to play as Luigi. Although in Super Smash Brothers, I always play as Dr. Mario, Dr. Mario is my main guy. I play as Dr. Mario, sometimes Falco, sometimes Ganondorf, and sometimes Pikachu, but usually Dr. Mario. Yeah, let me know if the audio starts acting up here. Yeah, emulators. Well, like a lot of rare games I had on emulators, but original Nintendo, I had that. I got my very first original NES, probably about 6 years old. This is back in like 1990. So we got it used from one of my mom's coworkers at the time. And then I actually didn't transition from Nintendo to from I didn't transition from Nintendo to Super Nintendo. I transitioned from um, Nintendo to Sega Genesis. My second console as a kid was Sega Genesis. And then from Sega Genesis, I transitioned to Nintendo 64. And from Nintendo 64, I transitioned to GameCube and PlayStation 2. I also had an Atari when I was a kid too. That was just kind of like for novelty purposes. Like we'd occasionally hook it up, we never really took it seriously because Atari is very unique. Hang on a second here. So now we're on bag 10. Alright, so now we're on bag 10. Bag 10. Well, realistically, I would transfer my consciousness into some sort of like cybernetic body. Elon Musk can do like the whole cyberlink thing. I'd do that. Like if I could become like an immortal cyborg, I would seriously, unironically do that. And I'll live forever. I'll fly around in space like Megatron, looking for energy. It'll be cool. Yes, cyberbrunk. That should be a new genre. We'll create that. Or that girl that made the Lego leg. I think she had like her leg amputated from cancer, and she made a Lego leg. We're working on these gears here for the inside of the Lego thing. TV. What am I getting for Christmas? Probably nothing. I'm not traveling because I don't have a car anymore. I lost my car a couple of years ago. There's going to be probably another wave of lockdowns for COVID, unfortunately. And I don't really talk to most of my family members anymore. Probably just going to work some extra hours. Yeah, Christmas actually has been kind of like lackluster in the past few years. Even Christmas last year sucked too. For Thanksgiving last year, I ordered KFC. It just hung out at my house by myself. I want to travel for Christmas, but obviously with lockdowns, I don't think it's gonna be possible. Like I was saying earlier, like the silver lining to a second wave of COVID lockdowns, like if we go back to like how everybody was paranoid, like we were like in March, my job lets me work at home, indefinitely. Then I'm gonna move the hell away from New York and look for like a quiet house in the middle of the forest, like in upstate New York or Connecticut, New Hampshire, Vermont, like around that area. Enjoy my own little personal Christmas. Me myself. Oh, there we go. So right now in the background, because last week I got copyright struck from listening to Def Leppard and Alice in Chains, which you can faintly hear. Right now I'm playing To Catch a Predator, the original old school series in the background. There's actually the Raw tapes with Chris Hansen. Those are always interesting. Silverware. I don't even have any silverware. I just live by myself. I think I just use plastic forks and just reuse them and just throw them out. These gears here, all in motion. There's a little like gearbox with camshafts and gears in here. We got the gearbox here. Chocolate chip pizza, is that even a thing? Got the gearbox here. Go. Got battery soft bread. Wonder who's here from the Biggs Bigington Discord. Should get everybody here from there. Where's everybody at tonight? Like last week, we had had a lot of people here last week. Kind of dead right now. Everybody's asleep or something. And last week we were up pretty late too. And maybe everybody's hungover or something. I don't know. First, now we got the TV here. This is pretty elaborate. That's pretty cool. We got like the little gears here. See if you can see some of the design here. Let's see if you can get a view of this here so you guys can help. Ugh. I'm sorry, I'm watching To Catch a Predator in the background. They're interviewing Walter Babst, the guy who looks like Ned Flanders. It's like a really funny episode. I actually want to be on the Joe Rogan podcast. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't. Don't have enough clout to be on there now, but actually, I do watch that. I do watch it regularly. I mean, not regularly, but like, I watch the clips whenever I'm at work. We just talk about whatever. Talk about Bigfoot. Talk about the Unabomber. About who shot Kennedy. The usual. The episodes where he has Bill Burr on there and they talk about animals. Those are always funny. Valsh. What do you mean, Valsh? Vosh? Well, Tim Pool. Tim. Tim Pool. Tim Pool. Tim Pool. Yeah, Tim Pool. Uh, Tim Pool. I really don't know what to think of. I mean, I follow him on Twitter, but I really have no honest opinion of him. I mean, he's Tim Pool. His brother Reactor is actually pretty cool. Well, yeah, obviously he's on the Timcast channel. No, Reactor is cool as hell though. Reactor is awesome. Reactor's a total Chad when it comes to comes to trolling. Like a Reactor broke the Reddit algorithm. Like he did a lot of cool stuff with making sock puppet accounts. Yeah, no, Tim Pool. I don't again. I don't dislike Tim Pool. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I follow Tim Pool on Twitter, and that's really about it. I don't subscribe to him on YouTube or anything. Yeah, I mean, yeah. But anyway, yeah, Joe Rogan podcast. I mean, I would like to go on that eventually. Like if I were like actually on the Lego Master Model Builder show, um, If I were actually on there and actually had some more clout, then yeah, I'd love to be on Joe Rogan's podcast. That would be cool. Like, I would love to do that. But yeah, Tim Pool's thing. I mean, there's a lot of channels that do that. There's a bunch of YouTube channels that I follow who, I mean, I'm not huge fans of, but I admittedly do follow them. But let's be honest here, all they do is read articles. Like, I can think of a few off the top of my head, or actually they just read tweets. There's Bo Blacks, Tipster, Augie RFC, the Quartering, Jeremy from the Quartering. I mean, those channels are good if you just want to get like a quick update with something where it's like, hey, this thing happened and I had no idea about it. So let's hear this person read an article for 10 minutes. And yeah, it's a good little refresher. What's another one? There's another one about the entertainment industry. It's called Clownfish TV. It's a guy and a girl. Yeah, yeah, exactly. They're decent background noise. Like if you have like an hour to kill and you're working on some stuff online, then put on like the Quartering and have him like talk about SJWs or Marvel for like for who knows when. Oh, there's actually I do like It's a Gundam is cool. I like him. It's a Gundam is cool. I actually do like him. His channel's cool. Um, who else is there? There's another Optimus. Sub to Optimus. He's actually cool. I actually like his channel. But yeah, they're all kind of the same. Like they just read articles. They don't really give that much commentary either. They just kind of say, hey, this person did this thing that's bad, and that's it. Like I said, I'm not a huge. I follow the Quartering. I subscribe to him on YouTube. I don't follow him on Twitter because he says a lot of really dumb things. But the Quartering is okay if you just want to get like a little quick, glance over like, this person did this and it's bad, or this person did this thing and it's not bad. Talk about this. But he's kind of a one-trick pony. Like, all he does, like all he'd do is make videos about Brie Larson, which I agree with because I think Marvel is this crappy company. I think Brie Larson is overrated and she's not talented. But how many videos do you need on Brie Larson to say how bad Captain Marvel was? We get it. One video would have sufficed. Yeah, Reactor's on the Trash Rat podcast. Monkey Jones did a video on Reactor like a long, long time ago. Back when he was still Monkey, he did a video about how Reactor broke the Reddit algorithm by making sock puppet accounts, and actually how he had like a little feud with Grade A Under A. Yeah, modern commentary. Yeah, especially like, oh god, like the whole Ethan Klein Keemstar thing. I mean, that was just that was a runaway train wreck with everything about Leafy and Pokimane and. I do admittedly tend to agree with Reactor's politics. I actually will admit that. Well, he is a troll, but I mean, like when he's not a troll though. Like I actually do have the same sort of politics as like Reactor. Like people ask me what my political leanings are. I try normally I don't get too political on social media, um, because I try not to alienate my fans. Like I'm not, I don't endorse politicians. I'm not going to say, hey, I voted for this person or hey, I support this political ideology. But I will kind of make little subtle nods every now and then. Politically, the best way to describe my politics in like a single sentence, if you want to figure this out, the best way to describe what my political beliefs are, and I'm going to say this once on live stream, Aaron Von Brunk's political beliefs are: I believe that a gay interracial couple should have the freedom to use AR-15s and AK-47s to defend their marijuana stash from looters. Wrap your mind around that one. For all intents and purposes, exactly. I mean, I'm libertarian-ish. I'm not like an actual established member. I don't read Ayn Rand. I don't read the Fountainhead. Um, I think that's kind of cringy, but I believe it, but I'm a very 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 strong proponent of the mindset of minimum government, not anarchy. None of that Chaz crap. None of that communist crap. But we do need a federal government, but everyone should have the ability to think for themselves, govern themselves, and just have a very 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 minimum government interference. Very strong market, capital free market capitalism. That's essentially what I'm like. I'm basically just a free market capitalist. I should just drop the piece. Yeah. Here's the thing. I don't even dislike Donald Trump. I mean, I didn't vote for him and I don't support him, but I don't think that he's a Nazi. I don't think he's a fascist. I just think he's just kind of a dumb weird looking guy with a stupid haircut. But if someone someone says that he's a Nazi, I will disagree with them and say no, he's not a Nazi. I don't agree with you. But I'm a very very strong proponent in individual liberty, gun rights. I do support the military and the police. I had family who are veterans. Um, like actually on the political compass, I actually did take this a while back. Um, I'm close to the very bottom of the political compass and a few notches towards the right, which is basically just like in the very very realm of like stereotypical libertarian. Don't tread on me, shoot guns, and not pay taxes type. Hey, Brooke Smith, what's going on? How's my audio sound? Because I know earlier my microphone kept cutting out. It kept going. My Twitter is a weird place. My Twitter, yeah. Twitter for me, I have a lot of empty followers on Twitter, seriously, because what happened is I gained a lot of followers under a short amount of time, a long, long time ago, and I took a break for a couple of years, and I came back, so I had like over 1,000 followers, um, but they were from like a different periods, and most of them don't even log in anymore. That's the reason why, like, I have like 1,300 followers, but I'll tweet and maybe get like 2 likes on it because a lot of them are just like they were all accounts from back in like 2013 when I was a lot more active. And you have to like play the algorithm. It's always complicated. Actually, I dropped a piece. Yeah. Oh, here it is. Yeah, fell off the table here. But yeah, I mean, mostly I try not to get too political on Twitter. At most, the most political you'll ever see me get on Twitter is if I follow an account of somebody whose politics I agree with. I'll like one of their tweets, and that's really about it. Um, what am I building? Oh, here you go, Brooke Smith. Right now, I'm building the TV portion of the NES. Actually, yeah, for anybody who's just joining right now, I started working on the Lego NES last week. We finished this earlier. We game in there. There's that. And as we proved earlier, it's not accurate because here's an actual NES game for WWF WrestleMania. It's a hell of a lot bigger than the Lego one. But right now, we're working on the TV portion. Yeah, yeah. Reactor, yeah, his old account got nuked. I don't even know why he got banned. He did mention on the trash rats, but it was I forget what he said, but he actually follows me. Like Reactor follows me. I'm followed by all of the members of the Trash Rats podcast except for Mumkey. Well, Mumkey doesn't follow anybody. He unfollowed everybody. Um, but Rusty follows me. Yeah, Reactor is like a hidden gem of social media in general. I mean, like even on YouTube, like his channel is very very underrated. He does a lot of these like really cool troll videos. Like remember he did the cool arrow cooler thing. He had like this fake Kickstarter for a solar powered cooler. Oh yeah, yeah, that's what he said. The thing about the riot, which which is really kind of a double standard because people have said like things that are 10 times worse than that and they get away with it. Yeah, well he did mention that on the Trash Rats. I think he did on he might have said it on the regular show or he might have said it on the after show. Um, I think the TLDR was that him and Tim, well, him and his brother Tim started a website a while back, like a comedy website, and I forget the whole story, but I think Reactor owned the name of it, but then Tim used it without permission or something. I forget. I didn't know if he was being serious or not, but I think it's like or Tim used the website without permission. I forget the whole story, but it involved a website, like a copyright issue. That was the whole shebang. It was like a copyright dispute with the website that they were going to start, and the website was going to be like a satirical news site like The Onion. And I think like they were going to do it like as a partnership, and then like Tim took control of it. I think that's what happened. I'm not entirely sure, but it's along those lines. Like I'm sure there's a lot more to it. Oh, change the social media accounts, try to rename it. Okay, yeah, that's kind of a dick move. Yeah, he did mention on the Trash Rats podcast because he did him and Mumkey did a thing a couple just very recently. I actually listened to the new episodes. The new one was kind of cringy because Mumkey was just being really obnoxious on that one. You can tell Mumkey was a lot of the flooring just kind of rubbed off on him. He's not the same as he was before, but Reactor's based. I like Reactor. He's cool. The episode of Trash Rat podcast that I think was actually the funniest, like not State of the YouTube, but Trash Rats, was probably the second episode, the one where Reactor first joined. That was actually a really funny episode when he was talking about they were talking about Meryl Streep. That was actually pretty hilarious. Monkey said that he would sleep with Meryl Streep at any age, even as an old lady. Like that was actually pretty funny. I like that episode. They were saying she looks like an alien. That was funny. I like that. The first episode of Rusty was like drunk or high or something. He was like really out of it. Okay, so here's the TV going on here. I feel bad for the Trash Rats podcast though because like they hemorrhage subscribers pretty bad. Yeah, I mean, State of the YouTube. Like I said, if you compare view counts from State of the YouTube compared to Trash Rats, there's a huge gap. Like State of the YouTube videos would get like 30,000 views per episode, and Trash Rats they don't even get like they get less than 10,000 views, which, in my opinion, it's a more refined show too. I think it's just because people just I don't know if it's the algorithm or what, but I mean they're both good shows. I like them. It's kind of an unpopular opinion, but actually I like the name State of the YouTube podcast. I think it actually sounded really nice, and I like the aesthetics for that too. Emp Lemon was great. Emp Lemon actually read one of my rants. Well, he didn't read it on air, but he talked about it because when he did his first Reddit rant and no one took his side, I commented on the video with this big long wall of text about how much I hate Reddit, and they all commented and liked it. The next episode they talked about, they're like, "Oh yeah, that Baron von Brunk, I left the comment about how much he hates Reddit, and he was dead on accurate." That's the problem. Yeah, Emp Lemon doesn't know. See, in my honest opinion about the show's dynamics, I think that Emp Lemon, despite his age, he's younger than everybody by several he's younger than everybody by several years. Emp Lemon probably has the most book smarts of everybody on the show. Um, but book smarts are different than street smarts. Like Emp Lemon's the kind of person that if you have a debate with or you talk about any sort of thing on a podcast, Emp Lemon was the kind of person that could say, actually, this thing happened on this date. Actually, this sort of thing happened here. Actually, no, you're wrong. This is what you're talking about. Like, he's the kind of person that you can tell he reads a lot of Wikipedia. So he has a lot of book smarts. Like if you watch his videos, he does like an hour-long video about the person that jumped the highest, or like Dale Earnhardt, like things that like nobody would spend as much time doing. The guy likes to read a lot, you can tell. But when it comes to actual debate skills, he has no idea what he's talking about. I think Mumkey has probably the best debate skills, and I think the reason with that is because Mumkey is actually an English major. Mumkey actually went to college to be an English teacher. Yeah, the Dale Earnhardt video is great. I think Mumkey has the best debate skills because I would say, the most educated because he actually went to school to be an English teacher. Rusty probably has the most pragmatic hands-on skills. I think probably because he's the oldest and I guess the most technical. But it's like he's kind of like the middle. But it's like Emp Lemon's the kind of person that like he can't debate at all, but he knows like everything. Like he can just randomly talk about certain events, facts, history, science. You can tell he reads a lot of books, but that doesn't really help much when you're trying to debate someone. Lumpkin, on the other hand, went to college to be an English teacher, so he actually can dissect arguments and actually like try to think rationally outside that. But when it comes to like knowing certain key dates in history, Lumpy falls flat in that sense. This is the way it seems. I remember when Dale Earnhardt died. Back in the '90s, when I was a kid, my mom and stepdad were really big rednecks who were into car racing, and they hated Dale Earnhardt. Like Dale Earnhardt back in the '90s, everyone hated because he was the bad guy. It was like if NASCAR were pro wrestling, Dale Earnhardt was like what wrestler I can compare him to. He wasn't like The Rock. He was like he was like the villain. Everyone hated him. Every time he won a race, my parents would complain. They would always accuse him of cheating, and it's like, yeah, he was like the outlaw. Oh yeah, Rusty's probably, yeah, heel. That's what, yeah, heel. Actually, yeah, Dale Earnhardt was the heel. The baby face was Rusty Wallace. Probably Rusty Wallace or Jeff Gordon. He was like the baby face character. He was like the Hulk Hogan guy. But Dale Earnhardt, yeah, everyone hated him when I was a kid. Brooke Smith. Dale Earnhardt was super unpopular. Like, I mean, he was world famous, but everyone hated him. They always accused him of cheating. Yeah, so Amp Lemon was right. You know, there will never ever be another car racer like Dale Earnhardt. Even hearing about him on the Joe Rogan interviewed his son Dale Earnhardt Jr. It's actually kind of a weird story about how Dale Earnhardt never actually encouraged his son to be a car racer. Like, he had no interest in helping him out or anything. Yeah, I mean, Imp Lemon's a good character on the. Like, it's actually whenever he joins, it comes back. Like, the few episodes he's been coming back lately, and he actually does a really good job. But I think it's like he didn't want to do the show because he hates doing podcasts. Um, and that's why they took a huge break. I remember back the last episode of State of the YouTube was it was a farewell. They did a live watching of a Goku Naru video on live stream. That was like what, like October 2019. And I remember because actually I was supposed to be a guest on the show. They actually even reached out to me and had to have me be a guest after I made the animation. And they just kind of put it on hiatus. And then after when the show ended, I contacted Rusty. He was like, "Hey, so am I still gonna be on the show or what?" He goes, "Yeah, we're not doing it anymore. Implement hates doing podcasts." This is like a year ago. Yeah, I don't even know. Does Goku? I was actually a patron of Gokunaru for a while on Patreon, but he never uploads anymore. I don't even know if he's still around. Yeah, again, I don't have a problem with that implement, but yeah, Gokunaru was actually one of the few people that I actually subscribe to on Patreon. Right now on Patreon, I subscribe to a bunch of people now because I have a lot of because I started a new job a few months ago that gave me a lot of disposable income. So I started subscribing to a lot of people on Patreon to help them out. I subscribe to on Patreon anyway. I support Rusty, Mumkey, Emp Lemon, Toad McKinley. He's actually he has some cool videos. Toad McKinley, Mr. Gigi, um, Trash Rats podcast. I think I support Wang. I don't know, or Wavy Web Surf. One of those guys. I think. Yeah, CCP. Um, there's someone else I support on Patreon as well. But I do know for a fact that I do support Rusty, Emp Lemon, Mumkey, or Simi and Jimmy, I should say, and Mr. Gigi, Toad McKinley. I'll have to go back and check again. There's some people I supported. There's a science channel I support too. There's a British science channel. Um, there's a British chemist named Miles Power who does a lot of debunking conspiracy theories. Yes, it is a reference to Nirvana's Live Tonight Sold Out. I mimic the box art too. Yeah, Nirvana made a live yeah, they made a live VHS tape back in like 1996. I actually mimicked it down to a T with like the positions of the band and everything. Yes, I'm glad you pointed that out. Yeah, and Lemon, like I said, I don't dislike anybody on this show. I think they're all funny and talented in their own respective ways, though. Like Rusty does a lot of good. Rusty's a very unique YouTuber in the sense that he does a lot of good like technical type stuff. Like he's a good video editor. Rusty's probably the most down to earth. Lemon, I believe his content, he does a lot of good long form content. Like he'll do like an hour long topic about like Dale Earnhardt or like a pro wrestler, and he can make it interesting. Mumkey does a lot of like good short form content. He does like a Simeon Jimmy video. It could be like 10 minutes long, but it's still funny. He hits the mark a lot, but he doesn't upload as often as he used to. I mean, for obvious reasons, but um, probably the funniest monkey video he made in the past year, like ever since his channel got deleted. Probably the funniest monkey video was he made one about a survey. I think it was back in April of this year. I think it's called like I did some surveys for science, where he talked about the coronavirus. That was actually really funny. Where he said like he did a bunch of like questions on Twitter about like would you rather be a 6 out of 10 girl or a man, like questions like that. But that was actually a really funny video. I like that a lot. He did another monkey box video about where he did it was called like Hong Kong. It was like a B movie about like Tarzan, like a jungle person that meets King Kong or something, and he got copyright claimed and he lost all his monetization for it. How's my stream cutting out? I think my stream's lagging here. What is my audio sound? Hang on a second here. My connection's acting screwy. Might be YouTube. Sure. Yeah, when I was a kid, my next door neighbors were huge Dale Earnhardt fans. They had like a big Dale Earnhardt flag in their out front of their house, big number 3 flag. Yeah, I mean like if he did like if Monkey did like the monkey box thing as more frequently, that would actually be pretty cool. He actually gave me a shout out for episode 2. That's actually how I got a lot of my subscribers. I'm building a Lego TV. This is the inside of it so far. It's gonna look like this once it's finished, like a TV with a Nintendo. Okay, the lag should. Yeah, it was lagging for a little bit right there. It was like every couple frames or so, it kept getting dropped. Yeah, the monkey box was actually a great concept. No, it was lagging on my end too. Like the internet's been acting screwy. I know. I mentioned this earlier, but YouTube's been acting up all day. Okay, so now I added like a little gear thing here. 5 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, it's been acting. The internet's been acting really, really screwy all day. Like I did a test stream earlier, and it wasn't going too well. Oh wait, I did this wrong. I know that YouTube was down earlier too. Now it's lagging again. Okay. You can't really see it too well, but there's like a little gears here. Kind of see it. Ah, yeah, I think it's starting to lag again. The stream's been acting really weird. I don't know if it's my Wi-Fi or if it's YouTube just being just sucking like usual. Oh, dang it. A lot of intricate parts here. It's like a little gearbox. That's fine. I mean, which servers are you part of? Because I used to be active on Gokunaru server a while back. Um, I post mostly on the Biggs Bigton Discord server. That's usually where I'm most active. I'm also occasionally active on a Rusty Cage's server as well. I used to be part of Emblement's server before it got nuked. Well, he has a new one, but it's kind of dead. All right, put pieces in here. Okay, yeah. Oh, I remember. Yeah, mod. Biggs' server. Biggs doesn't really post it often though. In his, does he still do like the watch parties with Donnie Darko? There we go. I have a personal Discord server too, but I don't really use it. I just kind of have it. I just kind of set it up just for the hell of it. But no one like really posting it. I just kind of have it as like a backup. I'm a member of Barely Sociable's Discord, and also like John Swan. But I never really post in there. Like I used to post in John Swan's Discord a while back, but I never really did in a while. I'm also a member of I'm part of Willie Mack's Discord too, but he never really updates. What happened to Willie Mack? Do you guys know? Do you guys follow the Willie Mack show? He's like a commentary channel. He hasn't made a video in got like 6 months. He's a channel kind of like Turkey Tom, but he rarely ever updates anymore. He was on State of the YouTube a while back too. That's actually how I discovered him. That was like 2019. He just kind of like disappeared. I know he had a beef with Nerd City for a while about Lele Pawns. And then after that, he just stopped uploading. Nerd City never uploads anymore either. He hasn't uploaded in like 6 months. But Nerd City's notorious for never uploading. But he does a lot of good content though when he does upload. Hold on here. Yeah, I haven't seen any Monkey and Big Show streams in God knows when. I don't even know if they're still doing streams or not. I remember back when after Monkey got his channel terminated and he started doing them like regularly last year sometime. Him and Biggs were streaming like twice a week or so. This is like last summer or so. And they just kind of stopped. That'll be cool. Yeah, those were fun. Oh, he did another. I didn't see his latest video. I mean, I know he did a Depression Chamber video, but I didn't watch the whole thing. I just kind of glanced over it. Also, for some reason, I'm not getting Twitch notifications anymore. I have them turned on my phone, but whenever someone goes live, for some reason, I'm not getting the notifications for it. I've been missing out on a lot of streams too. Here's no the inside. This is pretty elaborate. Basically, you can turn a little crank right here. See that? I have a Twitch. I just never like I don't stream on it. I use it as like a test. Like actually, when I was setting up the live stream on YouTube, I was testing out on Twitch um as like a mirror. Here's like let me change the video here in the background. Ow. Okay. Yeah, a lot of Twitch. I mean, my honest opinion, Twitch is just nothing but like Among Us, which I have no interest in playing. I don't know. Like, I mean, I never saw the appeal of gaming live streams. I mean, some of them can be pretty cool, but they get pretty repetitive. They're pretty good to pop in every now and then, but I don't know. Like a lot of the big Twitch streamers, like Moist Critical. I mean, okay, I guess. I don't know. I just kind of lost interest. Yeah, Moist Critical. Yeah, well, well, that's the thing though, because like gaming live streams, they don't. It's a person watching a TV and you just watch them play. But like here I can interact in real time. You can actually like watch me and ask me questions and I'll answer them. You can watch me eat tacos. Speaking of which, time for another taco. I think this is like taco number 4. Yeah, the kind of live streams I like best are the ones where it's usually just a person interacting, like the Depression Chamber ones. Those are always cool. Or even ones just like Monkey and Biggs by themselves. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the soft shell ones. Hard shell ones are only they get soggy. Hmm. Plus, like corn tortilla tacos are good, but I honestly prefer the Americanized Taco Bell ones better. Hmm. Yeah, like if you gotta cook them right, they get kind of crunchy. They're kind of like crunchy and doughy. Those are good. Yeah, you have to go to like you have to go to like an authentic Mexican place, not like Taco Bell or Chipotle, like an actual like real Mexican like taqueria. My friend like taqueria, taco or whatever, like an actual like taco restaurant. Well, Taco Bell, it's Tex-Mex, which is his own thing. Which Tex-Mex is it's American food that's vaguely inspired by traditional Mexican recipes. Hmm. Yeah, is it taqueria? I actually live upstairs above a Chipotle. Not doxing myself here, but the apartment complex I live in Manhattan, it's one of those like side street apartments, and the downstairs, it's one of those places where like the very first floor is like a store or business, but then upstairs is apartments. Um, the first floor is a Chipotle. If I ever want a burrito, I just walk downstairs and grab one. The only time I've ever actually had an authentic, I mean, the very first time I actually ever had yeah, there are like 50 Chipotles here. Actually, they're like the neighborhood I live in has like 3, so just like McDonald's as well. The very first time I ever had authentic Mexican food was about a decade ago. Um, I was dating a girl who was Puerto Rican, And her and I went to a nice Mexican restaurant, and she's never eaten authentic Mexican before. She assumed that like authentic Mexican was just like Taco Bell, but just slightly different. So her and I went there, and I ordered tacos, and it was like the corn tortillas with like the meat. There was like no seasoning, no cheese or anything. And I was like, huh, this is unusual. And they're like, yeah, this is all pre-Columbian dishes. These are like this is like Aztec food. And like there was like fried cactus. Now the stream's gone out. Hang on a second here. All right. Anyway, stream just cut out for a little bit there. Now it's my stream's going really slowly. But anyway, yeah. So her and I had authentic Mexican for the first time, and it was really unique. I like fajitas. Fajitas are good. Yeah, like the place we went to was like really like it was really fancy. Hey, Brick Biters, how's it going? Oh yeah, Brick Biters, you live in Arizona, right? Or like New Mexico? But yeah, because also my girlfriend at the time was a vegetarian, so but like she had like a salad made out of like fried cactus, like really weird stuff. And I got like beef tacos, which were really weird. Mhm. Yeah, I've had traditional sushi before too. Um, her and I, our very first date together was at this really upscale Japanese restaurant in Manhattan, and which was actually weird because, like I said, she was a vegetarian. So the girl I was dating at the time, she got like some kind of like weird Japanese salad and miso soup. Stream's cutting out. Hang on a second here. Stream is cutting out again. Are experiencing technical difficulties. All right, now it's is the stream lagging? It's I don't know. My YouTube's acting weird. But anyway, so here I am. Okay, it should be working now. Let me know if the stream's lagging. Anyway, so the girl's day at the time, we went to this really upscale sushi restaurant. She got like miso soup and some kind of like vegetarian salad, and I got eel. Eel was actually really good. Eel sushi was great. It tasted like barbecue chicken. I think I got eel and squid. Okay, so yeah, the stream should be working now. It keeps on glitching out on me. I don't know if it's YouTube or just my Wi-Fi. All right, so let's take a look at this here. Little gearbox inside here. I haven't had any good sushi in a long time though. The last time I usually I just eat like cheap like gas station sushi. Like here in Manhattan, I go to like a supermarket and just get those little like to go California roll boxes. Hmm. Oh man. Well, I would say if anything, the kind of the golden age of technology here. All right. Well, it's because I have two different monitors open. The one monitor it's lagging, the other one it's not. Yeah, eel sushi is great. I never had sea urchin before. I never had any interest in it. I never eat anything crazy like oyster or I have no idea. Like oyster, I'll never eat. But just like regular sushi, like California rolls, like crab, pretty good. Stream just cut out again. Okay, so little side note here. Uh, it says my connection is excellent. Stream health is good. But it's not playing. Deal with it. I don't know. I don't know if it's YouTube's problem or what. Okay, anyway. $12 a roll. Yeah, like well, actually no. Before COVID hit, there used to be tons of places in Manhattan that had like these really cheap sushi places, like in downtown, like St. Mark's Place, where like a roll was like $5. Yeah, Arizona. Yeah, I remember. Um, but yeah, like before COVID hit, there used to be tons and tons of cheap sushi places in Manhattan where you can get like a huge. We're talking like a huge meal. Like we're talking like an absurd amount of pieces, like a giant, like massive plate of sushi for like $20. And I used to go there all the time when I was younger. Actually, like a bunch of different girls I dated, we'd go there for dates. It was so cheap, and it was really good too. Actually, one of my ex girlfriends and I, we went on our very first date was actually at a nice sit down Japanese restaurant. Um, I believe off Fifth Avenue and 37th Street. Now $12 for a California roll. No, a California roll should never cost more than like $6. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, $8. But yeah, one of my ex girlfriends and I, our very first date was at this really nice Japanese restaurant in Midtown. Yeah, on Fifth Avenue and 37th Street, I believe. It was a really nice place. It was really quiet. It was affordable. Yeah, it depends on where you live. Like, I mean, back in my hometown, they were like $5 for California rolls. Here in New York, a California roll is like $8, $6, like around that range, depending on where you go. I like California rolls though. Everyone says like it's like the cheapest, but it's actually pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I got tacos here. I still got like 8 tacos left. Yeah, New York, we get tons and tons of traffic though. There's a lot of ramen places here in New York too. I don't really care for like authentic Japanese ramen though. I grew up in a small rural town in Pennsylvania, so like we had like one Japanese restaurant in like the whole county. Like no, we had like two. Okay, yeah. Like I said, it's been. I know the audio was cutting out though. Like about like an hour ago, we did. People were saying like the audio kept randomly like glitching out. It kept like popping. It kept going randomly. Actually, I bought a brand new microphone too. A little clip on mic. Right now, I got the gearbox of the TV. This is really like really elaborate inside this little TV thing here. Okay. There's one of the big gears here. Notable people. I mean, people that I know in real life or celebrities. I've looked past people before. About a decade ago, I used to star in movies and TV as like a background character, and you occasionally do meet celebrities. The producer tells you not to interact with them. Um, I made eye contact with Tom Selleck once back when I was an extra on the show Blue Bloods. Um, I had a conversation with Steve Buscemi for about 9 seconds. Back in 2010, there was a show called Nurse Jackie, and Steve Buscemi was a director, and he was on set. And actually, I spoke with him for a couple seconds. It was mostly just like walking past him, saying hi, telling him something, and he said, "Okay, that's cool," and that was it. Um, I walked past Sacha Baron Cohen once. He did a movie here back in 2011, I believe, and I played an extra on that. And he just walked past me. He wasn't in the Borat character or Borat or whatever. It was the dictator movie. There's a couple shows I was on. There was this show I believe was on HBO or Cinemax back in 2012. It's called Don't Trust the Bee in Apartment 23. Um, I forget the name of the actress for that, but you'd recognize her if you saw her. And it was a short-lived show that had like one season. But I actually walked past her a couple times when I was on set. I didn't talk to her though. There's actually videos of that on I think Vimeo or Dailymotion. You can actually see me in the thumbnail. I might put it on stream next time. Actually, when the episode premiered, one of my friends called me and was like, "Hey, were you on HBO?" And I was like, "Yeah." He said, "Oh yeah, I saw you walk in the background. I didn't know if that was you or not." But in terms of like celebrities, that's really about it. I've walked past like coworkers of mine. I've walked past like ex-girlfriends of mine randomly and tried to ignore them. One time I thought I saw Keemstar once. I swear to God, I thought I saw Keemstar. Um, it was in Times Square about a year ago. There's a guy that looked exactly like Keemstar. He had a baseball cap, the big gnome beard. He was kind of a manlet, and I didn't want to stare at him too long to say, "Was that Keemstar?" but I thought it was him. But it wasn't him though, because then I looked him up on Twitter, and he was at his house at the time in Buffalo, so he obviously wasn't in New York City. But the guy looked exactly like Keemstar. I thought I saw Peter Roger, Elliot Roger's dad. About a year or so ago, I was working at a bank in Times Square. And I was on my lunch break, and I was walking past Rockefeller Center, and I swear Peter Roger walked past me. The guy from that Oh My God movie. I didn't want to like stare at him and see if it's him or not. Oh! I saw Chris Hansen once, which I'm actually watching To Catch a Predator in the background. I saw Chris Hansen once. He was actually at a cafe, and yeah, a second here. I just got a text message. Anyway, yeah, he was at a cafe and I walked past it and I was like, oh my God, it's Chris Hansen. No, I didn't want to stare at him and take pictures. That would just be awkward. It's such a big city that it's kind of hard to you don't always run into people. But that's really about it. I'm gonna say it's really crazy here. There's little gears and stuff. Oh, I missed a piece here. I should have left. Oh. All right, I missed a part here at the very bottom. All right, so I'm watching To Catch a Predator. This is the episode where the old guy, comes in and he has a CD of his band. He gives her the decoy. It was a Los Angeles episode. It's kind of funny. There's like a I forgot. There's a part here I forgot left out by accident. What? Oh, stream cut out. All right. Okay. So the stream was down for like 10 minutes. Ugh. Okay. So yeah, I'm just seeing all your chats now. Like I was like talking for like the past 5 minutes, and the stream was down the whole time. Um. But yeah. Anyway, so I walked past Chris Hansen. I didn't want to be that guy that pulls out his phone and goes, "Oh my God, it's Chris Hansen," and get a selfie. But I swear I saw him at a cafe. over in Midtown. But yeah, but I actually I have a monitor here open, and it was actually it turned black for a little bit. So I don't know. The results may vary. But yeah, yeah, minor cuts. It's annoying. Again, I don't know if it's my computer or if it's YouTube. Kind of YouTube was down earlier today. Like I was watching videos earlier today, and they kept crashing on me. I messed up pretty bad here. But yeah, like I would go on the Joe Rogan podcast. Again, I'm not a huge fan. I like watching clips when I'm at work. Like if I'm like doing stuff in the back, like it's Joe Rogan, like every podcast, whether it's Joe Rogan or even like Trash Rats, it's good background noise. Um, but what's cool about Joe Rogan though is that he does a lot of like actually I like the Joe Rogan episodes when he has what's his name, Tim Dillon, you know, that fat guy. He's cool. I like Tim Dillon. I follow him on Twitter. He says a lot of funny stuff. There was a funny episode of Joe Rogan where they talk about Michael Jackson. That was pretty funny. There we go. So I had a piece missing here. But there was an episode he did. He interviewed Rob Zombie a while back, and that was actually pretty interesting. I'm not a huge Rob Zombie fan, but I mean, I kind of like his music. He's okay. But I found the episode to be fascinating. Like Rob Zombie apparently was a production assistant on Pee Wee Herman back in the '80s before he became a musician. And the Elon Musk episode that was fun. That was great too because it pissed off a lot of boomers. Like when Elon Musk smoked a joint and like Tesla stock plummeted, and all these like boomers from CNN were going berserk. Like this is such an outrage! You can't smoke pot on Joe Rogan. You can't smoke pot where it's legal. Oh. That was funny. Reddit was going nuts about it too because Reddit's a bunch of hypocrites. Like Reddit is like very much pro marijuana, but they hate Elon Musk. So they didn't know what to think. They just kind of like their brains collectively exploded. Like this is an outrage. Send Susan to the glue factory. Susan Wojcicki. Yeah, there's definitely like something nefarious. There's some sort of nefarious actions with Susan Wojcicki and H3H3 Productions. Because whenever you make a video criticizing Ethan Klein, your channel will get not copyright struck, but it'll get demonetized. Bo Black's made a video about a month ago or so ago where it's just him reading tweets, just like reading Ethan Klein's tweets, and his channel got struck. You know, and he just reads tweets. You know, there's obviously some nefarious actions going on there. And obviously, you know, there's Leafy, Keemstar, you know, everybody who's ever criticized Ethan at any point. Yokunaru, their channel always gets hit. You know, like you can't convince me that, you know, that it's all just a coincidence. You know, Ethan has some sort of inside clout. Yeah, it's not a coincidence. Any hat tribe. Well, you know, we normally we don't say that we don't make jokes like that on my channel, but you know, I'm a gypsy. You know, us gypsies and the Jews are kind of we're one of the same. Yeah, Leafy's funny. I like Leafy. Actually, no, everyone hates gypsies. Even the Jews don't like the gypsies. I think gypsies are universally hated. Yeah, my grandpa was a gypsy, which you know, obviously I'm related to him, so that makes me a gypsy by blood. People think I'm Jewish because I have curly hair and the nose. Like, actually, it's pretty Jewy right there, but I'm not Jewish. Leafy posts on Storyfire, I'm pretty sure, but Storyfire is kind of dead. Um, well, he tweets every now and then. He says a lot of funny stuff. I like modern Leafy. Actually, I prefer modern Leafy to old school Leafy because old school Leafy was just him, just like talking crap about people. And modern Leafy before he got banned was actually a lot more interesting. The Riches? No, I never heard of that. Yeah, modern Leafy's a lot more refined. Or I should say, before he got terminated anyway. But like those Pokemon videos were funny. But it is way too much of a coincidence. It can't be a coincidence that his show. I mean that anyone who criticizes Ethan will just get their channel terminated like that. Yeah, like Modern Leafy was a lot more esoteric. Did a lot of like the whole vaporwave thing. Also, what I like about the modern Ethy was the outro, where it always had it was always the same clip of Ethan Klein saying, "I would love to see Leafy come back in today's climate. He would never survive." Those were always funny. I thought it was funny when Leafy came back for that little bit and he made fun of iDubbbz. That was hilarious. Oh, Gypsy Family. Well, okay, so for my Gypsy family, yeah, with Kinjana, and yeah, for my Gypsy family, mine was a lot more traditional. It was actually my great grandma was from Romania. She married a Basque French guy. Who's a guy who's actually Basque French and Spanish, and um they met in Europe and they immigrated to the United States during World War One. Just like a tradition, like during actually at Ellis Island. That's how my mom's side of the family got started. So it's like, and I have like zero cultural ties to the. Well, actually, the PC term for gypsies, they're called Roma or Romani. I have absolutely zero cultural ties to them. Like I don't. There's nothing about me that's like culturally gypsy, but I am a gypsy by blood. I mean, I like to joke about it. Like I joke about putting curses on people and reading fortunes and things like that. But in terms of culture, I'm just a straight up American. Yeah, yeah. Modern Leafy doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't punch down anymore. Like old school Leafy. He would criticize like these like small channels, but like nowadays he just make fun of like H3 and iDubbbz, which is pretty funny. But one thing Leafy did though is that Leafy spawned a whole ton of clones. Oh god, like actually I think that the modern commentary community in general exists because of Leafy. Like that exists only because of Leafy. Like that was like he was the very very like first person to just have like a video in the background of him playing games, just like ranting. Like any modern commentary channel owes himself to Leafy, especially channels like Optimus. Like Optimus is just a Leafy clone, like just like verbatim. He's a lot nicer. Optimus is just some like 20-year-old kid from Ohio. He doesn't really get into much drama. He just like Optimus is one of those channels like the Quartering or Tipster where he doesn't actually like make content. He just kind of like reads the news. I'm not trying to talk trash on him. I subscribe to Optimus. I think I follow him on Twitter too. But channels like Optimus, Tipster, the Quartering, they're good. They're good background noise when you want to get like a good refresher on what's currently going on. Okay. All right, so now we're up to bag 11 here. So here's you can kind of see the inside of it here with the gears. Pretty elaborate here. Time for another taco. He got banned from Optimus' server. Optimus' channel kind of blew up like under a short amount of time. Like I think he's at 1 million subscribers now. Never been banned from a server, but I've been blocked by a lot of YouTubers. A lot of YouTubers are just very, very thin-skinned, especially like washed-up e-celebrities. I'm blocked by I'm not blocked by H3. He doesn't, as far as I know, anyway. Spoonie blocked me. Spoonie blocked me a while back because Spoonie uploaded an animated GIF of a bunch of soldiers climbing up a ladder and falling off. I replied to it and said, "That's a pretty good reenactment of your YouTube career." There, got blocked like 5 minutes later. Maddox, the biggest problem in the universe guy, blocked me. He posted something really stupid about coronavirus. I forget what it was, and people were making fun of him for it. And I replied to it, and I replied to it. And all I did was reply to it, and just I added Mad Cuck to the parody account. That's all I did. And Maddox blocked me because of it. I got blocked by a bunch of these Vice journalists too. I forget who, but some idiot that I follow retweeted a Vice journalist. You know, there are a dime a dozen, and it was a Vice journalist making fun of Elon Musk. And I replied back to her to told her that she's actually incorrect and that she posted misinformation about Elon Musk and Tesla. Rather than trying to debate me on it, she just blocked me. Like, okay. By getting blocked by a Vice journalist, you know, nothing of value was lost. Oh yeah, old Vice was way edgier. Modern Vice is basically just Vox. That's all. Yeah, everything was better back in the day. Like yeah, Vice is just horrible. Everything is sucks now. Like even Rolling Stone's terrible. Like Rolling Stone's like political now. And back when I was a kid, Rolling Stone would do interviews with like Kurt Cobain and things like that. Now it's like Rolling Stone is basically just BuzzFeed for Generation X. That's all it is. It's like all the crap that you'd see on Reddit, you'd see that on Rolling Stone. You know, but back when I was a kid, it would be like interviews with like grunge bands like Stone Temple Pilots, Nirvana, and like Alice in Chains and Metallica. And now it's just like just another rag tabloid. Yeah, Vice is no different. They're all the same. So is BuzzFeed. So is Vox, The Verge. You can't do anything on social media nowadays without pissing someone off. No, BuzzFeed's terrible. Yeah, Trey Parker, Matt Stone are cool. BuzzFeed, I will give them this where credit's due. BuzzFeed was fairly decent a long, long time ago. When I say a long time ago, I mean like a decade ago. Um, we're talking like back in like 2011. Um, BuzzFeed didn't used to be like BuzzFeed as we know it now. BuzzFeed was basically just like it was like cracked.com. It was like an aggregate of just like random crap, of just like random things around the internet. And I actually was featured in a BuzzFeed article a while back. I think it was like 2013. There's a BuzzFeed article about I think it's called like top 10 toys that we would like to see in stores, and they shared one of my Lego creations. I know about that because my little sister actually showed me a link to the article. Yeah, the BuzzFeed Unsolved. Yeah, there's a lot of true crime on YouTube. But my little sister texted me and said, "Hey, look, you're featured in a BuzzFeed article." And then I got a lot of new subscribers on Twitter because of it. This is like back in 2013. But then, yeah, then I think around like 2014 or 2015 is when BuzzFeed became like the BuzzFeed as we know now, of just being a cesspool. I steer clear of BuzzFeed at all costs. Oh yeah, I'm showing my age here, but like I said, I'm 36. I just turned 36 last month. I remember back before the internet existed, and back when the internet was brand new, it was way different than it is now. The internet, as we currently know it now, started to take shape around the 2010s. Even before the 2010s, like it was still kind of the old school, like Wild West, where like you'd get like LimeWire and download videos and stuff, and mess your computer up. E-Bombs World, yeah, E-Bombs World, Newgrounds, Break.com, Albino Black Sheep. What were some more? Yeah, E-Bombs World, yeah, yeah. I'm talking like this is like 2004. I would say social media degraded. The internet degraded because of social media. Like that's honestly what kicked it into gear. Hmm. The Bob Ross set, as of this upload, the Lego Bob Ross set, I think it's at 2,300 and something votes, but it has 400 days left. So I'm trying to get like another big boost for it. Now, believe me, but when I was 18, this is like 2002, 2003. The internet was, oh god, you could barely even watch videos on the internet back then. YouTube wasn't around yet. Somebody wanted to show you a video, they would have to upload it somewhere and give you a link, and like the quality was potato. We're talking like 144p for every video, and like flash games. That's all it was. You can get away with a lot more too. Like back in the day, there's a Live Leak is still around. Yeah, Live Leak is still around, but I know there was a website called Rotten.com that showed like dead bodies and people committing suicide, like really crazy things. You're born 2002. I graduated high school in 2003. Yeah, my very first broadband modem was like 2002, I think, too, as well. I remember dial up. The very first time I ever went on the internet was maybe I was like 10 or 11. I had an aunt and uncle who were kind of rich, and they had a lot of expensive electronics, and they got a brand new computer back in like '95. They were like early adopters for the internet, and they had Prodigy. This is before AOL. Oh, okay. Well, here's why I'm a big Monkey fan. Um, Back in 2018, I used to work this really extremely boring office job at Goldman Sachs in Manhattan. The bank Goldman Sachs. Um, I worked there overnights for 10 hours a day, and I had a lot of downtime, so I used to binge YouTube videos a lot. Um, I was really back in 2018. I was really big into true crime videos. Like about like murderers, missing people, mysteries. And I watched a video about famous spree killers. One of them was Elliot Rodger. I watched a video on Elliot Rodger, and then afterwards, I was recommended it one of Monkey's videos. I thought it was funny, and he did a lot of good content, and I subscribed to him. And then from there, I just became a huge fan. But despite our major age differences, though, when I was Monkey's age, back when I was in my early 20s, my friends and I this is before YouTube even existed. My friends and I used to do videos just like that. This is back in like the 2000s. My friends and I used to record like these like really cringy, edgy videos, and upload them. We'd show them to people. Eventually we did have a YouTube channel. We'd share it with links to people. This is back in like the days of MySpace. So discovering Monkey's channel and watching Monkey Jones stops a school shooting, and the Cool Cat video, I found it to be fascinating because it's a whole new generation of like young edgelords making cringy low budget content. So in a sense, it's kind of like seeing the torch get passed. When I was in my early 20s, my friends and I used to do videos just like that. We'd use like camcorders and make zombie movies. Just seeing Monkey do the exact same thing, it's like a whole new generation, which I found to be very fascinating. Yeah, I know. I remember when his channel got deleted. I mentioned this in the last stream. When Monkey's channel got deleted, I was actually in between jobs. I was in the middle of being interviewed for another job, and I remember I got the note. I was actually on my computer in the morning, checking my emails about the new job supposed to get hired at, and I just got a notification there's a new YouTube video. I was like, oh, cool, Monkey just uploaded. It was a solid black background of him saying, if you're watching this video, then it means my channel is about to be deleted. And it was like his goodbye thing. And then after that, his channel got terminated. Yeah, it was just, I'll never forget. Yeah, that was December 11th, 2008. I discovered Rusty's channel independently of Monkey. I discovered Rusty's channel because at the same time I was working at Goldman Sachs. Um, I watched a video about gang stalking, like targeted individuals. I was actually watching a Mr. Medicare video about gang stalking, and one of the recommended videos after that was a Rusty Cage video about gang stalking. Yeah, Monkey had 300K. Yeah, before Monkey's channel got terminated, he had 300K. I remember that. I remember that for a fact because um, his channel was growing pretty rapidly too. Because when I discovered his channel, he had like 100K. This is like in early 2018. Yeah, and then like by the time it got terminated, because I remember he was rivaling with Quentin. And Quentin still has like 300K. Quentin's channel is dead. Quentin reviews. But yeah, I discovered Rusty Cage's channel independently, and then actually when I was a fan of both of them, and then I saw the Wheel of Punishment, and I put two and two together and realized that they were friends in real life, which I thought was pretty cool. But yes, that's the reason why I'm a lot older than a Monkey, but I'm a huge fan. I found Imp, even before then. I found Imp because because remember the YTP videos. I used to make my own YTPs back in like 2013 or so. So I was actually familiar with Imp Lemon. And then when I saw him on the State of the YouTube, I'm like, oh, I know you. That's the guy that did the Hank Hill video. Yeah, that was pretty cool. The fact that they're all together like that. But yeah, so I discovered all three of them independently. I think probably the very first Monkey video I watched, I knew it was an Elliot Rodger video. I know that for a fact. It might have been the Elliot Rodger lottery video. It was either that or the video about Oh My God with Peter Rogers' dad doing that really crappy religion movie. But I was hooked from the get go. Like once I watched one of them, I was like, these are actually really funny. And then I watched the survival guide videos too. Those were all great. Again, like it reminded me of the kind of stuff that my friends and I used to do when we were younger. The stream's crashing here. All right, the stream's cutting out here. Hang on. All right, we're going at 1 megabit per second. Hmm. Elliot was in the top 1K in a rhythm game called OSU. One of my IRL friends is actually in the Guinness Book of World Records for a speed run for Portal back in like 2005, I think. How much money do I spend on Lego? I don't really keep track. I mean, I'm not gonna tell you how much money I make per year, but I do have a lot of disposable income. I mean, I live alone. I don't have any like. I have bills. I mean, obviously, I pay rent. My electricity. I pay for 2 different storage units, in 2 different states. But yeah, I have a lot of disposable income. I'm not gonna brag about. I'm not gonna flaunt how much money I make. I mean, but I've been a graphic designer for 10 years now, and I work in the financial industry. I work as a graphic designer for like one of the world's largest banks. So I'm not rich in any stretch of the imagination, but I do earn a decent living, enough that I can survive in New York City, pay my bills on time, buy a ton of toys, and still have enough breathing room to to live comfortably. That we'll just leave it there. Yeah, a friend of mine used to do Portal speedruns back in the 2000s. He actually is in the Guinness Book of World Records. Um, I want to say it was 2005 or 2006. His name is Mike Yanni. I actually did look it up recently. I googled it, but he has a tattoo on his foot of the Portal logo after he got in the Guinness book. He got like the little Portal aperture symbol on his foot. Okay, Hell, Bob. What kind of music do I like? In a broad sense, in a very, very broad sense, I would say most kind of heavy rock from the past like 40 or so years, which again, it's a very broad term. Um, Mostly like metal, classic rock, alternative, grunge. I was born in the '80s. I grew up in the '90s. So when I was a kid, I was like really big into bands like Nirvana, Soundgarden, Alice in Chains, Metallica, Stone Temple Pilots, which I still like those bands. Then when I got older, like in the late '90s, when I was like in my teens, I was really big into new metal. Like um, I liked System of a Down at first. I kind of liked System of a Down. My friends all did. I liked a few songs by them. I was big into Corn when I was like 14. I was big into Corn. I was into like Corn, Deftones. One of my girlfriends at the time was really big into like Slipknot, Cradle of Filth, like a lot of like heavier bands. But then as I got older, I got more into like Disturbed. Yeah, I knew them. As I got older, then later into my teens and into my 20s, I got more into like classic rock. And I kind of never really went back. Like I'm like really big into bands like like Van Halen, Aerosmith, AC/DC, Kiss, um, Judas Priest, Iron Maiden, Megadeth, Anthrax. Yeah, pretty much any kind of like heavy rock from the '70s and '80s. I'm really big into. There's some bands that I never really like, but I can appreciate them. Like I'm not a huge Slayer fan, but I kind of like Slayer. They have some good songs. Yeah, I like Jimi Hendrix. Um, I never liked Tool. Tool was like really big in the '90s when I was a kid, but I never got into them. Um, I like some Pantera. Pantera was pretty good. Megadeth is okay. But I was more of a Metallica fan. Like Metallica was like my favorite band when I was like 13. Back during like the era of like Reload. Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, Pink Floyd. I've seen Roger Waters in concert before. Um, Back in 2012, Roger Waters did a concert at Yankee Stadium. Where he did a full Pink Floyd The Wall concert, which is really great. They had they actually made the big wall set, which is cool. Yeah, my stepdad was really big into Tool because my mom and dad had me when they were both really young. They were both boomers, and my mom divorced when I was like in kindergarten, and she remarried my stepdad, who was a lot younger than her. So my stepdad was more like a brother than he was a dad. So my stepdad back in the '90s was like really big into bands like Tool, Pantera, Slayer, Life of Agony, Primus. Oh yeah, yeah. That's I forget the name of the album. It starts with an A. Anima. The 3D glasses. Yeah. It's lenticular. It's like a little 3D like holographic effect. My stepdad had that album as well. Yes, I think it's called Anima or something like that. Where it has the eyeball that moves around the front cover. Yeah, I remember when that album came out. I was like 10. My older sister, who's a year older than me, she was really big into bands like Smashing Pumpkins. Yeah, Anima. My older sister was big into bands like Smashing Pumpkins, Alanis Morissette, Garbage, Poe, and a bunch of like these like techno bands from the '90s. Like she was big into like Ace of Base. My sister and I are about like a year apart. Pink Floyd came to Phoenix. Oh, what was it? So it was Pink Floyd though. It wasn't Roger Waters. It was like it was Dave Gill. It was like the Dave Gilmore Pink Floyd. So it was '80s Pink Floyd. So we're talking like was it Delicate Sound of Thunder or no, Momentary Lapse of Reason. What it was, I believe. '80s Pink Floyd was different because after Roger Waters left, they kind of went the same direction as like a lot of '80s prog rock bands, like Yes and Genesis kind of did the same thing too, where they went down that kind of like new wave sort of sound. They became kind of like a weird synth band. Like Genesis especially like Phil Collins Genesis is like the most notorious for that. Yeah, Momentary Lapse of Reason. My dad, my dad was like a big stoner and a huge boomer. My dad was really big into bands like Rush, Yes, Jethro Tull, Grateful Dead, uh, Cream, and the Rolling Stones. My dad's seen the Rolling Stones in concert multiple times, but my dad was a huge Deadhead. And he was like big into Rush. Like Rush fans are like a different breed of Rush fans are unique. Like people either like Rush or they really like Rush. It's like yeah, Canadian bands. Like actually, there's a lot of good bands from Canada. There's Neil Young, the Guess Who, Beckman Turner Overdrive. Yeah, they're all good Canadian bands. Um, there's a Canadian hair metal band. Actually, there's a couple of them, but there's a band from Canada called Triumph. They were kind of like Rainbow, like Richie Blackmore's Rainbow. They were big in the '70s for a little bit, but they're kind of like Rush. They had a song that's called "Lay It on the Line." You might have heard it, like "Lay It on the Line." They were one of those like early '80s, like kind of they're kind of like Rush, almost like Rush. From their band, they were like I wouldn't say like the Cars. No, they weren't as poppy and upbeat as the Cars. Yeah, "Lay It on the Line." This is the Lego NES. This is the TV portion. Here, for those of you just tuning in, no pun intended. This is the TV set NES. Right now, here's the TV port. You turn a little crank, and there's little gears move around. Actually, for anyone just tuning in now, here's the NES part. I think I showed this earlier, but check it out. Got the game in here. But yeah, my dad was in the army back in the '80s, and he was a big pothead. He was really big into Grateful Dead, and my dad used to smoke a lot of pot and with his army buddies, and listen to like Rush and Grateful Dead. Oh, and Blue Oyster Cult. My parents were both really big into Blue Oyster Cult. My mom was really big into bands like AC/DC and Black Sabbath. Hang on a second here. What time is it? Let me get something to drink real quick. Right back. Ugh. Let me head over to my refrigerator right now. Let me get my energy drinks. All right, get ready for this. I'm gonna live into the stereotype here. Look what I got. My sips. I bought a case of these a couple weeks ago. It was like $40 on Amazon for 24 cans of Monster. This flavor is salt. This flavor, it's like cola. It tastes almost like it's like Dr. Pepper. Well, it's like Dr. Pepper, cherry cola, cherry Coke. But yeah, there's a lot of good Canadian bands. Like I said, Neil Young, The Guess Who, Beckman Turner Overdrive. There's a Canadian glam metal band back in the '80s called Kick Axe. There's a cool name. They were actually no, Kick Axe was like Def Leppard. They're more like one of those like like new wave metal bands, but they're kind of like more of like a glam metal band. Yeah, Assault. These are hard to find. You can only find these at like certain gas stations across the U.S. Red Bull is probably my favorite energy drink, but it's expensive as hell. It's like $4 a can. So I only drink Red Bull on special occasions. Crack. I think my neighbors smoke crack. No, they're on something. I know that. There's like the Avia port. All right, so I'm watching To Catch a Predator right now. This is the episode when they go to Ohio. Red Bull is it's a lot sweeter. Oh wow, $2 for 12 ounce. Yeah, here in New York City, like I'm talking like those big cans of Red Bull, like the ones where it's like enough to actually like want to warrant drinking. They're like 4.99 a can at like 7-Eleven. I mean, it's not highway robbery. It's not super expensive, but it's like if given the choice between paying $2 for a can of Monster or like $5 for Red Bull, I'm gonna obviously go with this. Actually, the cheapest energy drinks are Rockstar. They're like a dollar. They're like $1.50. Yeah, like there's different size Red Bulls. Like there's those little tiny cans, the little 8 ounce ones. You can get those anywhere. Like you can get those at like any store. Um, the big cans, you see those usually at like Walgreens. They're like the 16-ounce cans, but they're like they're like $5 a can. And for the same price, you can get like 3 cans of Monster. Actually, 7-Eleven, I think it's like 3 cans of Monster for $5. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I go for the taste. Um, I really miss Full Throttle. I don't know if they still sell those or not. Full Throttle was like a weird flavor kind of energy drink. You see those at I would see those at Home Depot every now and then. They were good. Mhm. I remember back in the early 2000s when I was in high school, they had these energy tablets, but they took them off the market because kids were getting sick from them. Um, they were like pure caffeine tablets, and they were called Yellow Jackets. When I was like 18, I took two at once, and I got a seizure, and I had to go to the hospital. But there were these little like yellow and black like caffeine tablet thingies. I can't stand coffee. Every time I drink coffee, I always burn my tongue. It always makes my mouth smell bad too. I don't like it. And plus, my grandparents drank coffee, so it reminds me of old people. And energy drinks, it's like drinking soda. It's like drinking Sprite, but it's like super Sprite. Yeah, I remember Jolt. I mean, I vaguely do. Actually, Brick Biters, you missed it last week on the live stream. I had a very, very, very lengthy discussion about defunct sodas from the '90s. Balls. I remember balls because we used to make all sorts of puns about it. But '90s soft drinks. Oh god, well obviously the gold standard was Surge. There was Surge. We had Fruitopia. We had Sobe. We had Boku. We had Josta. We had a bunch of different Gatorade flavors that are no longer on the market. But Surge was oh wait we had Orbits, which is like lava lamp. Um, no, but seriously, remember when Surge came out? It was actually yeah, root beer's good. Um, Surge came out the summer between sixth and seventh grade for me, so I was like 12. And I remember the marketing campaign for it. They had like guys like skiing and snowboarding, and they'd like scream "Surge!" It was like Mountain Dew but on crack. Yeah, yeah, I mentioned Orbits. Orbits. It's like a lava lamp. Yeah, Orbits. That came out when I was in elementary school. They're like these like little bottles. They have these little floating balls in there. I think they're like gummy ball things. I remember I drank one in school, and the kids were like, "What the hell is that?" Yeah, yeah, Orbits. Yep. Yeah, that was back in like the late '90s. There's another soda called Josta. It was like raspberry soda. It actually tasted like it was like Dr Pepper but like tangier. Yeah, yeah. They look for it. I think like you can probably see pictures of it on Google, but like it's actually let me write it out here. Yeah, orbits. Yeah, there's like these little like gummy balls that would float in there. Yeah, yeah. There's like little boba pearls. Yeah, I remember I brought it to school and it looked like I was drinking from a lava lamp. Actually, it kind of reminds me of like bubble tea from like a Korean restaurant. But yeah, I remember when those came out. That was the late '90s. They had this really cool flavor of what the hell was it called? It wasn't Gatorade. It was they had a really cool flavor of Powerade from back in the 2000s. It was called Jagged Ice, and they took it off the market. But it was cool. It was like blue raspberry. It was great. It was like blue raspberry sports drink. Surge was something else. And Ecto Cooler. But there's Fruitopia. You might have seen memes about that. That was back in like '94, '95. There's Fruitopia. There's Boku. Yeah. Well, it's not just sugar water. There's electrolytes and stuff. I mean, obviously, it's what plants crave. Yeah, but seriously, I actually watched a documentary on that. Gatorade was actually invented for the Florida Gators for their football team. The whole spiel was that it was water, but there's also like salt and like potassium in there too. Which actually, when they first used it back in like the '60s, they actually did see improved performances for the sports teams. It actually did hydrate them better. But like sports drinks are only good if you're actually like if you're very very active. Otherwise, it's just sugar water. Yeah, Fruitopia was awesome. Fruitopia. I get that mixed up. There's Boku. That was another one. They have Fruitopia in Canada. Yes, the original flavor was orange. Um, there was a drink back in the '90s called Boku, Boku, and they had a comedian endorse it. I forget which comedian it was. It wasn't Gary Shandling. These are like some like these are like boomer references here. Um, some comedian would endorse. It was like a soft drink. It was like apple juice. There's some comedian that used to endorse it. I forget who it was. I keep thinking it was like Gary Shandling or I can't remember. It wasn't John Stewart. No, it was Oku no Pico. Well, yeah, yeah, well, yeah. Actually, well, it's drinking sugar water and just not drinking anything else will cause kidney stones. Like if you just like casually drink like Powerade for the hell of it, that'll screw up your kidneys. But like if you work at like a UPS facility, then yeah, you need to drink sports drinks. I used to drink absurd amounts of sports drinks when I was younger. Um, I used to work at Home Depot back when I was like 21. I worked in the lumber department. I was like there was like buckets of sweat dripping off me every day. I worked there in the summertime, and it's like I would get like a huge these like giant like 20 out like not 20 these like 2 liter bottles of Gatorade, and it's like chug it the whole night there while I'm like loading plywood on the shelves. It was insane. Yeah, I used to work at Home Depot. Yeah, I worked at Home Depot overnights. Um, like no, that's going to bother me. What comedian was Richard Lewis? That's who it was. He was that guy with long hair and the dark circles under his eyes. Richard Lewis was the guy that used to endorse Boku. Yeah. No, actually, I worked at Home Depot overnight. A buddy of mine was in a band who worked there with me, and he recorded an album about working at Home Depot. He recorded a song in the tune of Neil Young's "Keep on Rocking in the Keep on Rocking in the Free World," but it was called "Keep on Stalking at the Depot." It was pretty funny. I like that. Yeah, retail sucks. I used to work at Walmart too. That was interesting. I worked at Walmart for a whole year back in 2009. I mean, right now I work as a graphic designer for like one of the world's largest banks, but I come from a very blue collar background. The share at Walmart. Yeah, keep on stalking at the depot. He wrote a bunch of songs about Home Depot. Like he did he did a parody of Judas Priest's "You Got Another Thing Coming." Well, you got another skid coming about how like when they bring you a skid to pack out. Because we worked overnight stocking the shelves, so all the songs were about like stocking shelves, pallets, skids, forklifts, all that fun stuff. Yeah, I worked at Walmart. Actually, I worked at Walmart for about 10 months in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and then for about a month and a half or so in Secaucus, New Jersey. I transferred, and that's how I moved to New York City. All right, take care. Was it Buxna? Buxna? Yeah. And Walmart wasn't too bad. It was just that the people there sucked. Yeah. No, when I worked there third shift as a maintenance associate. So my job was was to wax the floors. Like that big like scrubber machine you push around. That's what I did. No, I was never forklift certified. I had friends who were, but I never wanted to because that means they would make you do extra work. Terry Crews. Yeah, I almost worked at UPS. That was actually when I was like 18. I applied for a job there, and that was going to be one of my very first jobs. But they warned me. It's like this isn't like an easy job at all. Like we're gonna bust your ass working here. Yeah. When I worked at Walmart, I worked there overnights as a maintenance associate. Home Depot, I was a freight handler. Actually, I worked at Home Depot on and off for a while. Like I worked as a freight handler, then I was like a vendor for a little bit. This is back in like the 2000s. I almost got a job at IBM. I was almost interviewed there. I almost got interviewed at Google a while back too. But because they have offices all throughout the country. Um, but I'm actually on a very good arc right now in terms of my employment. Like I've only been working for large Fortune 500 companies. Ever since I got hired at Goldman Sachs, which when I got hired at Goldman Sachs, that was like a weird fluke. Because prior to that, all the companies I worked for, were these like really crappy small businesses that like paid next to nothing, and just really crappy companies that like small businesses, startups. And once I got hired at Goldman Sachs, after Goldman Sachs, I worked at Barclays, I worked at Bank of America, and now I'm working at Citibank. But IBM is pretty cool. I know Jerry's a race car driver. He drove so goddamn fast. He never got a checkered flag. I forgot the lyrics to it. I'm not a big Primus fan. My friends are. It's a good song though. I like it. My stepdad was really big into Primus. There we go. Okay. Anyway, so now the stream died for like a minute or so. Anyway, but yeah, Les Claypool. The best Primus song was "Why Known as Big Brown Beaver." Yeah, I know a cat named Tommy. That was Tom Waits was on there, wasn't he? I never saw Primus though. Um, the stream just keeps crashing. Okay. Yeah, they're Taco Bell. Here, this is what I'm eating right now. How about that? I remember when Primus came out with the Brown album. I was like in middle school. There's Over the Falls. Pork soda, I remember that. There's Tales from the Punch Bowl. Yeah, I'm familiar with Primus. Um, no, I don't like Dorito Locos. When it comes to Taco Bell, I'm very very like milk toast. I'm just a straight up taco burrito guy. I don't get too crazy with anything. Never had In and Out. Is that even in? Is that only in Texas? Or did your pain with a harmonica? Uh, Culver's. No, but I'm familiar with it. I know Monk used to work at Culver's. He mentioned that on. I should know he did that in that the $5 video. He talks about it. Hmm. As for In and Outs from California, I'm confusing that with Whataburger. Kind of an unpopular. Yeah, it's a Midwest thing. Yeah, Monkey's from Iowa. Unpopular opinion, but a fast food restaurant that nobody. I can't think of a single person I've ever met that actually likes this place. I'm talking nobody likes this place. I'm the only person I know. I'm the only person I know who unironically likes Long John Silver's, which is a seafood fast food place. Which you can't find them anywhere. We had like one back in Pennsylvania, and there's zero here in New York. But I liked it. I actually liked. I'm not a big seafood fan, but I liked Long John Silver's. Like I actually found it to be really really good. Long John Silver's. Yeah, there you go. It's a seafood fast food place. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's like it's on the verge of bankruptcy. Yeah, one Long John Silver's in Minnesota. It's a fast food it's a fast food seafood place, but it's surprisingly good. Yeah, like it's like they have stuff like they have like fried fish sandwiches, fried shrimp. Like it's actually surprisingly really good. It's horrible for you. Like everything is like covered in grease. But they have hush puppies. They're so cool. They're like little crunchy balls. Yeah, the Mall of America. Yeah. Um, I really like it though. It's actually like when I was a kid, I always liked going there. And I'm not even a big seafood fan except for like sushi, but I like Long John Silver's. I could make an Elliot Roger. Hey, Shady Sable, what's going on? I remember you're from Empcore, right? Yeah, there's a bunch of Popeyes here in New York. Not a big fan. I'm actually more of a KFC guy myself. KFC is overpriced. It's like $30 for a bucket of chicken now. When I was a kid, it was like $10. Meat Canyon? No, I never heard of that. Yeah, it's okay. I mean, another unpopular opinion was I liked Arby's. Everyone hated Arby's when I was younger, but I actually like Arby's. The roast beef is good. Yeah, KFC is greasy, but Arby's is good. I miss Long John Silver's. Long John Silver's is actually pretty good. Like I said, everyone hated it. It was so greasy, but I liked it. There's a Chick-fil-A down the street from where I live. Like here in Manhattan, there's a bunch of Chick-fil-A's. How's it going, Batshit Asylum? Panera, I never ate there before, but a friend of mine used to work there. I'm talking like he worked there back in like 2004. I like Burger King. Burger King is awesome. All right, we actually had this discussion last week about like the hierarchy of fast food. Okay, McDonald's French fries, McDonald's nuggets are bar none the best nuggets and French fries. Like no one can top McDonald's nuggets and French fries. But their burgers are very lackluster and small. Burger King burgers, the meat from Burger King burgers is ultimately better than McDonald's and Wendy's. Um, but Burger King fries and nuggets are very, very lackluster, and they're bad in comparison to McDonald's. Wendy's is like a like very like Wendy's is kind of mediocre, but they're okay. I remember back when they changed BK's fries recipes. They tasted way different back in the '90s, and back I think I mentioned this on last week's stream too. Was back in the '90s, Burger King changed their recipe for their fries to be a lot better, and they did a whole promotional campaign for it using Mr. Potato Head. This is like 1998. They had commercials with Mr. Potato Head as like a claymation character. Oh yeah, McDonald's fries. I mentioned this on the last stream too. Back when I was a kid in the '80s, back when I was a kid in the '80s, my mom was a manager at McDonald's, so that's all we would eat. Like she'd just bring home tons and tons of fries every day. And actually, Brick Biters. You remember? Well, you're older than me. You remember back in the '80s when they had the McDonald's Lego toys? When I was a kid, my mom worked there, and she brought me home a huge box of just like a bunch of the McDonald's Lego sets. I actually have one here with me. Here, I'll show you guys later. Hmm. Actually, here, let me go get it. Thank yeah. There we go. Here, for some of the younger people on here, this is from 1989. Back when I was like in pre-kindergarten, my mom used to work at McDonald's. She was the manager, and she brought me home a huge box of these when I was a kid. Yeah, the Happy Meal. Yeah, these are Happy Meal toys from back in the late 1980s. These things were awesome. It was a much simpler time back then. They had these little Lego race cars. I bought this pre-packaged at an antique shop a few years ago. 89. Yeah, I think I paid like $5 for this at an antique shop. But yeah, these were Happy Meal toys from back in the '80s. I was like 5 when these came out. And my mom, like I said, my mom was the manager. She came home one day with a huge box of these when I was like 5, and it was like a crack addict getting his fix. It was a huge rush, and I just remember like just going berserk. I was a 5-year-old kid and just seeing so many Lego pieces in my whole life. It was just insane. Yeah, but I have a couple of those that I found at an antique shop. I went antiquing a few years back, and I found that. Um, I found there was a Ronald McDonald Lego statue, but I didn't feel like paying for it though. Yeah, was that a proponent? No, that was David Gilmour said that in Time. Um, Probably one of my happiest Lego experiences was when I was about actually the same age, when I was 5 years old. In King of Prussia, Pennsylvania, which is like a city outside of Philadelphia, there was like a Lego trade show. It was like a convention exhibit type thing they had at the mall. King of Prussia Mall. It's a huge, huge shopping mall. It's not as big as Mall of America, but it's damn near close. Um, they had like some weird like Lego exhibit there back in the late '80s. Where I'm talking like you go in the mall, they had sculptures everywhere, statues of made from Lego. They had little kiosks everywhere where kids can just play with whatever they wanted. And my mom took me there when I was like 5, and I'm kidding. Like it was like an acid trip. Not that I condone drug usage or anything, but that's seriously what it was like. Like I remember just my mom took me to the mall, and there was just booths and kiosks everywhere of just nothing but Lego pieces and statues and sculptures. And I remember just like I lost my mind. Like I had like a break. I had like a huge breakdown. Like I didn't know what to think. It was like you all heard the thing about a kid in a candy shop. Well, this was a 5-year-old like a Baron von Brunk in a shopping mall filled with Lego pieces, and my brain couldn't comprehend it. But it was one of my fondest memories as a kid. This is a long time ago. This is back in the late '80s. It's like, imagine going to the mall and it's like all the kiosks there, they have like giant sculptures inside glass cases, and they just had like booths where you can just play. They just had like piles and piles of Lego pieces. You can just play with whatever you wanted for free. And I'll never forget, my mom took me there, and it's just the greatest experience of my life at that point. Here's what we got here for TV. Yeah. Morgan Freeman, he's overrated. Is he still around? I don't know. He's like 90. But remember when Hot Topic came out? I was like in high school. Hot Topic was cool at first for like the first like few months. Then it got really commercial. I remember when Lego Star Wars first came out. Because that was actually one of the very first licensed themes they came out with. Because I mentioned this on last week's stream too. Lego, the company, was actually on the verge of bankruptcy back in the 90s. And what actually got them out of the hole was when they came out with licensed themes, that and Bionicle. But Lego Star Wars was one of the very first licensed themes they had, followed by Harry Potter, SpongeBob, and Marvel. And the very first Lego Star Wars set I ever got, I was like 14 at the time. It was from Phantom Menace, I believe. It was like summer of '99. Yeah, Tim Burton and Vader Zim. I don't remember the last time I went to Hot Topic. I mean, I had a friend that worked at Hot Topic for a while. There's my microphone here. Um, no, back in the 2000s, a friend of mine was a manager at Hot Topic. Um, he worked at Hot Topic and he worked at Spencer's too. Oh, my microphone's acting weird. My mic sound good? Got crumbs everywhere. Anyway, but yeah, a buddy of mine worked there. Like most of my friends who live back in Pennsylvania, they all work at like Target and the mall, even though they're like in their 30s now. I'm like the only one that went out to become like a professional. Like one of my friends works. He worked at Home Depot since like 2006. He's a college dropout. This is for the model. It's a Samson. Spencer's Gifts used to be really cool back in the 90s. Like back in the 90s, Spencer's was like, it was really, they had a lot of like, actually Spencer's was like Hot Topic back in the day, but it was more like less goth, a little more hippie. But they had like band shirts, like band memorabilia, um, lava lamps and things like that. Actually, I got my very first lava lamp for my I think my 11th birthday at Spencer's. They had like a lot of cool like stoners type stuff that I used to collect when I was really young. Like my older sister had a bunch of stuff from there too, like I'm talking like black light posters of like yin yangs and stuff like that. Nowadays, like it's all just like Family Guy merchandise and like like drinking memorabilia, like shot glasses and crap. Couldn't even imagine what nowadays. But yeah, a friend of mine was a manager at Spencer's back in the 2000s. Actually, I think Spencer's is owned by Spirit, or no, no, I think Spencer's owns Spirit Halloween. So my friend worked at Spencer's, but then he would also work at the Halloween store too. Boo ball. Spencer's was really cool back in the day. Remember back when music stores were a thing before streaming was even around. Like back in the '90s, there's the record store called The Wall. That was like it was a CD store. It was kind of expensive, but they had like it was like the best CD store at the mall. There's Sam Goody. Uh, Before FYE was a thing, there was a store called Camelot. It was like a music store. Then it became FYE for your entertainment. Yeah, Sam Goody's. Yeah, Sam Goody was cool. The Wall was the best music store. It was pricey, but you get a really good deal there. I get all my band T-shirts there. I was like 14, so I would get like I'd go to the Wall and get like T-shirts for like Deftones and Korn when I was like a little like 13, like 14-year-old edgelord. I didn't wear Jenko jeans. My parents wouldn't let me. For those of you Zoomers who don't know, Jenko jeans, they were a brand of jeans, or they're a brand of like pants from back in the '90s. Um, they were unusually baggy. Like we're talking like the waist would fit you, but like the pants were like it was like wearing trash bags on your legs. These like absurdly baggy pants, and the cool kids at school wore them, but my parents wouldn't let me have them. I don't know, my parents were really strict. Um, my older sister wore Jenko jeans, but spoiler, she was obese, so so they weren't baggy on her. But I was a skinny kid, so for me, baggy pants was like it was like drowning in cloth. But yeah, that was like the cool thing back in like 1998, 1999 was to wear like absurdly baggy pants and like listen to bands like Korn and Deftones, Limp Bizkit, well, like Filter and Sublime. It was the late '90s. Yeah, I wouldn't know. Like I said, I just wore normal pants. My parents wouldn't let me. I wanted Janko jeans though, because I always thought they looked cool. Nowadays like it's a thing is to wear like skinny jeans. I never got into that. But yeah, Jankos were the thing. All right, so now we're still building the TV here. It's very, very intricate. This thing is intricate as hell. The golf shorts. Yeah, what was that Brick Biter? Was Cyber Golf? That was a thing, right? Cyber Golf, that was like a early 2000s thing. People wear like the baggy pants with all the straps on them. I only wear like Dickies crew pants because they're very, very versatile. So it's like I work in an office building where you have to wear like semi-formal. So it's like Dickies. It's like wearing dress pants, but they're like super durable. Like they're not too baggy, they're not too tight. It's like normal pants. I wear these cowboy shirts at work too. My thing. I haven't worn jeans since I was like what, like 15. Actually, no. The last time I actually wore jeans was a couple years ago. Actually, no. It was I went as Steve Jobs for Halloween, like a zombie Steve Jobs. So I had like the black turtleneck and the jeans. think I'm missing a piece here again. Yeah, no, it was just like right after he died. This is like 2011, I think. Um, what I did is I painted my beard to be white. I dyed my hair white, painted my beard. I drew on my eyebrows to make them look like they're like really dark and pointy. And I did zombie makeup, so I had like my skin was rotting off. I got little gold glasses. I got a black turtleneck, jeans, sneakers, and I walked around with my phone. The best part though, which nobody got though, I walked past a bunch of Girl Scouts who were selling they're selling like they're selling cookies and like apple juice. This is because this is back in October, and they're like, "Hello, excuse me, sir, would you like to buy some apple juice?" And I was like, "Apple juice? Why, yes, I'm a huge fan of Apple products." You know, but nobody got the humor. Um, Bill Gates. Bill Gates is a weird person. I think I'm missing a piece here. I hate when this happens. Okay, I think I'm missing a piece. Oh wait, never mind. Bill Gates had kind of a weird arc. Like back in the '90s, Bill Gates was like he was hated by everyone because he was seen as like this like sort of like Jeff Bezos type guy. He was like this huge billionaire, and they used to make fun of him constantly on like SNL and everything. And then all of a sudden, like he did this weird redemption arc where now people think he's like going to save the world with vaccines and everything. He did a promo for Doom back when Windows 95 came out because there's an entire like long backstory for it though. But a buddy of mine was actually the first person to see it in years because trying to give you a good TLDR, but back when Windows 95 came out, they did a trade show with Microsoft, and they got id Software to do a thing with Doom, and they actually hired Bill Gates to wear he wore a trench coat and got a shotgun, and was in front of a green screen in front of with the game Doom, and was like talking about playing it, and they showed him like killing a zombie, and it was really crappy looking, and you know Bill Gates he had his voice was cracking, and he's like, these games are getting really realistic. Don't interrupt me. Yeah. Um, well, no one's ever seen the footage for that initially. So a buddy of mine read about it in a book about Doom called Masters of Doom, and we contacted the guy who wrote the book, and we found out who actually made the video. We found the actual footage for it. This is like back in like 2005, I think, and we leaked it on YouTube. John Romero, he's retweeted me before. I made a Lego Wolfenstein set a while back, and he actually retweeted me. He tweeted at me before too. Um, I made a so actually some of you guys might know. I think the Iron Ford might know, or Fjord might know. I made a Doom parody on Newgrounds.com back in 2006, and it actually went viral. This is like early YouTube, but this is actually on Newgrounds, and John Romero posted it on his website for me, which is really cool. Stream's cutting out again. Or the stream just cut out. But if you caught any of that, I was talking about how I made a Doom cartoon back in the early 2000s, and John Romero posted it on his website for me. Hang on a second, stream's cutting out again. But yeah, the cartoon was called Masters of Doom, the animated series. We posted it on Newgrounds. Okay. But yeah, John Romero was awesome. Um, he tweeted something a few months ago where some kid sent him a letter saying that some like little kid sent him a letter saying that he wishes he could have been born in 1985 so that he could experience playing Doom for the first time in the 90s. So I replied back. I replied to his tweet and said, "Hey, I was born in '84, and I played Doom for the first time in the '90s as well. It's like Wolfenstein." Tom Hall replied to me too. Well, he's Tom Hall, you know, the guy that made the Dope Fish. Oh yeah, yeah, the guitar solo. Yeah, that was the guitar. Yeah, you should have asked me. That was from The Transformers the movie, there's a song from a band called NRG, and it was called Instruments of Destruction. And that was the guitar solo. Yeah, I could have told you that. I wanna redo that, but here's a problem though. Is that the guy I made that cartoon with, Real Splatter Productions. We're currently not on speaking terms anymore at the moment for various personal reasons. But he was actually the one I made the collaboration with. He was the voice of, if you remember Masters of Doom, he was the voice of John Carmack. Like, you know, the robot John Carmack, where he's like, "What is he doing? Scuba diving? That was my friend Mike. I played the voice of John Romero. Um, yeah, I played John Romero. You know, he's where John Romero was like, "Suck it down, monkey shit." Like, "Hey, Tom Hall, get in here, man. We're gonna go get pizza." "Oh man, who put their severed legs in the trash can?" Yeah, that was me. My friend Mike played. He played Adrian Carmack as well. But I wanted to do a reboot of that. It was like a modern, updated version of that. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, what we're talking about. There was a book written about. There's a book written about the creation of id Software back in the '90s. The book was called Masters of Doom. I think it came out in 2004. And when the book came out, a friend of mine bought it and read it and told me all about it, and he got me a copy. And so we decided to make a Flash cartoon about it. So it was a cartoon not about Doom and Wolfenstein per se, but it was about the book. So it was about the guys who made Doom and Wolfenstein in their house. You know, them like, screwing around and making software and all sorts of weird crap. And they go and get pizza and get into a car accident. No spoilers here. But yeah, we made a Flash cartoon for Newgrounds. We got on the front page. We got, I think, second place for it. And John Romero posted it on his website for us. And in the cartoon, I played the voice of John Romero, as I mentioned. And my friend, who I don't really talk to anymore, played John Carmack. Oh, I never read the whole thing. I read parts of the Triflers. I have a copy of it. It was a Patreon reward. I heard that the Triflers is a lot more humorous than it should be. Like, it's not very serious. There's like a character based off of Biggs Bigsington. We change videos here. Sorry, I'm watching To Catch a Predator in the background. Yeah, I heard it's a lot of dark humor. All right, so now we're still building the TV here. Not down any more water. I, I knocked the can of Monster onto my laptop, and then like a split second before it leaked out, I picked it up. Okay. I'm not a Tarantino fan, to be honest. Yeah, I just got a notification that the chat just disconnected temporarily. Again, my internet connection's being screwy here. All right. I mean, yeah, I would imagine it was like dark humor. I mean, I'll be honest with that. I actually don't like Quentin Tarantino at all. I never cared for him. I always thought he was overrated, and the movies were always just kind of weak. Like, I saw Kill Bill when it came out, and I just thought it was dumb. Being perfectly honest with you, I always thought Kill Bill was dumb. I never liked. Was Dusk Till Dawn? Was that him, or was that Robert Rodriguez? I forget. But I know I never cared for Pulp Fiction either. Well, yeah, he is a creep. But yeah, yeah, Django. I don't know. Here's the thing. I'm a fan of the source material for all those things. Like Django Unchained. That was well, the name Django. That was based off an Italian spaghetti western from the '60s called Django. There's a couple of them. Yeah, here were the screenplay from Dusk Till Dawn. But like Kill Bill. Kill Bill was like a live action anime, and it was inspired by a lot of spaghetti westerns too. Like actually, when I watched Kill Bill for the first time, I recognized the music from the movie. The scene where she's fighting the 88s. The song they play in the background was the theme song from a spaghetti western called "The Big Gun." I think it's called "The Big Gun Down," starring Lee Van Cleef. It was like a '60s spaghetti western. Yeah, I like spaghetti. Yeah, actually, I used to like spaghetti westerns a lot when I was younger. My stream's lagging here. Actually, I have a copy of The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly actually from Italy. A buddy of mine traveled to Rome a few years ago, and he got me a copy of it. So it's actually like an Italian dub of The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. I have on DVD. But I used to like a lot of those old school like those B westerns, like Sergio Leone. I have the soundtracks of those on CD, like actually like rare imports from Italy, where it's like the original Italian versions of them before they translate them to English. I have the full Good and the Bad and the Ugly soundtrack, the extended version. I have the Fistful of Dollars soundtrack as well. Yeah, the Good, the Bad and the Ugly was actually it's in my top 10 as well, along with Fistful of Dollars. Yeah, oh, the soundtrack is awesome. Ennio Morricone actually played here in New York a while back. Um, but yeah, spaghetti westerns. I was really big into those when I was younger. That's why when I saw Kill Bill, I was disappointed because I thought it was like a bad knockoff. Especially then when like Django Unchained came out, I'm like, oh, this is just the name itself is a ripoff of Django. Um, I remember Twin Peaks when that was the original Twin Peaks. I vaguely remember it. I was only a little kid. I'm not a David Lynch fan. My friend is. My friend's a huge David Lynch fan. Um, like he's into like Lost Highway, Mulholland Drive, Eraserhead. Um, was it the Twin Peaks movie? Was it Fire Walk with Me? Um, like I said, I'm familiar with it all, but I'm not a huge fan. I used to be friends with I used to be actually hang on a second here. I used to be friends with a couple of strippers a while back that were big David Lynch fans, and they used to do a David Lynch striptease thing. They had like a traveling show. I'm not gonna show any pictures here because it's not safe for work. But they did a whole like twin. They actually travel across the country doing this. It was like a Twin Peaks striptease show they did, and I used to be the graphic designer for their events. Yeah, David Lynch is one of those things where it's like you have to like really be into it. It's like either you like it or you don't. Yeah, experimental. Yeah, he did a cartoon series for he did a Flash series a while back called Dumbland, which is actually pretty funny. Simple Flash animation, but he had some good short films too. But I was never just really into him. Like you got like David Lynch. It's like David Lynch movies. It's like listening to prog rock. It's like either you like it or you don't. And it's like listening to bands like Rush or like Yes. It's like either you like it or you don't. If you don't like it, then you don't get it. Like a lot of it just doesn't make any sense. And I can see the appeal for it, but I'm just personally not a huge fan. But like I said, my friends were really big into it. Actually, Lost Highway. Um, when Lost Highway came out, I remember the soundtrack for that was really popular because it had like I remember Rammstein was on that, and so I discovered Rammstein back in the '90s. Um, yeah, my parents were big into Yes. But actually, when I first discovered Rammstein, because they were on the Lost Highway soundtrack, along with like Nick Cave and the Bad Seeds, a bunch of these like '90s, '80s, and '90s bands. My sister was really big into it. Actually, yeah, my sister got the soundtrack for Lost Highway, and then she introduced me to Rammstein back in like '97. I think Nine Inch Nails were in the movie too. Actually, yeah, Nine Inch Nails were they did Perfect Drug. That was a song from Lost Highway. That was a cool song. Yeah, Yes is one of those like again, like Yes is like pretty much every prog rock band is like that, where either like you like them or you don't. Um, there's different eras, like early Yes. There's like the '80s Yes. What was the keyboard player? Rick Wakeman. And then the '80s they actually the lead singer. There's a band called the Buggles back in the '80s. They're a one hit wonder band. They did a video killed the radio star. Eventually, the lead singer became the lead singer of Yes. They did an album. It was like an '80s synth pop band. What for? What Lost Highway or? Oh yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, hell, I mean, if we're on that subject of Roundabout and Owner of a Lonely Heart, I mean, look at Pink Floyd. You know, compare Dark Side of the Moon to like Learning to Fly. You know, hey, I was like going Pagliacci. Yeah, video kill the radio star. Or even like, oh yeah, yeah, I know Thomas Dolby. I was actually listening to him earlier, the Blind to Me with Science guy. But also, even Genesis was like that too. Like you compare like Peter Gabriel Genesis, like Watcher of the Skies. Compare that to like Invisible Touch. It's also night and day. Yeah, there are good albums, but Invisible Touch is actually a pretty good album. Phil Collins. All right, so here's the TV here. Genesis was huge in the '80s when I was a kid, and Phil Collins too. Oh yeah, Piper at the Gates of Dawn. Well, it's the Sid Barrett stuff is like it's its own thing. Like Sid Barrett, Pink, like there's different eras of Pink Floyd, but like pre David Gilmour era, like the Sid Barrett stuff was like way out there. It was very very experimental. It was crazy. I mean, like any band. I mean, like you could even say like, yeah, kind of. I mean, I think I mean even bands like like AC/DC especially, like the Bon Scott stuff was a lot more like aggressive. It was a lot more like aggressive, dirtier, unrefined, as opposed to like the Brian Johnson AC/DC was a more like arena rock, like Van Halen. And speaking of Van Halen, then there's Van Halen, and then there's Van Hagar. Or if you're ambitious enough, there's the Gary Sharon stuff. R.I.P. Eddie Van Halen. But and Black Sabbath as well. There's there's the Ozzy stuff. There's Dio Sabbath. Then Ian Gillan from Deep Purple sang for Black Sabbath for a little bit too, for like one album. Like the only consistent thing was Tony Iommi. Yeah. My old TV from back when I was a kid. I mean, I had a color TV. Um, but we had a Zenith TV, which was like a real old school TV. Um, When we first bought our TV, it was probably like 1988, I think, and it was maybe like a 20-inch screen TV. It was a Zenith. I remember back in like only the older people here will understand the reference, but back in the day when you wanted to play Nintendo, you had to put your TV on channel 3 or channel 4, and you had to turn it on. Actually, Angry Video Game Nerd mentions this, like in the extended version of his theme song, where it's like, "We'll take you back to the past to play the shitty games that suck ass." There's a line where it's like, "In order to see it on your TV, you gotta put on channel 3" or something like that. That was one of the lines. But yeah, you had to do that. You had to put on channel 3. I remember console TVs. My grandma had one of those console TVs. They were these huge. Well, they weren't huge. Well, I mean, it was like this big wooden. It was like a cab. It was like a wooden cabinet. Hmm. Yeah, usually my grandma had one. Yeah, back in the 80s and 90s, my grandma and grandpa had like an old school wooden console TV, and they had the Disney Channel. The Disney Channel used to be a premium channel like HBO, where you had to pay extra for it, and they would show like Fraggle Rock and all these like old school obscure Muppet shows on there. Yep, I remember. Yeah, the record players. Actually, I have pictures somewhere in my storage unit, but Christmas 1987, I think it was. Might have been 1987, 1988. My mom bought my dad this massive stereo set from Sears or J.C. Penney, um, and it was like this huge like stereo set that had a record player, a dual tape deck, um, CD player. This is like a CD player in the 80s, so the thing cost a fortune. Giant speakers, and like the whole like mixing unit, like it was like really sophisticated. And I'll never forget. It was Christmas morning, and we got that thing. We had it hooked up to the TV, and it was like this thing probably cost like $1,000. This is back in the '80s, by the way. I don't even know if stereo systems are still a thing nowadays. Everything is just streaming. Any conspiracy theories I find convincing? Well, okay. I Yes and no. Um, Short answer. Okay. The only conspiracy there, I do think that there's such thing as alien technology. I don't think it's at Area 51 though. Area 51, the secrecy behind that is the fact that it's a U.S. government, and it's an Air Force base, so they're doing experiments there, and they don't want civilians there. So they play along with the whole alien thing as to get everyone to say, hey, don't come here because we're experimenting like stealth bombers and technology that civilians can't touch. Um, but obviously, there's no aliens there. That was just a dumb meme. But speaking of aliens, there is a plausible. There's a plausible. It's not a conspiracy theory, but it's a plausible theory in general, that aliens don't exist, but with an asterisk. And the theory is that aliens are humans from the future, and the theory is that like we're talking like thousands of years in the future, or no, hundreds of years in the future, mankind has evolved. We have sophisticated flying vessels. We have time travelers. And we have cloaking devices. And the theory is that anytime that anyone's ever seen an alien, a quote unquote alien, they're actually seeing a human being from like the year 3000 traveling back in time to gather data on Earth, but they have like Klingon technology on their time machines. Their cloaking devices get messed up temporarily because of a glitch in the Matrix, and they get seen for a few seconds. So that explains the reason why people will see a flying saucer in the middle of the middle of a farm, and then a couple seconds later it disappears. Because when in actuality they're not seeing an alien, they're seeing Earth scientists from 1,000 years in the future who are coming back to collect data on modern humans, and their technology glitches temporarily. Here's the antenna, which is really plausible if you think about it. All right, so now we're up to bag 13. Which one was that? I know there's a recent one about like the Tic Tac thing. Joe Rogan was talking about that, about a bunch of like Air Force guys. I mean, what really holds a lot of weight to the whole time traveling scientist thing is if you think about it, like if you watch Back to the Future, when Marty goes back to 1955, he crashes a DeLorean into a barn. A farm couple comes, like the family comes out and sees it. They have no idea what it is. As far as they see an 80s sports car crash into a barn. Marty comes out wearing a radiation suit. They think it's a spaceship. In that case, Marty was a time traveler. So in our case, every time that someone thinks they see a spaceship, they're just seeing a time traveler from the future, and they have like cloaking technology, like in Predator or Star Trek, but it malfunctions temporarily. Oh yeah, well, there's a theory about that. It's kind of like it's like 3D printed. There's a YouTube channel I watch where they talk about theories like that. But there's a theory that there's some like there's species of people or humanoids that they can essentially 3D print their DNA across the galaxy and kind of like make clones of themselves. But I like to go with the time traveler theory. That if you see a flying saucer, it's not an alien; it's a scientist from the year 3000 going back to modern era, and their computers get messed up, and then you can actually see them for a few seconds. Like, oh crap, they can see us. Oh yeah, in Brazil. Okay, so now we're up to bag 13. Right now we're working on the TV screen portions. This should be fun. Get a load of that. Yeah, bag 13. All right. This is gonna be crazy. There's a lot of pieces in here. The Great Filter. Yeah, that's scary. About how no society in human or not human history, but no society in the history of the universe has ever made it past like a certain stage, because anytime they evolve advance enough, they all die from warfare, atomic weapons, asteroid, you name it. The Fermi paradox. TV is pretty detailed though. I actually like this. They've got a little plug in the back. Speaking of bunkers, I saw this. I don't know if it's still for sale. I saw this for sale back in like 2014. Um, I saw a missile silo for sale. I think it was in upstate New York, but there's an actual like missile silo from back in the Cold War that was converted into like a living quarters. Oh yeah, the thing. Hey Jam, the Jam. Did you watch Emp Lemon's video on the thing with Kurt Russell? I think that was his most recent video. No, but I wanna buy that missile silo for sale, like a Cold War era one. Yeah, but in all actuality, if there's going to be a second wave of lockdowns and I can work remotely and I can move away from New York City, I want to buy a house somewhere like in the middle of nowhere in New England, like in the mountains. It's pretty cheap up there. You can get like 10 acres of land for like 100 grand. But I want to like live in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, the thing. When I was a kid, I was actually Kurt Russell. Actually, Kurt Russell, one of his first roles was he starred in a Disney movie back in the '60s when he was like a little kid. He was a child actor. But The movie that absolutely terrified me when actual movie series that terrified me when I was a kid, and this is gonna be kind of funny. Um, I was absolutely terrified of Freddy Krueger when I was like 4. Yeah, my friend is a huge horror fan. Like he collects DVDs. Um, but yeah, like I was terrified. I'm talking like back in the '80s. I was afraid of Freddy and Jason back when I was a kid. And, now you look at it and it's like goofy. No, but a buddy of mine who I actually mentioned earlier, he was my best friend for a while. He's actually an independent horror filmmaker who collects DVDs. Like he was actually the one I was mentioning. He was the David Lynch fan. Um, he actually he actually published a movie. It's actually available on DVD and Blu-ray, and you can buy it on Amazon. Um, he spent like 3 years working on it. I'm actually listed in the credits for that. Um, it's a Christmas horror movie. But I did the graphics for it. But there's like an IMDb page for it. I'm actually listed in the credits. And here's like the back of the TV. I'm gonna go like right here. I forgot they had the third season of Twin Peaks. Oh yeah, yeah, the Christmas thing. That was actually one of my first Newgrounds cartoons that actually I think it was on I think I actually got on the front page for that for the first time I released it. No, but actually I came up with the idea for that. I technically didn't write that. Well, that was based off a Simpsons joke. Um, the audio for that it's a long story, but there was a humor website from back in the 2000s that had a bunch of like weird audio clips, and one of them someone uploaded an audio clip of what's his face Jimmy Stewart from It's a Wonderful Life saying "Merry Christmas Movie House," and then it had machine gun sound effects, and I thought it was funny. So, based on that single joke, I made an entire cartoon on that whole premise, and the rest just wrote itself. Where he's like, "Merry Christmas Movie House," "Merry Christmas Emporium." Hey, Maniac for Bricks, how's it going? Actually, Joe, how's it going? Joey? Yeah, we're still here. All right, so now we got. I think there's like a delay here, a couple seconds or so. Yeah. Wait, Pedro Pagliacci. Have you ever heard of a? I think there's a Brazilian horror movie from the '60s called Coffin Joe. No, 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 no. It was a movie. The name of the character is called Coffin Joe. It was a Brazilian movie from the '60s. It was like a horror movie about a guy with long fingernails. I think the name of the movie was called like like they'll kill you at midnight. They'll steal your soul at midnight. It's from Brazil. The whole movie was in Portuguese. Yeah, yeah, that's what it's called. At midnight, I'll take your soul. Some ordinary gamers, yeah, I like his channel, but was it Mudahar? Yeah, I know. Yeah, Mudahar. I know him. He does some cool stuff. Okay, so now we're gonna put the sticker on here. Now, on the creepypastas, a lot of them are kind of lame and really predictable. There's a few good ones. Like, actually, some of the good creepypastas were there were some good ones from 4chan from back in the day that were like legitimately terrifying. But a lot of them are kind of lame and predictable. Some of them are kind of actually there was a I think it was I don't think it was an ARG. It was like a creepypasta channel. It was called I think it's there was one I mean there's been tons of videos on it. I think like Nextpo and Scare Theater and Fairly Sociable did videos on them. There's a channel called I think it's called like Local 80 something. But it was like a whole series about like the world's going to end because like the moon is like taking your soul. Like the moon kills people. There's like cartoons and there's like found footage. Like Local 87, Local 85 or something like that. But that's a pretty good creepy thing. That's awesome. I like that. Like stuff like that's pretty cool. I can't remember what it's called. It's local something. Local 58. That's what it is. Thank you. Pokemon Lost Silver creep. No, I never heard. I mean, I probably heard of it. There's a lot of Pokemon. Like there's the Lavender City one, Lavender Town. That's what it is. Local 58. Look for that on YouTube. There's it's like a I can't describe what it is, but it's like a series of videos about like how the moon is killing people. There's like cartoons that go with it. It's actually pretty cool. Like, I think Nextpo did a whole series on that. No, Maniac for Bricks. We actually should have been here earlier. The very first thing we talked about when we first got on the stream was about Lego Masters, and while I'm not on the show, about how I should have mentioned to you. I was talking about how we had to find teammates, and obviously none of my friends live here in New York, so we had trouble doing that, and then eventually got ghosted. A gamer from Mars did a thing, yeah. Yeah, I like Gamer from Mars. He's cool. All right, so now let's. A Gamer from Mars does a lot of cool stuff. Like, see, Gamer from Mars he's like a commentary channel, but he does a lot more like in-depth type things. Like he's Gamer from Mars. He kind of Gamer from Mars is more on the same caliber as like Wavy Web Surf or Justin Wang. Hypno's Lullaby, Elisa Lamb. Yeah, like there's different tiers of like of different channels. Like Gamer from Mars, like I said, he kind of reminds me a lot of like Wavy Web Surf, but a lot more like more milk toast. He does things like whatever happened to type stuff. I'll put the sticker on here. Yeah, well, the problem with creepypastas is the ones I like are the ones that are grounded in reality, like about like stuff that actually could happen, like someone getting abducted, something about like that. Then there's ones where the surreal ones are just really stupid, like the ones about like I don't know like talking animals. There's like ones about that, and like urban legend ones that are just really stupid and hard to believe because they're not grounded in any real reality. I remember Lego Universe. Um, but also I don't like creepy pastas when they're very very long and they don't get to the good part. Like they're like 20 minutes long and they don't start to actually get good until like 15 minutes into it, and then eventually they just get boring. Like, those ones are always lame. Yeah, like the best creepy pastas are the realistic ones because then it's like because it's scary because it actually could happen. There's a bunch of Simpsons creepypastas. There's one about like the dead Bart one, which is really stupid, but it's still funny. There's a lost episode where Bart dies. Alright, so here's the back of the TV. This TV actually looks pretty cool. Actually looks like one I had when I was a kid. Yeah, Dead Bart was funny. Actually, people have done parody videos of Dead Bart where they actually show like real clips of The Simpsons of like taken out of context. Implemented did a parody of Dead Bart in one of his Green Simpsons videos. Yeah, like if it's a realistic creepypasta, then it's like Mystery of the Unknown, which makes it scary. Usually two or three. It all depends. Usually, what I do is I have my refrigerator full of them. I grab one in the morning when I wake up, and I drink it on the my commute on the subway train to work. And then when I'm at my office, I usually drink like one or two throughout the day. Usually, what I do is at the start of the week, there's a Target near my office building in Lower Manhattan, and I buy groceries there, so my refrigerator works full of energy drinks and snacks. Oh yeah, well, Brick Biters. Have you heard about my lost Subway commercial? I did a video about a year ago. Um, yeah. That's what I'm talking. Yeah, that's what I meant. The lost Subway commercial. Um, I did find a channel of a bunch of old VHS uploads, but I haven't got a chance to scour through them all yet. Um, for those of you who are wondering what I'm talking about, who haven't seen the video, last year I made a little documentary. It's like 5 minutes long or so, where I describe a rare lost Subway commercial back in the mid '90s. The town where I grew up in rural Pennsylvania, they would show this really crappy Subway commercial for for a few months or so, and it was like shot on video. It was like it looked like it was like a high school production. It was like really crappy, low budget, shot on video with two men on a mountain, and one of the men was asking for like the truth and perfection, and the other guy was like an old like Indian guru guy with a long beard, and he told him that the path to truth and perfection is to eat Subway, and it was like really cheap and really stupid, and they used to show it all the time when I was a kid. I made Reddit posts about it. People chimed in and said, "Hey, I remember that commercial, but I saw it in Ohio or I saw it in Canada." So I made a video about it and I actually reenacted it verbatim based on my own memory using Lego stop motion animation. But you can actually see in my montage here. Um, whenever I'm away from the computer here, I have a little montage in the background of my animations. If you see a guy eating a sandwich and it says perfection, that was from the Subway commercial. And I made Reddit posts. There's actually I made a lost media wiki article about it. I actually contacted Nextpo. Nextpo was going to feature it in a video, but he hasn't got back to me yet. He actually reached out to me on Twitter and said he was maybe going to do a video. But yeah, that was actually one of my early stop motions. We actually reenacted it pretty accurately, and people were trying to say that I'm just making it up or it's the Mandela effect, um, or that I'm just trying to do like a viral stunt for. But no, I swear it's a real commercial. I'm trying to find it. I'm actually curious to know like what the deal is with it, like why they had such a crappy commercial. But when it came out, I mean, when I made my video, I actually contacted a bunch of news stations in my town and like, and asked them like, "Hey, here's a video I made. Like, do you have any does anybody who works here have any like archival knowledge of commercials you guys used to air back in the '80s, back in the '90s?" I got no response. Yeah, unconfirmed. Yeah, if you go to Lost Media Wiki, you can actually see it. It's listed as existence unconfirmed. But I have links to all my bunch of Reddit posts from my old account and from someone else made a Reddit video or a Reddit link about it, and they have it linked on Lost Media Wiki. Oh, the TV antenna. It's a long, like, here. Let me pull it here. It's a thin bar. Like, actually, it's a pipe. Like, they use these for like Technic sets. It's like a pipe for like pneumatic. Actually, it's like a hose pipe. And on the back of it, there's like a little hinge, and you clip it into. Yeah, pretty clever. Okay, so here's the inside of it. Yeah. Okay, so now we're about. Actually, we reached the halfway point. Okay. Yeah, it's a Technic hose. Actually, the NES controller uses a Technic hose too, but it uses like a this uses more like a thicker, like rubber type hose. It's actually the same sort of apparatus I used for my N64 I made a few years back. Oh, the pieces I use, it mostly varies, but what I do is whenever I need certain parts, there's a website called bricklink.com where you can buy pieces based on like you actually it's like a database. You go for and you look for like what color you're looking for, what year is released, what shape you need. You can buy like in bulk lots. Actually, let me post a link to it in the chat. That's it. Bricklink.com. That's where I get most of my parts. Like I usually search for the specific pieces I need. I buy them like in lots. Like I say, I'm working on like I'll get like like 100 pieces of like a certain type of gray, a certain type of red for certain parts. Yeah, I think well Maniac for Bricks. I think I forget who it was. I think it was like Nick Bricks. He did like a modified version of this where he made it like slightly. He bought the set, but he made it more accurate. Like he made the games more accurate looking. He made like a modified version of it. I don't know if his actually lit up or not though. Yeah, like a functioning reset button would be cool. Grab another taco. Time for a taco break. The stream's lagging again. The stream just cut out. There we go. Hmm. All right. Arrested Development. I'm actually watching To Catch a Predator in the background right now. I'm as I'm doing this, I'm actually streaming the Predator Raw tapes. I'm actually at the episode with when they're in Ohio. Hmm. Everybody, check out Check out Arrested Development. Check out his channel. He does a lot of To Catch a Predator. They're like 3D animation parodies. They're actually really funny. Mhm. Yeah, that was oh, that was in Florida. There was an Indian. Actually, there's a couple episodes like that. There was one in Florida. There's an Indian guy who came in the house naked. There was the one in Washington D.C. The guy was like, "I came to get something to eat." Yeah, I'm watching the one with Meat Rocket 47 or whatever from Ohio. Actually, the episode is ended. Let me change the episode now. Um, yeah, I've been watching that all night. Yeah, balloon tricks. Yeah, right now I'm watching the raw tape of actually yeah Florida. Yeah, the one with what's his name oh I forget his name. The guy who looks like Vanilla Ice. Who puts his shirt over his head. Like ain't nothing funny here, dog. I think his name's Freebird. Oh yeah, the mentor. Yeah, he wanted to be a mentor. He was smoking cigarettes. I think this is actually the episode when the guy comes in naked, the Indian guy. He's like, Marvin, you're naked. Yeah, this is the Florida episode. Actually, there's a couple episodes in Florida. There was this one, and there was one at Flagler Beach. Schumacher, that's what it was. Schumacher. Like, yo, chill, dog. Ain't nothing funny here, dog. Ain't nothing funny going on here. And there's the slow fat guy with glasses who was like, who talks about eating cookies. He's like, we come down from Michigan, we make like 2 dozen cookies, or yeah. Like, wow, you got a big house. Yeah, I've been watching this. I've been watching this all night. Actually, oh, rested. Actually, I mentioned this earlier on stream. Actually, I saw Chris Hansen a while back. Um, I'm 99% sure it was him here in New York City. I was at a cafe in Manhattan. I was walking past a coffee shop, and this is like a year ago. I swore I saw Chris Hansen there. I don't want to be I don't want to be a dick and take a picture of him. That would just be creepy. But I walked past it, and I swear I saw Chris Hansen at a restaurant here in New York. He was just sitting there, and I'm like, oh my god, it's Chris Hansen. I was starstruck. Yeah. Oh yeah. He lives here. I think he lives in Connecticut. But yeah, that was actually kind of funny. I mean, I didn't want to stop and stare at him or anything, but it was just really awkward. I I didn't meet him, but I saw Sacha Baron Cohen. He filmed a movie here a while back, and actually I starred and I played an extra. It was the Dictator movie. They filmed a scene here in Manhattan outside the UN building, and I was actually hired to play one of the protesters. Like if you saw the movie, I'm in it for maybe like 1 second. You can barely see me, but he walked past me. He's kind of a one-trick pony. I mean, he was funny like 10 years ago, but now he's just kind of lame. Now here's like a wheel thing in here. Here's the TV. It's coming along pretty well. Yeah, well, I mean, wasn't it like free on Amazon? So the original. Here's the thing, like, it doesn't really work that well. Yeah, like, the original came out a while back when that was still a new thing, but now it's just like, it's kind of, like I said, it's like a one-trick pony. Like, the original one made sense a long time ago. And even, like, the Ali G show was, like, it made sense back in the day. It was, like, a good satire. But now it's, it doesn't really hold up that well now. I don't know. I mean, like, when the original came out, I liked it. Um, my friend bought it. We rented it and we saw it. We bought it on DVD. That's really about it. Yeah, the original was a lot better. But yeah, exactly. That's the thing. I mean, that's actually one of the main reasons why I rarely ever get political in any of my creations, because, like, like, it could be funny now, but then, a couple years from now, it's irrelevant. It's also one of the reasons why I don't do a lot of Lego animations that involve, like, current drama, because, animations take a while to do. And, like, if I make a video about, like, Keemstar or H3H3 Productions, a month from now, it's going to be irrelevant. That's like I was saying earlier, all those commentary channels on YouTube, they're good background noise, for, like, the Quartering or Tipster or, like, Optimus and stuff like that. But they lose their relevancy after just a few months. Yeah, like, yeah, Bush or Al. Yeah, exactly. Like, exactly. But meanwhile, like, I have, my Lego animations. I have Zelda parodies. I have Legend of Zelda parodies. I have a Barney parody. Like, stuff like that can still be relevant years from now. Like, if you know, Ocarina of Time came out in the '90s, but you can still watch that now and it's still relevant. Like, if you look at the screen here, there's that Link cereal. 5 years from now, you can still watch Link eating cereal because there's still going to be Nintendo games. That's not going to really go away. Even if Nintendo goes out of business, there's still going to be Zelda games. There's always going to be Zelda. But like current politicians, current drama, current events, it doesn't have a very good shelf life. Yeah, if you want to watch, yeah, Arrested Development, he does these videos like they're CGI, but it looks like PlayStation 2 cutscenes. Like, they're really funny. Like, it's like really like cheesy like 3D animation of sometimes it has like audio from the original show that's like remixed together. Yeah, if you want to, yeah, check him out. He has a lot of cool stuff. Again, it's like you're watching a PS2 cutscene, like from Grand Theft Auto. That's actually what it reminds me of. Yeah, long-standing. Yeah, exactly. Like if you do a parody of a Nintendo game, it could still be relevant. 10 years from now. I mean, look what I'm doing right now. I'm building a Nintendo. You look what we're doing. This is still relevant. 80s nostalgia will always be here. This is always going to be here with us, regardless of what happens. Everybody loves the 80s. Like you do like a parody of like Donald Trump. It'll, even if you do it well, it's not gonna be funny. In like a month. Oh yeah, check it out, the NES. Savior Renegade Angel. No, I don't think so. Check it out. The cartridge actually comes in the slot there. Yeah. Yeah, this thing's accurate as hell. Yeah, like it's pretty damn cool. It's actually not the right size though. We actually tested it out earlier. Check it out. Here's a real NES game to show you for size comparison here. This is a copy of WWF. Yeah, this thing is. I mean, it's built to scale, but its proportions a little off. Like an actual game's not going to fit in there. But the controller is actually pretty damn accurate, though. The controller is actually made directly to scale. Okay, now we're up to. I guess now we're up to bag 14. All right, now we're doing like a weird like bank tread here. Okay, this is gonna we're gonna be here for a while. Oh, actually, funny you mentioned that. Well, okay, so Brick Fighters wants to know about my giant Lego NES controller. Well, to answer your question, you're looking at it right here. Actually, let me does this answer your question? Oh, yeah. There's a this is the Aller chassis of part of the part near the A and B buttons. Oh, let me show you. Here's a. Oh, this thing's dirty as hell. I need to clean it. Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh yeah. If you're wondering what that giant gray thing is behind me, this is my giant 5-foot Lego Nintendo controller that I made back in 2013. This thing is huge. Ugh. Actually, I might do that. I might take. Actually, here's what it looks like on the inside. Here's what it looks like behind it. Wrap your head around this. Yeah, well, actually, well, it's currently not functional. The electronics are currently gutted out. Well, because when I moved, I had to take it all apart, so it's actually in pieces behind me. Um, the original, there's this is actually the. Hang on a second here. Oh. Ah. Okay, I built this controller 2.5 times. I built it back in 2013. Released it, re-released it in 2015. And then I took the whole thing apart from start to finish back in 2016 and built it from the ground up and redid it. The original version wasn't portable. The original version, I took it out of my house once for a video game convention. Got mostly destroyed on the way there, and I had to repair it at the convention, which I did surprisingly. Then when I took it home, I said, you know what? This thing is a pain in the ass to take it out of the house. Let's make it so that way it collapses and folds apart. So I rebuilt it from the ground up back in 2016. It splits apart into 3 major components, which you can kind of see behind you right here. There's the left, the middle, right here, and the plates all come off the very top. And this new one here, it's powered by an Arduino, which is like like an Arduino, and it's all wired together, so the buttons actually work. Hypothetically, it would work, but it's not set up right now. Yeah, so that answers your question. There's my giant NES controller. It's right behind me. What happened is when I moved into this new apartment. Wait, is the mic cutting out? How's the audio sound? Okay. Maybe it's my. That's like here. Okay. Um, yeah, when I moved into. Oh, wait, the audio is lagging here. You can see it's going. When I moved into this new apartment, they actually lied about the square footage, and I moved in during COVID. Okay. Yeah, well, I moved into this apartment during COVID, so I actually couldn't take a tour of the apartment. They actually lied to me about the square footage, so stream just stream just lagged again. Anyway, moved into this new apartment during COVID. They lied about the square footage. Yeah, and it was a lot smaller than it was advertised. So I think maybe probably what happened. The square footage was a lot smaller than advertised, so I couldn't fit a lot of my furniture, and I couldn't fit the table for my NES controller. So I had to reconfigure it, and I got this big shelving unit behind me. I took the whole thing apart and put it on the shelf. Back in my old apartment, it was a lot bigger. I had a full table for that controller. I had a shelving unit for all my Lego pieces, and the controller was spread out across a giant table. But here, everything's all consolidated. This little tiny room here. This is currently broadcasting this from a single room studio apartment in Manhattan. Yes and no. Okay, so here's the deal with my apartment. I live in one of the most expensive, what's the word I'm looking for? What's not privileged? I hate that word. What's the word I'm looking for? Luxurious. There's a word to describe like expensive neighborhoods. I live in an expensive neighborhood. Yeah, oh yeah, it's Manhattan. No, there's a word for it. It's the tip of my tongue here. It describes like an expensive, like not wealthy, not luxurious. I live in one of the most expensive parts of Manhattan. Manhattan's an expensive city, but I live in like one of the most expensive parts. Um, no. The word keeps going. I know the word. I just can't remember. But anyway, I live in one of the most expensive parts of the city. Um, but I live in the cheapest building in the most expensive part of the city. So it's like I live in a neighborhood in Manhattan where it's like huge, expensive, high-rise condos that are people that live there are all like baby boomers, like celebrities, and people that have money and affluent. That's the word I'm looking for. Affluent. I live in probably the most affluent neighborhood in Manhattan. Affluent, and it's in a super expensive part of town where it's nothing but like high-rise condos, luxury condos. But I live in this tiny little crappy sort of ghetto building within like the most expensive part of the city. So I pay I pay less money than the average apartment in this neighborhood, but my apartment's overpriced. So I live in a single tiny little room studio on a fourth floor walk up in kind of a crappy old building that hasn't been renovated in decades. Nothing but the heat. There's no heat. The plumbing barely works. It's just a really crappy building, but it's in like I'm surrounded by like multi-million dollar condos. So it's like picture huge, really big, luxurious multi-million dollar condos, and like squeezed in between them is like this crappy little four-story building. That's where I live. Yeah, well, yeah, they use fisheye lenses, but yeah, I live in a crappy building in a really expensive neighborhood. That's where I live. Like I live in the Upper East Side, which yeah, like Seattle. Yeah, if you know about the Upper East Side, it's mostly like I would say like two-thirds of everybody who lives here, they're all like baby boomers. It's all my neighbors, everybody who lives outside, they're all like people in their 60s. I'm like one of the younger people. I mean, I'm 36, but everyone else that lives here, they're all like boomers. And this is like a really really expensive part of town. Okay. But I actually moved here from Queens. I lived in the suburbs outside of New York City for like the past 10 years, and I would commute back and forth to the city. And I was in a really bad situation in Queens, and I was just desperately trying to get out as soon as possible. So I found a place during the COVID pandemic. It was like first come first serve, and it was underpriced, and it was in like a really nice part of town. So I was like, oh wow, this is dirt cheap, for the neighborhood anyway. Um, I had to sign the lease sight unseen. They said in the lease, it's like, hey, you're not going to take a tour for this apartment because of the pandemic. Accept it as what it is. Here's the square footage. Take it or leave it. I said, I'll take it. Pay the deposit. Got the keys, and I was like, this is like a motel, smaller than a motel. Actually, it's like the size of a college dorm. But I'm looking forward. I'm actually trying to break lease though, because I really hate the place here. My like I was saying earlier on stream, is that the silver lining to the second wave of lockdowns for coronavirus is that my job might let me work remotely permanently as a result of it. If I can work remotely permanently, I'm moving the hell out of New York City and going to like upstate New York or going to like Connecticut or Vermont, somewhere up in New England, and just like buying a house. But yeah, it's a well. Here's like the real and here, okay. Here's the real punch in the gut. Okay, once I moved in here, that was this is back in April when I moved in here. Like once the pandemic hit and all the riots started happening, everybody there was like a mass exodus out of New York City, and the amount of money I pay for this apartment, it's expensive. At the time, but now there's even nicer apartments. There's like two-bedroom apartments that are like the same price as what I currently pay here, which oh man, it pisses me off so much. Like before I moved in here, a two-bedroom apartment would cost you like almost like 3 grand a month, like not an exaggeration, in Upper East Side. A two-bedroom apartment is like 3 grand. Now a two-bedroom apartment is less than 2,000 a month, which is how much I pay. I pay a little less than 2,000. So like I got here just right at the wrong time. Yeah, supply and demand. That's what happened. Like prices here are dropping dramatically because a lot of it, a lot of baby boomers are moving out. Everyone's fleeing the city. Because crime's been going up too. Yeah, I mean, my building, it's not terrible, but it's not good. I don't really like it here. I mean, the neighborhood's great. I like the neighborhood, but it's just the actual building itself sucks. Oh yeah. Well, here's the thing about why I would live in the city. I have kind of a love hate relationship with New York City. I moved here 10 years ago when I was in my mid 20s. Life was a lot different back then. It's not. No, I'm not just saying life was differently, geopolitically or anything, but it's like I said, I grew up in a small town. I'm from rural Pennsylvania. If you can't tell by my accent, I'm from Lancaster, Pennsylvania. I'm from Amish country. That's where I lived my whole life. And I moved here back in my mid 20s. I had a girlfriend here at the time who lived in Brooklyn. We had a long distance relationship, but then I moved here permanently. And yeah, when you're in your 20s, when you're like a young, optimistic, like young professional, living in the city is the greatest thing ever. There's so much to do. There's a lot of nightclubs. There's everything. There's a life. Compared to living in Amish country, which where I did. That's where I grew up. It's night and day different. So being a young, optimistic 20 something, it was a godsend. But I'm turning 40 in a few years. I'm getting old now. Like the whole charm is kind of worn off. Now it's like I just want to go home and sleep and mess around with the computer and play with toys. Well, yeah, yeah, Maniac Rebecca, you live in Jersey. I lived in Jersey for a little bit too. I lived in Jersey City. Actually, when I first moved here, I originally, like I said, I lived in Lancaster, and then I worked at a Walmart in Lancaster, and they transferred me to a Walmart store in Secaucus, New Jersey. And then once I was living there for a little bit, then I found a job in Manhattan. That's why I moved to New York. Now we're at bag 15. I don't know. It's like I said, I worked remotely for a little bit. Back when the pandemic first started, actually, when I first moved here, I was working remotely. I was working remotely at Bank of America, but it was an ongoing temp position. Like it's cutting in and out. Um, like I said, my connection here is screwy. Anyway, so if you guys missed that, I was working remotely for a while when I first moved in this apartment. I was working at Bank of America. You guys heard that Bank of America? That's weird. Let me hear. Hope it's not my connection here. My little transmitter box. Mall of America? Bank of America. Uh, yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's the microphone. I mean, the microphone works fine when I do it for recording. But anyway, so what I was saying is, I worked at Bank of America when the pandemic first started, and I was working remotely for a while. And then when I got my job at Citibank over the summer, they had me work on site. But as much as I hate the lockdowns and I hate the whole wearing a mask and all that social distancing crap, silver lining to that is that never unhearable. Yeah, Bank of America. The silver lining, as I mentioned, is that I might be able to work remotely. They might say, "Hey, maybe this virus is serious." Walking through a fan. Hmm. Damn it. Maybe it's my connection again. I know that the connection here is screwy. Oh, there we go again. Just cut out. uh, anyway, yeah, yeah. I speak with a central Pennsylvania accent. I'm actually from southern Pennsylvania, which is close to the Maryland border. Our accent here, the best way to describe it, it's like southern Pennsylvania. The best way to describe what it's like there it's the north of the South. If that makes any sense. It's like it's like redneck country. You're hillbillies. It's all like rural, but you're in the north, so it's like the north of the South. That's the best way to describe it. Our accent is like a weird. It's like a weird hybrid between a southern accent and like a northern like New England accent. Like there's certain words I'll pronounce that sounds like hillbilly speak, but then there's other words I'll pronounce that sounds like it's like New Jersey, New York. It's like a weird hybrid of both. But there's a couple of things that I can say really well in a Pennsylvania accent. Whenever we say a word that begins with a letter O, we put heavy emphasis on it. Like we'll say like phone, home, dome, like Homer Simpson. We'll say like home. Yeah, Yankee rednecks. Yeah. Um, we say it whenever like the word. Okay. Um, our word for a small body of water, like a thin river, we call it a crick. You call it a creek. We call it a crick. Whenever we say words that have like an OU sound, we put emphasis on that. Like we'll say like route, about, like like you'll drive on a Route 30 to go to Harrisburg, like you'll drive on a Route 283 to go from Harrisburg to Lebanon, like Route 283, like York, Harrisburg, Lebanon, Philadelphia, Chester County, Baltimore. Drinks like you go up on the roof and drink some water by the creek up in Lancaster County, out in Amish country. Drink some water by the creek. This part's really repetitive here. I'm making like a weird chain. I don't know what it's for. So if you can't really see what I'm doing here, but there's like a weird chain, like a conveyor belt, like tank treads. So it's like manufacturing here. I gotta like put these all little things together. Am I Amish? No, I'm actually not Amish, but I grew up in the Amish country. Hello? Can I just say pillow? Hello? No, I grew up. I refer to myself as being Amish as a joke because I grew up in Amish country. So it's like a little kitschy thing. It's like, yeah, I grew up in Amish country. That's the reason why my old Lego avatar on social media, for a while it was an Amish guy. Well, I mean, I still use the Amish guy, but it's not because I'm actually Amish, but it's like a little kitschy thing about where I grew up. PA Dutch, yeah. Actually, the PA Dutch are different than the Amish. The Amish were early Swiss settlers from a religious sect. The PA Dutch were actually German settlers, um, who retain a lot of their cultural ties back in the old country. No, but I mean, actually, here's the thing. I'm from Pennsylvania. I grew up in Amish country, and I grew up in the PA Dutch area, and I'm a German American from my father's side of the family, but I'm not related to that at all. Bull. Now, my German ancestors actually arrived from Prussia back in the 1850s, and they actually they arrived from Prussia and they arrived in what's currently like Missouri. Like they were like the second wave. They're like one of the, I forget which wave of immigrants, but back in the 1800s there was a big wave of German, Swiss, Dutch, um, and Scandinavian immigrants who arrived in the current modern day Midwest. That's the reason why the modern Midwestern accent has a lot of Nordic influence. A lot of them came from Germany and Scandinavia. My family especially. But yeah, the von Brunks were a Prussian family. 1918. Yeah, my grandpa, who I'm actually named after, his name is Julius Theodor von Brunk. He was born in Prussia like in the 1820s. I have the family records. He was a cavalry fighter. Um, he was from a Junker family. He was a cavalry fighter. He arrived in the United States. He joined the American Union Army, fought in the American Indian Wars, and then during the Civil War, he fought in the Union Army as a cavalry fighter. Then he married a German girl after the war, and they had like 13 kids, and then one of them was my great grandpa. That was my dad's side. My mom, Like I'm actually very stereotypical, like American mutt. My dad's German and Native American. My mom is French, Spanish, Romanian, Gypsy, Scandinavian, and she's also part Native American too. My grandpa was a Gypsy. But yeah, my dad, yeah, the von Brunk family were Prussians. They were Prussian Junkers, like the winged hussars. Actually, my grandpa, who's from Prussia, he arrived from Prussia back when he was actually from Poland, back when Poland was part of the Prussian Empire, back in like the 1820s. But he was German, but he was from Poland. What's currently modern day Polish on in Poland on a map. Yeah, everybody thinks I'm Italian because I have curly hair, but I'm actually not. I mean, I am Mediterranean. I'm French and Spanish and Gypsy. Oh yeah, yeah. The Native American tribe that's on my dad's side, he's German and Native American. Actually, technically, it's not Native American. It's Canadian First Nations. My grandma on my dad's side was Canadian First Nations from the Ottawa tribe, which is Canada's capital. And my grandpa von Brunk was full blooded German. He was a descendant of Prussians. Yeah, like of all my different ethnicities, like I thought I was Slavic when I was younger. I'm not Slavic at all, aside from my grandpa who was German, but came from Russian occupied Poland. That's really about it. Yeah, yeah, Irish and German. Yeah, like I always thought I might have been part Irish too, but I'm not. Because my grandpa was a redhead, but he was just full blooded German, like all the way back. I did this 15 times. Well, yeah, gypsies. Racially, gypsies are actually Indians. I actually did take a DNA test, and I found out that I actually am like part Indian and Pakistani. Because gypsies were thought to be Middle Eastern for a while. That's actually why they call them gypsies, because they thought they were Egyptian. Um, but they're actually Indian. Yeah, Pennsylvania Dutch. Yeah, Pennsylvania Dutch. They have their own unique language where it's like a weird variation of German. The only word in Pennsylvania Dutch that I know is the word "doplik," which means dumb, or it means like stupid or foolish. I think it's spelled like Doplich or something like that. It's like Doplik, German nuclear program. Yeah, my on the von Brunk side, they go all the way back to Frederick the Great of Prussia back in the 1700s. Well, because that's actually why I call myself Baron von Brunk. That was actually my I got that from my father back in the days of AOL. That was his AOL screen name, and he called himself Baron von Brunk as a reference to the fact that our family were actually they were Prussian Junkers, which were like the noble class in Prussia. So my dad told me that. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. So I'm gonna call myself Baron von Brunk too. So right now, kind of a little side note, on the episode of To Catch a Predator, it's the one where the guy's trying to lure the girl out of her house. Like the guy's like, "Can you show me your library card? Do you have any ID?" And she's like, "No, why don't you just come inside?" And then eventually the cops just bust his ass. This is the episode I'm watching now. I'm going. That's his name, Moffat. Moffat. Yeah, the villain. Well, you'd be surprised because actually no, not a library. School ID was a good form of ID. Because back when I was a teenager, back in my hometown, we had like really crappy curfew laws. Like if you were under 18 and you were outside past like 10 o'clock, they could arrest you. So when I was like 17, I used to go for walks to get like slushies and stuff at early in the morning in the summertime. I used to get arrested constantly. I mean, when I say arrested, I don't mean like, jailed. I mean, they just put me in the back of a cop car and wake my mom up and say, hey, we found your son walking to the convenience store. But a school ID would suffice sometimes. People with fake identities. All right, so now we're at, To Catch a Predator. Here's that guy I was talking about, the fat guy with glasses who comes in and talks about eating cookies. So, gotta build 15 of these things. Look like train tracks. That's his name, Morrison. Social engineering. Actually, social engineering. Funny you mentioned that. Because I work in finance at a large bank, we have to learn about that. That's actually an issue we have to deal with where people try to get people's information. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm using OBS. Yeah, Nup Nup North. Yeah. Yeah, I'm using OBS to stream it. But yeah, social engineering is when like you can like it's almost like it's like a backdoor method to get people's information. It's like more sophisticated than phishing. Phishing with a PH, of course. But we have to learn about that when we work in finance. Like, yeah, I have a compulsion. Up north. People sweet talk me, I fall for yeah. Okay. Uh, I think Grade A Underrated did a video about that. About how you can like he was explaining how like someone hacked into his YouTube channel because they like contacted the phone company and impersonated him and were able to get his information. I forget how he explained how to do it. But yeah, it's a real issue though, social engineering. Yeah, that's what it's called. I mean, like I said, I work for a bank, but I don't really do anything too crazy. I just do graphic design. Oh yeah, I realized that. Yeah, yeah, the arrested guy. So what's that guy's deal anyway? Did he have like was he like Cajun or something? The guy's like, I brought some Kit Kats. Like, am I gonna be arrested? Yeah, I think he might have had like cerebral palsy or something, or fetal alcohol syndrome or something. Yeah, yeah, that's his name, Morrison. He's like, oh crap. Donald Morrison, that's his name. It's slow. Like, I brought some Kit Kat. Yeah, that was when they went to Georgia. There was a Scooby. Oh, and the cocaine addict guy that was driving the truck, the guy with the long hair. I mean, they're all good episodes. Actually, the only To Catch a Predator episodes I don't like are oh, it's Merrick, Myrick, Joseph Myrick. That's his name. Cocaine. Yeah, I remember that. The only episodes of TCAP that I don't like, cocaine them. Yeah, the only ones I don't like, bar none, are the ones from Texas for obvious reasons. Because first of all, they screwed up the whole investigation. You know, the guy committed suicide. The decoy from those episodes didn't look like a little girl at all. It looked like it was some like weird fat chick. She was like looked like Chris Farley. And yeah, the decoy was terrible. That was just a bad. It was two episodes in Texas, and they were just so bad. New Jersey was the best one though. At the ocean it was by the Jersey Shore. I forget, but the New Jersey one was the best one. Like the one where the guy recognized Chris Hansen. He's like, I really like you on Opie and Anthony. And the guy with the SpongeBob jacket. He's like, can you give me some bus fare back home? Oh, and of course, who can forget Anthony or Palumbo? That was from New Jersey. Like, I just stopped by. I was going to Atlantic City, and I went to my brother's house. And I'm not gay. I'm straight. You can smell my breath. I don't drink. I like to drive at night. And I was gonna go gamble in Atlantic City. Well, I'll let you know. You took a gamble coming here tonight. He's like, I'm not gay. I'm not gay. I'm Anthony Palumbo. Yeah, I'm straight. You can smell my breath. I wasn't drinking. I was going to Atlantic City. You can put that in the fridge. You can put that beer in the fridge. I stopped by. Yeah, that was a classic episode. Yeah, take a seat. Okay, so now it's coming together here. Yeah, this thing's crazy. Oh, okay, I see how it is. It's like a TV screen I'm building. Okay, so it's like, this is what I was working on the whole time. Yeah. Well, yeah, because they're out on the beach. Yeah, I think like when they go to Petaluma, California, that was a funny one too. Because remember, there's that Shaka Khan guy with a penis pump. And there's a sniper with the shotgun. Actually, no, probably my favorite episode of To Catch a Predator, actually the investigation was Long Beach, California. The second one they did in Los Angeles. That one was funniest. That was they had that guy with the fake penis. That was hilarious. The Brad Pitt lookalike. They found the trunk of his car. He's like, I have to warn you, I'm very large down there. They found inside the trunk of his car. They found a large fake penis. That episode was like a circus. Yeah, the Marine sniper. Oh, oh yeah, I know you're talking. Yeah, yeah, the Marine sniper guy. Yeah, because you did the parody. Um, I remember that you did a parody of that Arrested Development with not Saving Private Ryan, not Platoon, Full Metal Jacket. I remember that. He was like a rubber dildo. That was funny. He's like, are you allowed to have a rubber dildo? I remember that episode. Oh damn, I did it wrong. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, I put these things on wrong. Okay, I gotta take this all apart. All right, so that was a funny episode. Actually, let me switch episodes here. Let's see. Okay, so now we're still all right. Right now, I'm watching the Raw Tapes episodes. Scarface? Yeah, I've seen Scarface. Yeah, the garage door. Yeah, Scarface. I thought I had it on VHS tape when I was younger. I was never a huge fan, but Vice City did, like, back when Grand Theft Auto Vice City came out, they did the whole game was like a parody of that. Well, there's that Cuban guy. I think his name's Diaz. Push It to the Limit. Yeah, that's a cool song. No, but there's like a Latin gang member, gang leader guy in Grand Theft Auto Vice City. His name is Diaz, and it was a parody of Scarface. But yeah, I was like a teenager when that game came out. I mean, the movie's okay. It's a long movie. It's a good popcorn movie. Yeah, like I said, yeah, popcorn movies like probably the greatest popcorn movie of all time would be The Mummy, the Brendan Fraser one, because it's so bad. It's one of those movies where it's so bad it's so good. Yeah, yeah, popcorn movies would be like Brendan Fraser and The Mummy. Jumanji with Robin Williams is a good popcorn movie. That came out when I was a kid. We watched it in school. But yeah, they're good popcorn movies. Carlito's Way. Like I said, Scarface, it's not bad, but it's like, I mean, I was never really big into it. And The Mummy was cool. But, well, the original one was cool anyway. Yeah, the scare part. Yeah, I never saw the Scorpion King. I saw part of it and thought it was dumb. But yeah, Jumanji with Robin Williams, like back in the '90s, the original Jumanji was actually a really awesome popcorn movie. I mean, the CGI looks like ass. I mean, it looks terrible now. Like you watch it, it looks like a cartoon. My friend had the board game for Jumanji. We played it once, and then we thought it was dumb, and we never played it again. Oh, well, yeah, the Tom Cruise Mummy that bombed horribly in the box office. Well, what happened is they were gonna they wanted to do a whole they wanted to do a whole series of of these of like a reboot of Universal Monsters, and the Tom Cruise Mummy was going to be the first in the series, and it bombed horribly. Yeah, Jumanji was cool. I like that. It was an interesting movie. I was like 11 when Jumanji came out. And when I was a kid, my favorite movies I had on VHS were the original Willy Wonka. Like I loved that movie when I was a kid. Willy Wonka, Alice in Wonderland, the Disney cartoon. Um, Wizard of Oz. I had that on VHS when I was a kid too, and I used to watch it all the time. The original Indiana Jones movies. I had those on VHS when I was a little kid, and like I used to watch them religiously. Yeah, me too. I had it on tape. And then obviously Transformers the movie. Yeah, the original Transform and Ghostbusters too. I know Ghostbusters 2 as the sequel. I had that on VHS when I was like 5, and I used to watch it nonstop. Everyone hates Ghostbusters 2, but I always thought it was actually the superior one when I was younger. I always liked Vigo. And all the slime was cool too. I mean, they're all good movies. I saw Beetlejuice in the theater. Indiana Jones. I never liked Temple of Doom, to be honest. It was. I think Kate Capshaw ruins it. The best Indiana Jones movie was Last Crusade. Ghostbusters 2 was actually, in my opinion, like I said, it was superior to the first one. But I mean, they're all good movies. But as a kid, I loved Ghostbusters 2. Um, Indiana Jones and Last Crusade was the best one of the series. The Ghostbusters 2 was awesome. Yeah, well, actually, I have a copy of the painting, the Vigo painting. The reason why I like Ghostbusters 2 the most was because it was actually more like the cartoon, and that was because the original movie came out in '84. Ghostbusters, the animated series, was called The Real Ghostbusters, came out in '86. Then when Ghostbusters 2 came out a few years later, they tried to make it look more like the cartoon. They stylized it some more. It's actually, so if you watch it, Janine changes her hair and she has her hair and makeup and glasses differently to mimic her cartoon counterpart. Also, they got rid of a bunch of the adult themes to make it more kid friendly. Um, for example, if you watch the original Ghostbusters, Winston and Ray smoke cigarettes. When they made Ghostbusters 2, they no longer smoke cigarettes because they wanted to make it more kid friendly. It's like little stuff like that you notice. Here's like the TV screen. Oh, oh yeah, the Lego Ecto One. I saw advertisements for it, but I don't know if it's available yet. I actually got an email for it a little bit ago. Okay, so now we're at bag 16. Okay. Unless maybe the people who are working on it from YouTube, maybe they live in different states or different countries. I don't know. Wait, Maniac for Bricks. Which Lego store? You live in Jersey, so I know there's a bunch of Lego stores in the malls. So I used to live in Jersey for a little bit too. I lived in Jersey City for a few months, and I shopped at a Lego store at Paramus. Am I pronouncing that right? Paramus. Yeah, Spaceballs is cool. Paramus, that's what it is. Yeah, Garden State Plaza. Yeah, back before they opened up Lego stores here in Manhattan, I used to go to Lego stores in Jersey. Yeah, dogs and cats living together. But yeah, I used to drive to Promise Plaza when I was younger. Paramus. There's a, that's the thing about New Jersey. There's tons of city names there that I can never pronounce. And I always look like an idiot when I was trying to say them out loud. There's Parsippany. I can never pronounce Parsippany. I always call it Parzabani. And there's another one that I used to work there for a little bit for a temp job. I think it's called Piscataway. I used to pronounce it Piscataway. Oh, you work at the mall? Okay, yeah. But yeah, I used to pronounce Piscataway as Piscataway. Persepolis. Atlantic City. Well, even back where I'm from, like where I come from, the local pronunciation is Lancaster, and people from outside of Lancaster call it Lancaster. And it's like you can tell somebody's a local or not if they say Lancaster or Lancaster. Say Lancaster. That's like the dead giveaway if somebody's a local. Piscataway. Yeah, yeah, a lot of them are Native American names, especially down south. Like in Tennessee, there's a bunch of Native American names, like Mississippi, Tennessee. It's weird because where I come from, everybody calls it Lancaster. There was a famous Hollywood actor from the '60s named Burt Lancaster, and everybody will say, like, if you watch him in a movie, people will say Burt Lancaster, but yeah, Burt Lancaster. But we live in Lancaster. Oh, this is crazy. Alright. Okay, so now we're at To Catch a Predator. This is the part with Resticruise, the Army Staff Sergeant guy who gets down in the POW position. Lebanon bologna, yeah. Yeah, it's like bologna, but it's like purple with little white dots in it. Apparently, I always hated it as a kid, but apparently it's good if you heat it up. If you like roast it over a fire, it's really good. It tastes like beef jerky, apparently. Yeah, Lebanon bologna. But by force of habit, though, I pronounce Lebanon as Lebanon just because of the country name. My sister lives in Lebanon. Like right next to Harrisburg. I'm Chris Hansen with Dateline NBC. Anything else you want to say? Sir, please, I swear, on my daughter's life. The best To Catch a Predator moments is when Chris has some like really like half-assed zinger that only he can get away with. Where like the one guy was talking about how he wants to go work into broadcasting and work on TV, and Chris is like, well, here's a good news, bad news part. It's like, I'm Chris Hansen with NBC, and we're doing an investigation. Oh yeah, bourgeoisie, yeah. French is a weird language. French is basically just English, but it's spelled wrong. Best way to describe it. Or actually, when he met Anthony Palumbo, he's like, so you came down to Atlantic City to gamble. Well, you took kind of a gamble coming here. He's like, look at me, I'm so dirty. And he's like, well, I'll tell you what's dirty is this chat log here. Actually, Arrested Development. Have you watched Toad McKinley's videos on Chris Hansen? Um, there's a YouTuber called Toad McKinley. He's kind of like Mr. Medicare. He does a lot of like long form documentaries on internet culture. He did a series about Chris Hansen. It's like an hour long video about like his entire like rise to fame, his like fall from grace and everything. I think he released it like a month ago. It's pretty good. But yeah, if you want to look it up, it's Toad McKinley to Catch a Predator. Or not, Toad McKinley's Chris Hansen documentary. That's what it's called. But it's actually very in depth. It's kind of like down the rabbit hole. Oh, the stream just died. Hang on a second here. We're having technical difficulties again. All right, stream's crashing again. All right. I think YouTube is down. All right, YouTube is down right now. Okay, I think YouTube is dead. Like for real. Okay, I think YouTube died. Wait, is stream working? Okay, you. Okay, wait. Back. It's back. Okay, okay. I'm trying to catch back up here. Okay, hang on a second here. Um, YouTube is down. French is the only thing. I guess Spanish is Spain. Okay. Really, there's not a single hiccup. Okay, well, all right. For like the past 10 minutes or so, my entire my whole feed was like it was loading. So if you guys could see what was going on, I was staring at my screen the whole time waiting for it to load. And then I did a Google search and it said that there's currently problems at YouTube. So there's problems on my end here. So if you guys just saw me staring at the screen complaining that like on my end I saw a black screen for the past like 5 minutes. Okay. But yeah, actually I just did a Google search. Anyway, so I just did a Google search and it said there's actually problems at YouTube servers right now. So your results may vary. Wait, is it lagging again? All right, okay, I'm back. I'm back. Okay, I'm here. All right. Okay. It's hiccuping on my end here. Fuck, what were we talking about before? I don't remember. Talk about France. Okay, yeah, it's like I said. I went to downdetector.com and actually said that there's currently problems at YouTube. So I don't know. YouTube has been acting really weird lately. Yeah, we're talking about accents. Yeah. Talking about French people. But anyway, so I was saying, yeah, there's a channel called Toad McKinley. He does a lot of good long form content, similar to Down the Rabbit Hole. And he just did a video recently about Chris Hansen, like an hour long video about like the life of how like his start, his rise to fame and his fall from grace. If yeah, you want to check it out, it's Toad McKinley. Actually, here we go. Toad. There you go. Hang on a second. Italian. And right now, on To Catch a Predator, it's actually Joseph Myrick, the cocaine addicted truck driver guy, who they're interviewing right now. I don't know. YouTube's really annoying me lately with all the. Like, actually, YouTube was down for like a few hours last week. You guys remember that? I thought it was just my connection again, but it was like Wednesday afternoon of last week. It was down for a while. There we go. Oh yeah, down the rabbit hole. Yeah, he does a lot of cool stuff. Like they're very good like long form content. Like it's actually how I discovered Dark Side Phil and Spoonie. I mean, I vaguely knew about them back when they were at their prime. I mean, I knew about Wings of Redemption too, and he just did like a 2 hour video about him last year. Yeah, yeah, that's what it was. It was last Wednesday. But yeah, down the rabbit hole is how I discovered like Spoonie, Dark Side Phil, and there's another one he did a video about. I think it's called like Game Life. It was about like a YouTube channel from back when YouTube first started about these guys that would review games. And, like one of them was arrested for threats or something. He did a collaboration with Guru Larry, Larry Bundy. Larry Bundy's cool. He does a lot of interesting videos about video games. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Guru Larry's cool to put in the background. No, he didn't make a video about the Silk Road. That was Barely Sociable. Barely Sociable is kind of like Nexpo. He does a lot of like creepy content, but he did like a huge video on the Silk Road. Yeah, Barely Sociable did the Silk Road thing. I think with Guru Larry, he's like the only person from Channel Awesome that I actually still consider to be like a good content creator. I mean, he was barely in Channel Awesome. Um, Most of them are just like really cringy. I mean, especially like the Nostalgia Critic. When he, um, I mean, there's some channels from Channel. I mean, there's some YouTube channels that were from Channel Awesome that I think still do some good stuff. Warhammer 40K. I'm personally not into that, but one of my friends is really big into Warhammer. Like he makes his own custom little guys. Um, Actually, the only channel from Channel Awesome that I still like is kind of like Todd in the Shadows. He kind of does some nice stuff every now and then. He's kind of cringy. I mean, there's a lot of dumb stuff on Twitter. Um, his videos are okay. Some of them are pretty decent. Like he did a video on sticks, which was pretty cool. Oh yeah, the Nostalgia Critic. He's still around, unfortunately. Um, Nostalgia Critic's thing right now is that like he doesn't when he reviews movies now he doesn't use clips from the movies he reviews. He picks out sketches and they're really terrible. Like actually you might have heard about this, but he did a really notoriously indescribably bad review of Pink Floyd The Wall last year. And there's actually videos about his video of The Wall that have more views than his actual video from The Wall. That's how bad it is. I think like Ralph the Movie Maker. And like Anthony Fantano did videos about it, just about how bad it is. Like it's unwatchable. Like I tried watching it myself, like even before I saw like the reviews for it. But I watched the Nostalgia Critic Wall video. I watched about 20 minutes of it. I disliked it on YouTube, and I was like embarrassed second, and I was like secondhand embarrassed about how bad it was. It was just awful. Like for example, he has Corey Taylor, the lead singer of Slipknot, do a cameo appearance. Well, not a cameo. It's he plays like a major role in it. Um, he has no speaking lines and he doesn't do anything. It's just like a waste of money. And all the sketches fall flat. The special effects are terrible. It's indescribably bad. Like I was embarrassed to watch it. I'm saying that as a Pink Floyd fan too, so I'm being a little biased. But yeah, Nostalgia Critic's still around, and he's still around. Rack level pieces. But yeah, my one of my friends in real life is into Warhammer. Like he paints his little like painting things. I never got into that, but my friends are. Yeah, like Nostalgia Critic was interesting back in like 2011 or so. Like it was good background noise. Like I would never actually just like watch them from start to finish. It'd be like if I was bored, I would like put one in the background when I was like cleaning the house. Like I'd be like doing laundry and crap like that. And I'd put like Nostalgia Critic, like one of his videos in the background because it was something to watch. But God, now it's terrible now. Yeah, they're very time consuming. There's a lot of fandoms that I never really got into, but my friends did. So I'm familiar with them, but I personally never liked them. Um, Warhammer is one of them. Another one is Magic the Gathering. I never got into Magic the Gathering. I tried to learn how to play when I was younger. I just couldn't pick it up. I like Pokemon cards, but all of my friends were obsessed with Magic the Gathering when I was a kid. Like they would have like huge parties, like they just stay up all night playing Magic the Gathering. And I just never got it. It was never my thing. Yeah, like I know people who are obsessed with Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh and all that stuff. I never got into that. I was always a Pokemon fan. Like original Pokemon back when it first came out, like the very first generation, Blue and Red, when it came out for Game Boy. I was like 14 at the time. I had them for my old Game Boy Color. And I used to have like little Pokemon tournaments at school with my friends. Okay, so now we got this thing. Yeah, Pokemon cards were fun. I actually have one of my old decks is in my storage unit. I was actually there earlier today, and I found it. Um, Here we go. Here's the TV screen. That's what I was doing for like the past hour. This is gonna be crazy. Okay, I'm still not done yet. I think after I finish this bag here, we're almost done. Time for another taco. Oh yeah, I forgot that came out with the piano. Here's the TV screen. This is what I've been doing for the past hour. All right. Now it's time for more tacos. How many tacos do I have left here? Let's see here. Let's see. I got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I got 7 tacos left. All right. Oh, man. And right now the tacos are all like soggy. They probably have food poisoning from sitting out for so long. Here we go. Like, ah. Hmm. Oh yeah, definitely for sure. That's the thing though, because obviously I like the company, obviously I like the products they release, but I think it's way oversaturated right now. Like they're no longer collectible items. Now it's like you have to keep up with everything. I mean, hell, this came out several months ago, but I finally just got around to buying it now. It's like I'm subscribed to Lego. I'm subscribed to Lego Store newsletters, and like I get like 3 emails a day just about like new sets coming out. And it's like there's so many. Actually, speaking of big bins, I think I showed you guys these before, but check it out. Put my thing back. All my Lego pieces here are stored in these giant tubs. So it's like, ugh, ugh. God damn, tacos are there. All right, let me move the tacos out of the way. These are just my. These are just my bins of black Lego pieces. It's like what I have 2, 3. I think I have like 5 bins of just black Lego pieces. I have them organized by type. So this is all like miscellaneous black parts. So I have like and wings, stuff like that. Fences. Actually, yeah. Um, yeah. So this is all just black pieces. I have 5 bins of black Lego pieces. That was out of the shot. I just realized that now. Here's all of my green Lego pieces. You can see this here. Ah. So it's like all of my green Lego pieces are in this bin right here. But yeah, that's how I organize them. Oh man. Minifigures. One Want to know where I keep my minifigures? I'll show you. Let me move this out of the way. These are my minifigures. Okay, so let's start with these are all of the minifigure headpieces, hair, hats, etc. Kind of see it here. These are all like the hats. Like here's a little sombrero. Here's a little wig. Here's a medieval helmet. Now, here's the heads. These are all of my Lego heads. I organize them. I stack them all together so I don't lose them. I stack them all together like that. So I have like all the green heads are consolidated like this. The white heads, the gray heads. That's how I consolidate them. Torsos. These are all my torsos. Here we go. We got a guy here. Skeleton man here. Yep, these are all my torsos. So this is my minifigure collection. The more you know. That's how I store my minifigures. Yeah, that was crazy. Your OCD is killing you. Here's my taco ASMR. Well, the animations. Stop motion animations. Of a lot of things that take a while to do. The actual animation part takes a long time, but then there's a lot of time spent for like building sets, making characters. Look, I made that Bort Samson video. I spent weeks and weeks just like making the outdoor set, like the part when Millhouse falls off the cliff. Okay. Yeah, I spent several weeks doing that. The Alice in Wonderland video. So back in 2016, I came up with the idea for a stop motion Lego Alice in Wonderland video, and I was like really serious about it. It's gonna be like an actual like movie. Wrote the script for, storyboarded it. And then in 2017, the best TLDR I can give you is that I was working a really shitty part-time job. I had terrible hours, like I had really bad pay, but I was actually bouncing between different jobs at the time. I was kind of stuck working there. It was a horrible job. but I was during my free time I was actually animating the Alice in Wonderland video. Like I probably animated about half the footage for it. But eventually I found a better job at the end of the year. I got hired at Goldman Sachs. Um, I got hired at Goldman Sachs at the end of the year. Yeah, I had housing issues and I had a job issue. I got the job at Goldman Sachs. I was no longer unemployed, and I was actually had a full time job, but the hours were even worse. I was working 10 hours a day. I had no free time. I was working overnight. I was effectively, in all of 2018, either working, sleeping, or riding on trains. I had very, very little time to do anything I wanted to do. I was barely working on any Lego projects. I barely traveled, barely did any photography. That was like a very, very dead year for me. I eventually quit Goldman Sachs at the end of the year. I got a job at a different bank that had different hours. And at that point, I was temporarily evicted from my apartment. That's even a longer story, but I was in uni, but it was a really crappy place. So I was there temporarily for like a year. And I spent the whole time there like living in squalor because the place was so bad. I was forced out. And then I came here. I moved here this year. But I just kind of kept bouncing. So the past 2 years, the past 2 or 3 years, I've been kind of like stuck in limbo between really crappy jobs and really crappy apartments, and getting stuck in both places. Either it's not that the money that was the issue; it was the hours of work and the commute, or the place I was living at the time. But that always affected my personal life. So if I was busy at work for like 10 hours a day, an hour and a half commute time each way, I had no time to do any animations. That's why I barely worked on the Alice in Wonderland video. So with the Alice in Wonderland video, I bit off more than I could chew, so to speak. Like I thought in my head that it was going to be like a little quick thing that I could just like record in like a month. It would take me like a month to record like one scene. So back in summer 2017, when I was in between jobs before I worked at Goldman Sachs, I did most of the animation for it. I did recorded most of the footage, built most of the sets and everything. Um, but then by the time I worked at Goldman Sachs, I had no free time anymore, and I recorded a few more scenes, but that was really about it. And then I got stuck in a really bad housing situation. That's where I'm currently in another bad housing situation. That's really about it. If I move out of here and if I actually get to work remotely, obviously there's no more commute time, and I'll live in a larger place. It's no longer like a tiny apartment. I'm going to do animations more frequently. Oh, really? God damn it, the microphone. Okay. All right. So if the microphone was just cutting out, um, the TLDR was that I've been working really crappy jobs and really crappy living in crappy apartment situations for the past 3 years, which has impacted my ability to animate. I keep getting stuck in really bad situations where I have no free time. All I can do is like do stuff on the weekends. How's the audio sound now? Still cutting out? But that's probably the best summary. Is that when I worked on the bulk of the Alice in Wonderland video, I was working a part-time job that had very, very low wages, but I had a lot of free time. And then by the time that I found a better job that paid more money, I effectively had no more free time. And then by the time that I quit that job and actually had more free time, and didn't have to worry about paying my rent or anything, I got stuck in a bad housing situation where I was like forced to move out under a short moment's notice. But yeah, but I made a lot of progress though. That's the thing. Like every time back when I made the bulk of the project, I plan on finishing the movie by the end of 2017. I actually like kept saying on Instagram over and over again that like, oh, this movie will be done by December 2017. 2018 rolls around and it's okay. I'm still not done with it yet. There's still plenty more to finish. Um, I worked on it throughout the most of 2018 then too. I did a lot of progress. Actually, I worked on a couple of scenes in particular that I think turned out really well back in summer of 2018. The part with the White Rabbit's house gets destroyed. I took like a whole. I spent like a whole month just working on one scene. The scene where Alice meets the hookah smoking caterpillar. I spent probably a whole month just working on that one scene itself, and it was just very, very time consuming. And like I said, I can only animate very briefly on the weekends, and during the weekdays I was working for 10 hours a day, commuting back and forth like an hour and a half. and then sleeping a lot because of the hours. And by the time that I quit working at Goldman Sachs and found a better job, I was stuck in a bad housing situation where I was always just desperately trying to move out as soon as possible. And I spent a whole year at that place. And now I got stuck here. So I still have the raw footage for it. And yeah. Well, yeah, like what I do is I'll work on a like it's there's a lot of things that go into it. Like even the animations I did over the summer. Even the animations I did over the summer, like for my current, like even the Barney the Dinosaur video, like even that took a lot of time to do because the place where I'm at right now, there's no heat and there's no air conditioning. So, I mean, it's warm in here right now, but I mean, during the summer, like I was like sweating buckets. There's a couple of videos I uploaded over the summer, and you can actually like watch the sweat dripping from my forehead because I couldn't run the fan while I was recording. I actually wanted to make a trailer for it, but there's still a lot more scenes that I wanted to record before first for the Alice in Wonderland video. I mean, I probably could make a teaser trailer, but then again, like, I don't want to tell everybody that it's going to come out like in a month from now, then like 3 years from now. Um, but yeah, the scene where the Tea Party scene where Alice meets the Mad Hatter. I finished that in summer 2018. Wait, summer 2017. I spent about a whole month just working on that one scene, and it just oh man, it was brutal. It's like I said though, like if my current job at Citibank lets me move out. I mean, it allows me to work remotely. I'm no longer stuck working at the office in Manhattan, and I can actually like buy a house and not have to like in this little cramped living quarter here. I'll have like an entire studio in my house, and I can just record stuff nonstop. It'll be air conditioned. It'll be climate controlled. I won't be like constantly lethargic from not sleeping in a lot. I won't be stuck on riding subway trains. I'll have a lot more free time, and I'll just be cranking out animations nonstop. That's what happened with that. Yeah, the Alice in Wonderland video. It was a movie that I came up with a while back that I wanted to finish, and every year I kept saying it's going to be done by the next year, but I just never got around to finishing it. So instead, during the interim, I did a bunch of smaller projects instead. Like I would say, like, okay, instead of dipping my toes in this Alice project, just taking forever, I'm gonna go and do like a quick little Pokemon animation. Like that's only gonna take like a few weeks to do. That's actually why I did the Mort Sampson video. That's why I also did the Shrek Chicken Nuggets video too. Those were just like, okay, I'm not gonna work on any Alice stuff for now. Instead, I'm just gonna like do like a little throwaway Shrek project. That's how I came up with those. Yeah. But I really do want to finish it, and it really bothers me too whenever I see something that reminds me of it. Like I'll like go to the store and see like an Alice in Wonderland like T-shirt or something, and it just kind of like hits me, and it's like, ugh, dang, almost everybody would have finished that thing 3 years ago. Well, the state of the YouTube video that I think I spent like a week working on that because it was just basically because there's this monkey and implement talking in front of a white background. What took so long to do that was the fact that it took a long time to render because I had so many like effects over that. Um, it took me like a week just to export the video because it was a huge file. Um, yeah, the state of the YouTube video. I was also working on another project at the time too. This is back in February of 2019. I did another state of the YouTube video just recently, but it was an Instagram exclusive. Um, you might have saw it on Twitter. I posted it. I think I made this back in July or August. Took a bunch of clips of State of the YouTube podcast out of context and made it was like a YTP video where it's a bunch of clips out of context of Amp Lemon talking about Taco Bell, but it was only for Instagram. It was actually a larger video I was working on. I was doing a parody of iDubbbz's content comp, and it was going to be a parody of where Imp Lemon's going to be canceled, and that was like the middle section of it. We had a sour cream. Damn. All right, so that was we finished bag 16. Now we're up to bag 17. I might do one more bag, and I'm probably gonna call it a night. But yeah, so but I'm actually glad you did mention the Alice in Wonderland video. I did want to talk about that. But yeah, essentially, I kept going from one bad situation to another. It was either, like I said, 2017. I was working a crappy job at a startup that barely paid any money. I was as a graphic designer there, and I only worked for like 3 days a week, but I had a lot of free time, but I had no money. Then once I found a full-time job at Goldman Sachs, I had no free time. I had money, but I had no free time. Then a year later, I found a different job that had money, I had free time, but I had a bad housing situation where I was forced into a crappy apartment. And then I quit, and I left that job, found a job that pays a lot more money, got a lot more free time, moved to the city, but now there's a global pandemic, and my current apartment is like the size of a bathroom. So I have like no studio space. It's hard for me to record video when there's like boxed in here. Like what you currently see in this, like what you currently see on camera. This is my entire like apartment. Um, like right here where I'm currently pointing is my bed. Right here where I'm currently pointing is my computer. Can't see it because it's out of the frame. Right there is my kitchen sink and my oven. I don't have a microwave. Right there is my bathroom. It's like a prison cell. Um, like I'm literally like 5 feet away from the wall. Like they could like actually I might be able to here a little bit. Uh, okay, so uh, my tripod's in a fixed position. I don't want to move, but like I'm in like a 10 foot by 16 foot studio. Yeah, I have a bathtub. That's pretty cool. Yeah, yeah. Seriously, it's like living in a college dorm. It's like my old apartment. Well, I had two different apartments back in Queens. The one was I lived in an attic apartment, and I was kicked out. My landlord forced me to move into a different unit. There's doors. I mean, there's like a door that leads to the hallway. I mean, there's a door for the bathroom too, obviously. But the kitchen's like right there. Like the kitchen's like in the same room as where it's like a motel room. And but back in Queens, I had a two-bedroom apartment. Um, I had a whole room for my Lego collection, which I had was my animation room plus my Lego room. So I had the big shelving unit behind me, and also but I had a big table. I had these big spotlights. I had my camera equipment, so I had a lot of room to work with. And also I had a separate bedroom too, with my bedroom, my computer. Um, and my other place in Queens, before I got kicked out, was even a lot bigger too. So when I had studio space, I was able to like build entire sets. Like I was able to when I worked on Alice in Wonderland, I was able to build like a big outdoor set for like the forest. You know, Alice walking around meeting the Mad Hatter, and have like this huge table to work with. Here I have like no space at all, so I can only do like really simple animations. It's like there's like no room for my tripod or anything. It's just really small, minimum. Yeah. So, man. Again, like I said though, like if I can move to Vermont or New Hampshire, I'll be breaking out animations nonstop. I won't be stuck here. Plus, also the neighbors suck too. Like I don't know what the deal is, but there's a bunch of these like millennials that moved in. These people like in their these kids in their 20s and 30s, and they're loud as hell, and they just stay up all night and they drink a lot and they slam their doors. Really obnoxious. Right. We're gonna do one more bag. This is bag 17. Now we're doing part of the mosaic for the TV. So if you can kind of see it here. Okay. I usually go to bed at like 10 o'clock every night because I have to wake up early, but I don't know. I'll have to work tomorrow. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing about Patreon, though. I mean, I have no use for. I mean, like for me, like I said, I have no issues with money. Like I'm not broke at all. I mean, I live comfortably. I actually, I mean, I mentioned earlier, I'm not rich. I'm not wealthy, but I earn a pretty decent amount of money at my job, then I'm able to live in New York City comfortably, pay my bills, pay my rent on time, afford expensive Lego sets, and not be broke. That's kind of how I live. So it's like I don't need money. It's not the issue. It's like a housing situation. Like that's the only real issue here. I mean, like Patreon wouldn't really. I mean, I'd get like a couple $100 a month or so, but it's like that's not gonna. That's gonna be like that's like how much I'm. Like a couple $100 or so is how much I earn in like one day at my job. So it's like not gonna like pay my rent. Like I mean, I don't earn six figures, but I earn less than six figures. We'll just put it there. So getting extra money with Patreon means nothing to me. I'd like to earn more ad revenue though. Like it's because I don't get many views as much as I used to, and my ad revenue rates have been going down on YouTube. Everyone gets low ad revenue rates on YouTube. I mean, I'm monetized, but I barely earn anything with ads. Like no one really makes money on YouTube anymore unless they get like less like unless like you get like 1 million views per video. My most viewed video on YouTube has 500,000 views. It's at like a little bit under 500,000 views. One of my Lego Transformer Game Boys. Yeah, yeah. Nobody earns money on YouTube. Like ever since the well, there's been like how many adpocalypses that we have? We had yeah. Well, yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, Monkey, yeah. Well, Monkey, I feel bad for Monkey because he actually well his Patreon rates have dropped a lot too. Like back when his channel first got deleted, um, he was making a lot of money on Patreon for like he was making like 3 grand a month. He earns like less than 1,000 a month now on Patreon. I mean, I donate to him too, but I actually donate a lot less because he doesn't upload as often. But yeah, I don't really care about ad revenue now. I mean, it'd be great if my videos got millions of views per per upload. Like if like Joe Rogan gave me a shout out, that would be great. But hmm. I mean, I mean, I might do a Patreon when I move out of here and find a better place when I'm actually doing videos more often. Because actually, before I moved in here, I had a ton of ideas for videos I wanted to work on. They're not all Lego videos too. Like I actually wanted to make a YouTube series where I actually upload once a week, and it's non Lego related. I wanted to do a YouTube series about like lost media, like obscure media from the '90s. It was going to be kind of like a '90s like flashback show. Um, and the Lost Subway commercial was like the pilot episode of that. But I was going to do like documentaries on like commercials from back in the '90s, like music videos, '90s pop like video games and pop culture, stuff from back in the '90s. And there's going to be a whole series where I like interview the creators and stuff like that. There's going to be kind of like Wavy Web Surf or like Gamer from Mars, but it was going to be like this like '90s retrospective show, and I was going to do like weekly uploads. But here I have like no space to upload. I was going to get like I have like a green screen, like all my camera equipment. It's all like, I mean, I have camera equipment here, but it's all like packed away. But I have like a whole green screen. I have like a studio set. I like the big studio lights. It'd be like really elaborate. It'd be almost like Internet Historian, but about like '90s nostalgia. Oh yeah. And the neighbors in my current place, like I don't know what the deal is, but like everybody who lives next door to me, they stomp their feet whenever they walk and they slam their doors, and it's like like I always walk gently. I always like I shut the door quietly. I don't know, but when I have the free time though, I want to make that show about '90s nostalgia. That's kind of my thing. Or like we'll talk about like like famous mascots from the '90s, famous brands, stuff like that. Airbnb. I don't think so. No, just a bunch of these like 20 somethings that drink heavily and probably don't work. Yeah, it's weird. Like Back in my old place too, like I don't know what the hell people were doing, but like the people who lived upstairs above me, back in my old housing situation, that's actually why I was trying to get out so much. Like it sounded like they were like kicking the walls. Like I don't know what the hell they were doing. Meanwhile, when I lived upstairs, like I would actually walk gently no matter what time of day it was. Like I would always like take little tiny baby steps, just because I was very considerate for the people below. You know, because I'm a cool person. I'm not a complete dickhead. That's why I want to live by myself out in the country. I want to go move to New Hampshire or Vermont, get like 10 acres of land somewhere by the mountains. You know, me and like a big titty goth girlfriend. You know, like that. Oh yeah, that's the thing though. Like I always like think about like you know because I think in my defense the reason why is because I grew up in a family with a I was the middle child, so I knew what it was like not having any privacy as a kid. I knew what it was like. You know, you're trying to sleep and people walk past your room and wake you up. I knew what it was like. You know, like going up, sneaking downstairs to get some food from the refrigerator, and not trying to wake your parents up. I know what that's like. So I grew up in the kind of the mindset where it's like, remember, people are sleeping, quiet. You know, I actually whenever I shut any kind of door, I never like slam the door. I hold onto the doorknob and I let it click in as I do that. Like I open the doorknob and then I push it in very slowly and turn it. Like I never just like slam a door. Everybody in this entire building, they slam the doors repeatedly, very very loud. They'll grab the door and just like slam it back. I never understood it. People gather out in the hallways and have conversations at like 4 o'clock in the morning. And it's like people are trying to sleep. This is gonna be kind of wild here. So we got this is actually a really early genius concept. It's like a conveyor belt with a mosaic on here. Here's what it kind of looks like. This is gonna be wild. It's like a little Mario game. Like I actually hold on to the door, push it in slowly, and then turn it myself, so I don't make a slamming sound. Like I always try to think about like the other people here too, but nobody thinks about the other people here. There's, that's something I hate about living here in the city, or just in cities in general. I just want to get my own place. I mean, even back when I lived in Lancaster, back at my parents' house, we lived in like a townhouse. The neighbors were always loud. I just want to live in like a detached house in the middle of nowhere. It was actually kind of funny because before I got my tacos earlier, I was actually googling potential places I could live in New Hampshire. Potential places I could live in New Hampshire, and one of the towns I want to live in. I was actually Google searching like where the nearest Walmart's located, where the nearest Taco Bell is located, just so that way if I actually move there, I'll know where everything is. I think there's like a Taco Bell like 20 minutes away. I'm like, okay, that's not bad. But if I buy a house up here in New Hampshire, there's still a Taco Bell. 2 o'clock in the morning now. Oh man. After I wrap up here, I'm probably gonna walk to 7-Eleven and grab something to drink. Yeah, I'm probably gonna after I finish this bag, we're currently at bag 17. Probably gonna wrap up after here. Maybe like another 20 minutes or so. I don't think I'd be here. Well, actually, last week I was here at like 1:30 in the morning. But I started earlier. Oh yeah. Well, you live in Brazil, so yeah. Like, well, yeah, I live in New York City. Like, well, the houses you can buy here are like out in Long Island, and they cost like $1 million. The housing market here is screwed up because of all the because of boomers. I don't know. I don't want to sound too negative and rant about boomers for a while, but the housing market here is terrible. But rents have been dropping drastically ever since the pandemic. Yeah, crime has been going up pretty much ever since the pandemic. That's another reason I'm trying to get out of here too. Small towns usually have problems with like meth and things like that. We had problems like that back in Pennsylvania. I mean, I live maybe like an hour and a half from Philadelphia. Philadelphia is terrible. Philadelphia is like a third world country. That's when I moved to New Hampshire, where it's like there's like the middle of nowhere. Cobalt cab. Hey, how's it going? Oh yeah, like well, because everyone's wearing masks. I think back when the pandemic first hit, I was actually technically unemployed. Technically, I was actually in between jobs. I was working an ongoing temp, like I mean, back when coronavirus first hit, back in like February, I was working in an ongoing temp position at Barclays Bank. And then my position ended, and I was assigned to work at Bank of America. But I didn't start working there till March, and then like literally my first week there was when they announced the lockdowns. Was when they announced the lockdowns, and I had to work remotely from there on in. And then like 2 months later is when I moved to this place here in the city, and then like the riots happened like a month later, and then I got the job at Citibank. I have no idea what's going on now. There's a lot of crazy things. Actually, no, I never went to school for graphic design. I actually dropped out of high school too. Technically, I flunked out. Um, I became a graphic designer was I entered the blue collar workforce directly after high school, working at like Walmart and Home Depot. And my friend's dad worked as a magazine editor for like a local coupon book in our town, and he gave me a copy of Photoshop back when I was like 17 or 18. This is back in like 2002. Like old school Photoshop, and I got really good with it. I used to do like little like shit posts and make memes and things like that. Um, and I used to do like really like good photoshops, and I started doing freelance work for like local for like local businesses, like local pizza shops were having me design their menu and things like that. I built a portfolio. While I was working at Walmart back in the late 2000s, I eventually transferred Walmart stores from Lancaster to northern New Jersey. I transferred to a different Walmart store, and once I got settled in northern New Jersey, about a month after that, I found a job for an entry level graphic design position in New York City. I got hired on the spot, and that was my first graphic design job. So I was like it was like entry level, and I quit my job at Walmart the next day. And and for the past 10 years, I've been working as a graphic designer for multiple companies, usually like small businesses, like startups and like really crappy companies. barely making any money. But then this all changed in 2017 when I got hired at Goldman Sachs, and from there my trajectory has been going upwards. Because like I said, at that point I was working for like really small businesses, like startups. But then when I got hired at Goldman Sachs, um, every job I had from there on in has been nothing but like Fortune 500 companies, like mostly working in finance. Like I worked at Barclays, Blackstone Group, Bank of America, and now I'm working at Citibank. Yeah, so like that's always been a problem though. Is why I was the reason why I got stuck working for so many small companies and small businesses. The graphic designer for the past few years, or for the past decade, was because of the fact that I never went to school for it. So they always wanted somebody with a degree. So I mean, I don't work for too many. I mean, I work for some crappy companies, but it was like I worked for like a small print shop where they just need a graphic designer. I'd work there for like anywhere from a few months to like a year or so, and the pay was always very low. It was always like a very bad environment, and this all changed for the better once I got hired at Goldman Sachs. As much as I hate working at Goldman Sachs, it was a terrible company. I went insane working there because of the hours, and I had like no free time. I was like sleeping all the time because of that. But that completely changed my trajectory. I've only been getting hired for like large Fortune 500 companies since then. I've been living a lot better since then as well. Goldman Sachs is actually how I discovered like Monkey Jones's channel, because I would work like 10 hours a day overnight with a lot of downtime while designing graphics for the bank, and I would go down like YouTube rabbit holes where like I would watch a couple of videos on YouTube and then get recommended a lot of weird stuff. So I discovered a lot of channels that way. But like when I'm a graphic designer here for a bank, it's not as glamorous as it sounds. It's mostly a lot of it's like editing PowerPoint decks. It could be something as boring as like taking like a PowerPoint deck and just copying information from one to another. Like doing like data entry type stuff. But other times, like I'll get to actually do more fun stuff. Like I get to make like a PowerPoint deck for like I actually did a PowerPoint deck for Taco Bell once. Because they're doing like a big investment thing with them. So I actually had to like go to the website and download images of tacos and make a PowerPoint investment deck. That's the thing. Like when you work in a creative career, a portfolio usually trumps any sort of academic bias. Like when you become a graphic designer, it's less about like how much money you spend on a piece of paper that says you can do graphic design, but rather can you actually do the graphic design? Like can you use Photoshop? Can you use Premiere? That's what they really go for. And it's all about the portfolio, and they usually test you too. When I got hired at Goldman Sachs, they had me do 2 different days worth of tests to see if I'm even capable of doing the work. So they had me, make sample PowerPoint decks on site for them. I had to like show them actually capable of doing Photoshop and Illustrator, and obviously I passed because I got the job. But Bank of America, it was like 2 days worth of testing. The only company that I got tested for and failed was J.P. Morgan. Um, but actually no, I don't think I failed. I don't know what the deal was at J.P. Morgan. I actually got interviewed at J.P. Morgan this year. It was in between Barclays and Bank of America. It was right before the pandemic started. Um, I was interviewed for a job at J.P. Morgan Chase at their corporate offices as a graphic designer. They had me do a graphic design test, and then after that, they just forget what they said, but they said something that they're not going to move forward. It sucked too because the pay was really great as well. It was in Brooklyn, and I was like really looking to move out. Then I got a job at Bank of America. Bank of America sucked, by the way. I hated that company. The Bank of America, the pay was low, and the company was very, very like shoddy and piss poor. I mean, they have a negative reputation in general. Well, yeah, obviously you need to go to college to become like a doctor or an engineer, but like if you want to become a graphic designer, it's better suited for like trade school or even like hands-on learning or like internships. Like I said, I never once went to college. I just straight up went straight from the workforce, did freelance stuff for fun, for local businesses, built a portfolio, and then moved to a big city. And I moved to the big city by working a really crappy low-paying job at Walmart, and they transferred me to a different store. I put in a transfer request, and it was like, okay, well, where do you want to transfer to? I found out that the nearest Walmart store was in to New York City anyway, was in northern Jersey. So I found a cheap apartment on Craigslist, got up everything and packed my bags and moved within like the course of like a few weeks. I'm surprised I pulled it off. I had like no money either because I was working at Walmart and I had a really crappy car and I had a cat that was dying. It was a crazy story. Those were the days. This is early 2010. I mean, again, everybody's success story may vary, so I'm not recommending that people, don't go to college. I personally never went to college. I mean, I'm not, but here's the thing though. I took the scenic route to get where I'm at. Like, it wasn't easy. It wasn't like I just kind of like, was cleaning floors at Walmart one day and then the next day was earning six figures at a large bank. That's not how it was. In order for me to just, even when I was working at my very first graphic design jobs, um, in New York City, I was still making like just above a little bit more than I was making at Walmart. Like the pay was always very low for a lot of my early jobs because they were like my very first graphic design jobs. For all intents and purposes, they were like essentially like paid internships. Like they were jobs, but they paid so little that it was mostly just there for the experience, which it benefited me obviously. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Yeah, actually, the very first company I ever worked for, it was a company that made really crappy tchotchke electronics. They were a company based on Madison Avenue. Their whole spiel was like taking like Chinese electronics and then repackaging them for the U.S. And I worked at the office, and my job was to design the labels and packages. Yeah. Actually, yeah, I did get my GED. Um, I earned a GED in 2009. Um, but this company did things like phone charge. This is back in 2010s. We did like phone chargers, phone cases, bootleg, not bootleg, but like knockoff video game accessories for Nintendo Wii. And my job was to design the packages and labels, and like make sure the products go in the right spot. Worked on the barcodes. I corresponded overseas with the factories and make sure everything was the right colors and stuff. But yeah, exactly. Yeah, the products looked like it was like the kind of crap you'd see on Alibaba, and my job was to like make it look more American. We'd get like products from overseas, and we have to like change the packages around, make them look a little more presentable. It would be sold at like Walmart and stuff like that, Family Dollar. Um, so that was my first job, and it was terrible. The pay was extremely low. My boss was a sociopath. He was a micromanager. It was just a really bad. Actually, you can actually see the products at stores right now. Um, it's happened once in like every now and then. Then I'll like go to Target with one of my friends, and I'll see like a crappy phone charger in the electronics section. And I'll say, "Hey, look at the back of this," and I'll point to the address. And it's like that was my first job. Um, called ESI Cases and Accessories. I don't know if they're still in business, but I think as of like 2016, they were still around. I've seen some of their products at stores. Um, Another job that I worked at for like a year and a half in my early days was doing the exact same thing, but it was a startup. It was actually a company I helped launch. It was a company I helped launch. It was a small electronics company that I parlayed my knowledge of working with small electronics with. It was the same exact deal, taking crappy electronics from China, repackaging them for the U.S. But this time I had a lot more creative room to work with, and it was a new company. It was basically like it was like what I did before, but now I had a little more creative control. Um, I I could write a book on this company. Like I could be here for hours talking about all the stuff I did for this particular brand that I helped launch. I eventually quit because the job was killing me. It was crazy. I was going insane working there. It was a startup, so I was working like for 12 hours a day. I had to carry the weight of the company. I was like second in command. The company is still around as far as I know. You can actually buy their products on Amazon and at Walmart. The name of the company is called Tsumi, Ezumi. You do a Google search for Sumi Electronics, TZUMI. They're usually for sale like Target, Walgreens, Five Below. Just know that Baron von Brunk was one of the co-creators of the company. I designed the original logo. I made all the original branding and colors, and a lot of that went out the window once I quit back in 2012. Well, yeah, actually, yeah, Sumi. I always thought that was funny too. The phonetic pronunciation sounds like Sumi. It's Tzumi, but it sounds like you're saying Sumi. It's actually it's a Hebrew word. My boss was Jewish, so he put a lot. So like my boss was a Jewish guy from Syria. He was a Syrian Jew. So the word Sumi was a Hebrew word. Yeah, it was a Hebrew word, and like a lot of our like sub brand names, they're all like these like weird Hebrew words that I couldn't pronounce. But yeah, Sumi, it's a Hebrew word, and that was their company. Tzumi. If you want to look for that up on Amazon, they do like really crappy like. Well, actually, when I was there, we did phone chargers and like USB gear, like USB mouses, or curling irons. Um, no, we did when I was there, we did like flash drive, USB cooling pads, stuff for like laptops and things like that. Yeah, yeah, phone chargers and headphones. Yeah, we did earbuds. This is back in 2012 when I was there. Now they do like selfie sticks and like crap like that. Actually, I still see their products at like Home Depot every now and then, like screen protectors for like tablets. Yeah, like if you look up Sumi on Amazon, they do like it's like third party electronic gear. But I was a co-creator for that brand. I have a hard drive just like completely filled with all my old files because I used to bring my laptop to work to do everything. I have like gigabytes upon gigabytes of just like all the package layouts for all the products that I designed, which never got sold in stores. I have like storyboards for all the products I created. I have like graphics files for barcodes. I have power folders of just like all the products that I shot. We'd get products from China and I'd take pictures of them with my camera. We'd make catalogs. I have tons and tons of stuff I work with them. Oh man, this is all I did in 2011, 2012. It was a wild story. But yeah, so it's so I got my toes wet, started working for an electronics company, and then I got my toes even wetter and nearly drowned uh, working for a startup for an electronics company. A year later, it's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. Man, time is it? It's 2:30 in the morning. All right. So yeah, that's part of my success story. So your results may vary. I wouldn't recommend dropping out of high school or avoiding college, but for me, it paid off. But it wasn't overnight. It took almost a decade just to get where I'm at. But yeah, well, it's 12:30 in Arizona. Oh man. Probably gonna call it a night here soon. I don't even know. I guess it's for like the conveyor belt. I think it's like this is like. Oh yeah, like there was nothing was overnight. Nothing was given to me. It was lots of hard work. I mean, everything from Australia. Yeah, it's like 2:30 in the morning here in New York. Yeah, nothing was handed to me. Everything was hard. Everything was working my ass off for sociopaths. That's where I got where I'm currently at now. I mean, again, even my current jobs, it's very difficult. I mean, it's not working for the bank. It's very like mentally stressful because you work with a lot of idiots. You work with people who tell you to do things, but they have no idea what they're even talking about. Just be very stressful. Yeah, like most people I know, like than up northwest. Yeah, most people I know who went to college don't even do what they're supposed to be doing. Like I was friends with a guy when I was younger who went to Penn State for chemistry, and he dropped out after a year, and now he stocks shelves at Home Depot, and he's like in his 30s now. You know, it's not for everyone. I mean, I know people who went to school for criminal justice and they like work as security guards. Starting a small business, I mean, well, it's rough. I knew a guy that spent his entire life working at a pizza shop, and now he works at Target, and he's like 33 now. He still lives like he's like a college kid. It's yeah. And everybody chooses their own destiny, but it's at the end of at the end of the day, it's what you want to do. Oh man. Okay. Okay. So, oh man, I'm gonna call it a night here. I'm gonna get packed up here in a moment. Okay. Yeah, it's like it's that's the problem with college is that like people will spend like 8 years of their life doing something, get an education in something, and then they don't want to do it. Like I knew a guy he was a friend of mine in real life. His family was kind of rich. So his parents made him go to college for accounting, and but he didn't want to do it. But his parents said, "Well, you're good with math, so you're going to be an accountant." And he got a job with the State Department. I don't even know what he does now. I think he works at like an embassy in Bangkok or something. But I said, "Hey, I'm good with Photoshop. I'm gonna do Photoshop. I'm really good at doing like really bad, shit posts and memes. I'm gonna get paid to do that," and I did. That's Baron von Brunk's success story. Yes, my sister did that too. My little sister went to college. My little sister went to college 2008 for like sociology. Then she dropped out, went for like criminal justice for like a year, and then she dropped out. Now she's like an HR rep for like a senior citizens hospital or something. I don't know. She was one of those like my sister was like a stereotypical like millennial who was like perpetually in college and paying student debt. She was born in the late '80s. She's part of that like Harry Potter generation where everybody's gonna everyone's gonna go to college and major in crap and then get stuck there and get dead. Yeah, yeah, I know people like that too. I never went to college. The only time I ever went to college and for any capacity was meeting people that I was friends with. Like I would go to their dorm and hang out with them. Or back when I was in my 20s, I used to way back in like early internet days. I used to do a lot of guerrilla marketing. I used to print out flyers for my website, the Baron von Brunk website, and hang out copies of the like Xerox flyers all around the college campus. Even though I wasn't a student, I just wanted to get traffic from my website. I used to do like weird, quirky things like that. Okay, so I'm gonna wrap it up now, fellas. Okay, so well, thanks everybody for joining me tonight. I'm gonna everything that's connected here in a moment. I'm falling asleep here too. My tongue is dry from talking so much. I'm gonna go to the 7-Eleven and grab some root beer. All right, Arrested Development, The Jam, Brick Biters, and Batshit Asylum. Okay, everybody. Let me put on my outro here. Hang on a second here. Let me get my outro. Chris Hansen. I'm Chris Hansen. Hold on right here. Put on my Hogan's Heroes music. Great. Thanks again, everybody, for joining me. If you can hear this, you can hear this right now. I'm half asleep here, and I'm gonna get my stuff disconnected. Well, everybody, stay out of trouble. Don't be doing no drugs. Do your homework. And if a crazy man offers you a ride in his car, say no, unless he's rich. Good night, everybody.
All good heroes love a good big fight. Open up the That's what